evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to the WardiTV Spring Championship Group C here in Group Stage 1 still. Hope you're all feeling wonderful, and I hope you're all feeling great. We are going to get underway and start in just a few moments' time as we turn on the camera. I said we turn on the camera. There we go. Oh, hello? Hello? There we go. To turn on the camera, we get ready to cast some StarCraft 2. 10 best of 3s coming up for you guys once again today. Now, if you guys... what was I about to say? 10 best of 3s coming up. We're going to be deviating slightly from the order advertised on the Wikipedia, because YoungYakov has had a couple of issues. He's actually pre-played a couple of his matches. It shouldn't make a big difference. There just will be a little bit of kind of up in the air, not 100% sure how we're going to do things, so bear with me on that regard. We'll do my best to figure it out. And, yeah, he might not be here for one of his matches that didn't get pre-played, but he might be. So I don't know myself how much of a schedule shift that may be. We'll get to that a bit further down the line. What's first? Showtime versus Trigger, YoungYakov versus SHIN. Showtime versus Trigger. Pretty much, if everything goes to plan, we always do the Wikipedia order, and the top one on each Wikipedia duo or each Wikipedia pairing is the one we cast live. So you pretty much will go Showtime Trigger, Trigger Cure, a little bit of an asterisk next to Cure YoungYakov, then Cure Showtime, then Cure versus SHIN, then the SHIN YoungYakov, and then kind of maybe we'll change the order a bit further down the line, because further down the line it gets a little bit interesting due to the, you know, sometimes it's fun to do matches in a certain order to keep the group a little bit more interesting from our point of view for as long as possible, and so on and so forth. So that's pretty much where we're at. We're going to go to ley lines for our opening game today. There's going to be ley lines, Persephone, and Frostline to make it into this best of 3. And we'll kick this off in just a few moments' time as we get this ready to go. Showtime and Trigger all in the lobby. And we just get all the other casters in who are AFK right now, apparently. Perfect. Get that sorted. We'll get ready to go. And, yeah, we'll kick this off. Is it better for me to watch on YouTube or Twitch? It is better for me to watch, that you watch wherever you prefer to watch. It does not matter to me. You guys watching whatever. The whole point of multi-streaming is to just get, you know, have more reach and to make it more convenient for you guys. If you like the ability to pause and play again on YouTube, watch on YouTube. If you prefer to watch on Twitch with the Twitch chat and the community is a little bit more active on Twitch, watch on Twitch. So, you watch honestly wherever you want to watch. It is completely up to you. So, yeah. Take your pick. If the players are ready, we don't have any reason to wait around. We got 10 best of 3s to get to, so let's get into it. Let's start a countdown into the opening match today, which will be Showtime versus Trigger. Getting this PvP out of the way early. We got a ZVZ to get through at some point later on as well. We'll get through that. We'll get those mirror matchups done. And, like I said, it should be a fun day of games, I think, that we've got in store for us here today. Genuinely looking forward to it. So, I think without any further ado, we're pretty much set to rumble. Heading into ley lines. And getting this ready to go. Let's do our scene shift. And in the bottom left-hand side, we're going to start things off with the blue Protoss player, Showtime. Showtime's been playing great lately. I've really enjoyed watching a lot of his games. I love this group because, to me, Showtime can beat everyone in this group, but he can also lose to a lot of the guys in this group. In the sense of, I think they give good matches, right? Showtime SHIN has been really epic the last couple times we've watched it. Showtime Cure, to me, is always a banger. That's a WardiTV TLMC finals from way back when. That was actually very good. Showtime Trigger, I think, is interesting as well. I think Trigger's also a big part of why this group is interesting. Also a player who's obviously out there and absolutely swinging up and around the level of these guys. Maybe misses a few more times than he hits with those swings. But like I say, to me, that makes this a very interesting Group C. All these groups are pretty interesting. I think it's really nice when you have... Obviously, we've got a couple of the underdogs. I think it's, you know, the benefit of having seeded Max Pax, Clem, Hero, Bjorn into that group stage 2 is that we haven't got really a lot of groups where it's like, okay, today's group is Clem going 4-0, most likely, and then after Clem goes 4-0, you know... you know what I mean? Like, after Clem goes 4-0, we are going to... question mark. You know, the rest of the group is, like, a little bit less exciting because there's an underdog in there, and then it's, like, kind of just between a couple of guys. So yeah, I feel like these groups have been really a bit more interesting because of that. As yo, Zergburger was sending 5 WardiTV gift memberships over on the YouTube chat. That is the first time that has ever happened. I don't think anyone has ever gifted us YouTube memberships before. So thank you so much for generously gifting out 5 YouTube memberships. Going out to Jamie to Bockhorst, Hunter Gameplays, Nicholas Jones, Del AM, and Ginhon Knight. Thank you so much for the generosity of 5 gifted YouTube memberships. Basically like YouTube gifted subs. That's crazy. I've literally never seen that before. That's that probe. Nibbles the other probe. Gross Papa, how you doing? Thank you so much for the 32-month resub. Thank you for rejoining us today. The 2-stage system is such a pleasant surprise. I hope you guys like it, because I really do think there's been a benefit to definitely getting a little bit more competition in the group stage. Like, to me, I feel like a lot of these groups I look at, I'm like, okay, there's definitely an underdog, but there's a lot of, like, I look at the rest of the players, I'm like, I could really see a good different, a few different combinations of these players moving through. So yeah, I feel like it's been quite nice. And obviously we get Group Stage 2 going next week. Our playoffs in a couple weekends' time. I think the future formula, so I've been doing a lot of talking and asking and questioning lately about, tournament formats and what people like to watch and so on. And I think the best thing we can do is we kind of do 2 things at once. By doing stuff like this, where we have this kind of, I feel like this tournament format is, personally, I kind of like it. So here's why, okay? I'm going to give you this info as we open into a Nexus versus Nexus PvP start. So, I like it because, A, this Group Stage 1 gives you some good competition without the guys we super expect to just advance out of a group being there, so it makes these groups and these games more interesting from the get-go in my eyes. It gives us a lot of games, which is really good for us because we need to stream a lot of matches to make a return of investment on big prize pool events. It's still fairly low games played for the players, and every game matters. The prize pool goes up for pretty much every series that you win, unless you unfortunately win a series and it doesn't advance you further in the group. But even 4th versus 5th place, players that don't advance have a prize money difference, right? So I like that part of it. As Showtime fights, you're going to get 6 probes. That's a monstrous start. Those couple of hallucinations tanking a lot of damage. Showtime maybe starting to get overwhelmed now, but 6 workers going down. It's a huge start from him. As he starts playing, so will Trigger, and we go from there. But I also I think the one thing that a lot of people like is the idea of having, a tournament that really wraps up over a weekend. And so, what I think we're going to try and do in the future, and this tournament does it as well, is that we're just going to have playoffs. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 3 days. If you just want to watch the best of the best, and you just want to watch great SE2, you watch the playoff weekend, right? And so this really, to me, kind of hits a little bit of a checkbox for everyone, where if you want more StarCraft, and a mix of different players, you can watch through the group stages. But we still have the epic finale over 2 or 3 days on the weekend. People know this is championship weekend. This is the weekend to really watch on if you have to watch 2 or 3 days of the whole thing. I like it. Basically, this whole tournament is essentially a qualified process to that final weekend. We're going to try and put a lot of emphasis on that weekend. We're going to come with energy. It's going to be good. I don't know. I like this tournament format right now. It's not the only format I'm going to run this year. I'm going to mix it up a whole bunch. But this one is ticking a lot of the boxes which I like to tick, and trying to also, like I say, stretch out into a couple different things as well, and really make a thing of playoffs and stuff like that, ZVZ at the same time. We'd rather watch ZVZ than PvP. We'll be casting the ZVZ a bit later down the line. We cast all of the matchups, and they'll all be spoiler-free. No one else is casting those games. So we cast all the matchups. The only reason there's 2 at the same time is to make it a little bit better for the players to play in. If the players can show up, as this Immortal's going to be dead. TLDR players show up, they play for 3 hours, but we get 6 hours of content because they're playing 2 matches at a time. As the Immortal went down, but there's a second Immortal there. A couple of force fields coming in as well. The Guardian Shield fades away as the Sentry goes down. And we are going to be seeing a couple more shots coming out. Trigger will push Showtime back down toward the bottom left-hand side. It's just going to go pushing away there as the Stalkers and so continue to come through. As we just have ourselves a couple more moments continue to settle here. With the pushback from Trigger looking pretty good. Having that Immortal out gives him a little bit of buffer to that army. Very nice. 40, is it necessary to have a ticket to come watch Home Story Cup? Yes. I'm pretty sure you have to have a ticket to watch Home Story Cup. I'm not involved with that stuff, but I'm pretty sure if you type Home Story Cup 27 tickets, you'll find a page to buy tickets on. They're not really expensive. They're only expensive. The only ones that are expensive are the ones that are probably already sold out, which give you like VIP access to the player area and stuff. You have this fight breaking out. A couple Stalkers taking some damage, a couple probes going down, and X is taking shots. War Prism still coming through here as we are going to continue to trade. There's a lot of units here from Trigger right now, and Showtime may have a little bit of struggle defending. We try and blink for the Prism, but we don't get it, and the Immortal lives as well as it picked into that Prism. Wow, Trigger on the counterattack is doing a lot here. We pull back, trying to get towards a second Immortal. Again, Prism Micro good on that Immortal too, as Showtime has another Immortal on the way. Is he actually going to hang on in here? He's lost 10 pros, but that's only going to equalize numbers right now, so that's kind of okay. It's just that Stalker count is heavy, and that heavy Stalker count is an issue at the moment, especially as that Immortal has that threat to just jump back into the Prism and just not really be targetable. More Stalkers warping in. We're actually going to blink forward, looking for the Immortals. We're going to get one easily. We're going to get two. If you got the first one, you get the second, right? And Showtime, the defensive advantage of those two Immortals now fades away just before you got to a third one as well. Prism loads up the Immortal. We are going to finally get rid of the Immortal of Trigger. Does that do enough for us here as we blink forward for another Immortal kill? I just don't think Showtime has what he needs to hang on in here, and Trigger is looking to open the day with a Game 1 lead in this PvP. GG gets called, and Trigger is going to take the opening game of this series. There you go. All right, well, that was a will-win series because I was busy yapping on about things. That wasn't the game until it got really exciting. I'm not going to lie, I actually don't know what went so wrong for Showtime. I think just a couple of the trades when he pushed across the map were not so pretty. You know, he lost a couple of units and then was just naturally behind, and then maybe, you know, he just kept losing fights because of that. Never really caught back up when you look at the graph. And so there you have it. Trigger getting the first map, and obviously puts him in a great position in this game. You win this series and you're already in a good position in this group, is what this is going to come down to. So it's going to get very interesting very quickly. Like, it sounds crazy, but this group's so competitive. Winning one series against one of these top guys is going to put you in a great spot to have a good go at it, especially when you consider, for example, maybe YoungYakov's more of an underdog. Don't count him out, take him seriously. But if YoungYakov's the underdog and you win against one of the other guys, that's already ground that they have to make up, and more ground that you have to lose out on at some stage. So I think there's definitely something to be said about that as we just get Trigger into this lobby. And we should be good to go into game number 2 of this best of 3. Just waiting for our players to both say that they are ready. Ready. All right, let's get this going. Going to work in a bit. YouTube's not blocked at work PCs, so switching platforms. Stay with it. Hell yeah, Zergberger. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate the YouTube membership gifts. Like I say, that's not something we really talk about a whole bunch. But that is an option if you want to support on the YouTube. Again, if you're on the YouTube as well, consider hitting that like button. It takes really just a second to hit the like button. The earlier we hit that like button in the day, the more viewership we can generate. It really does work. So yes, if you're on the YouTube, hit that like button. While you're down there, maybe hit the sub button as well if you enjoy watching the channel. Help us to shove those sub numbers up. We've been putting some work in to try and get those a little bit higher and a little bit better off as of late. Alright, game number 2 is in the top left corner of the map. We've got the blue Protoss player. It's Showtime. And he is down a game in this best of 3, battling against North American Protoss player Trigger. He's currently in Korea. Has been in Korea for a while again now. Yeah, I mean, he's taking advantage of it. He's playing good. He definitely seems to be kind of at some of the better levels that I've seen Trigger at as of late, I think is fair to say. So, yeah, good to see him. Glad to see him. Hoping to see more of him as we get this opening series continued on Persephone. If you're not familiar with Persephone, I know it's the weekends. There's a lot of people watching today that might not watch as much WardiTV because you only get to watch on the weekends or so. But Persephone is one of the TLMC 20 maps. Our current WardiTV map pool involves 3 TLMC 20 maps. So we got rid of King's Cove, Abyssal Reef, and Neon Violet Square. And instead we added in some of the maps that I liked from TLMC. I wouldn't say they were my top 3 favorites necessarily. I picked 3 maps that I thought had a good chance of being picked during ladder map, during videos with the other ladder maps. So they're not my craziest picks, but I thought they were pretty interesting. I'd say it's been working pretty well if you've not been watching. We actually see these maps a fair amount. I would say Persephone and Killer's Mile and Sandworm have been integrated to the point where a lot of players are extremely familiar with these maps. We're seeing them use features of these maps better and better as days go by. People are using this healing shrine more frequently. Like, people genuinely seem to be adopting these maps as like, hey, we need to know how to play on these maps. A lot of tournaments are picking these up. Let's, you know, let's play this. And we'll be continuing with this map pool until after the Spring Championship. There's some other maps cool stuff going on, but I'll not talk about that right now because there's still a couple of things up in the air. But the original idea was to switch some maps out again at the end of the Spring Championship. But like I say, we'll have more updates map pool-wise for you guys, hopefully sooner rather than later. So, yeah, continuing to develop the map pool and freshen up the maps and make it a little bit different for us to watch, right? I think there's something to be said about just switching maps up more frequently. I really feel like if we had like a map pool that rotated, like when we change map pools, we usually, especially late, we usually change map pools like 7 to 9 maps at a time or something, right? I actually really feel like with 9 maps in the map pool, it'd be really nice if we started to like rotate every 1 to 2 months. And so every couple of months, we rotate like 2 maps, you know? So 2 of the older maps leave, 2 new maps come in. And then you've already had time to be adapted to the last 2 newer maps. And so they're not as like, you know, it's not as much of a sudden change all at once. I think that sort of process would be very good. As our warp gate coming up, the Nexus coming through, the Stargate is about to finish from trigger. You do see a couple of adepts shading their way in toward the natural expansion. Is StarCraft really about maps? Yeah, maps are extremely important in StarCraft. You see very different games and metas play out on different maps. You see different builds can come about, different positions can be taken. It 100% shifts a lot. I mean, maps have an extreme... I mean, I would say that certain periods of dominance for certain races have been very much so linked to map pools. I mean, there's definitely been a lot of Terran map pools in our time. There's definitely been a couple of map pools that have been very Zerg favored, and then Zerg gets nerfed, and the map pool's a bit more Terran favored too, and then suddenly the Terrans dominate for a while. So, yeah, maps are a really interesting thing because they really can do so much. And I definitely think that watching new maps keeps it fresh. That's why I always love the TLMC, seeing something a bit different. My only quarrel with TLMC is that we get to see the map so few times, and like I say, when we do TLMC, it's a surge of new maps all at once. So it's a little bit overwhelming for the players to really play these maps to their full potential. That's why it's been great to get Persephone, Sandworm, Killer's Mile into this map pool now, and to have them played in WardiTV tournaments for the last few weeks. We're genuinely seeing these maps being played at a different level to how we saw them first played in the TLMC. People are expanding differently. People are attacking differently. They're setting up the surrounds better. They're using the map, you know, better. They're knocking down rocks and so on. All those kind of things have been, you know, been very noticeable, I would say, as these maps get more and more play. So in that regard, I'd say we're having a pretty darn good time in that sort of idea. As the Adept heads down to the bottom, the few Phoenix are going to be moving around. Reno cheat out of a map yesterday because he just didn't care for it. I mean... I'm not saying every map's going to be a win. What map was it? I'm intrigued. Let's have a peek. Ah. Was it Moonwater? I have not actually heard of Moonwater. I do think it might be important to actually... I think one of the things that might be worthwhile doing is... I do think one of the things that might be worthwhile doing is to, I think, as all of the community casters join together a little bit, I think it'd be really good if we actually did agree, like, to have, like, almost like a community-based map pool, where it's like, okay, guys, for the next, like, 2 months, like, so let's say until the end of May, we use these maps, and then we have a discussion as a community, we get rid of a couple of old maps, maybe if one of the new maps really wasn't it, we scrap that one as well, we keep a couple, we get rid of it a couple of older ones, and we add new maps in. And then it means that players playing across pretty much everything apart from ladder really get a chance to kind of step up. Like, that's not really necessary if we get an updated ladder map pool. But I think in the case of, like, if the map pool doesn't update very frequently, even if we do get a new ladder map pool, then obviously you just play the new ladder map pool for a bit. But even after 3 to 4 months, I think it would be good to start rotating in new maps. I think maps really can keep things fresh. They keep vetoes fresh. The thing is, with changing maps as well, is because if you add new maps, it changes how much you see other maps. So when we changed the map pool for WardiTV tournaments, before we were seeing Abyssal Reef played a lot. King's Cove actually got picked a lot as well. So even just adding Killer's Mile and so on and these other maps, even if these ones kind of got vetoed a little bit more, we saw a lot of the other maps in the ladder map pool already. So there's just a lot of, like I say, change you can bring. I think that's one of the important things we should be looking at as the probe pulls out, pylon goes down. Like I say, we got some map pool news coming for you guys soon, I think, so I'll let you guys know as soon as I know more. So that's a cancellation here, as Showtime is afraid. Trigger is in 3 bases. He's up a hell of a lot of work, as he just got some work done with the depths early on. The Phoenix and Showtime have been okay, but they've just not been good enough, and I mean, they're still kind of in the back here. Wasted supply right now. Like, they're not doing a lot to really add to this. Showtime's army's very defensive, but I actually don't know if he can really get away with fighting at the moment, and especially taking a 3rd base, because that's a lot of stalkers. Taking the 3rd is definitely the scary part of this, right? If you can't get that 3rd base set up, that's really bad, but obviously stepping out to the 3rd base comes with its own challenges, because as you go to 3 bases, you don't necessarily have batteries in position straight away, and so on and so forth. And so during all of this time, Trigger is just mining so much more than Showtime, to the point where Showtime adds on Templar Archives, adds on the Prism. Are we just at a point where Showtime just is going to send it off the 2 bases? I mean, I think theoretically it might become a better idea, but then is it ever going to be a better idea when he's going to be essentially all-inning off of just less of everything? The one thing Showtime will have is the power in tech unit numbers, and he will have a +2 attack upgrade. Like, his army, like what is in his army is going to be extremely valuable. But you've got to walk that fine line of having very valuable units versus your opponent just has enough units that they don't care how valuable each of your units are. If you just get overwhelmed, those units never get to shine in the, you know, the shoes they're meant to step up in. So yeah, it's got to be that kind of fine line balancing. Showtime ends up taking the backward base. Maybe that should have been the play in the first place, right? The only issue is by taking the base on the linear kind of axis, and not this one, this becomes an attack path that blinks into the main and creates havoc for you, right? So there is a problem with expanding where Showtime has expanded to. Snai's going to get a few free zealots. Not 100% convinced about the force fields, but you're not going to warp in right away here. Stalker's getting lifted. Like I say, value of units is definitely in Showtime's favor. He's not far from +2. I don't know if he wants to go before +2 as more Stalkers warp in from Trigger. Army supplies are dead even right now. I like that Showtime's got a 3rd behind this, so he's definitely looking to commit to the attack, but he's got the backup plan as well with the 3rd base on the way in. So he can start to maybe at least get some probes going if he just succeeds here but doesn't end the game. As that is going to be the Immortal Barrier popped. We'll wait for a couple more moments. He's waiting for +2. He doesn't want to go before then, which means it's a bit of a shame that he popped the Guardian Shield so early on. A few of those Zealots actually did end up going across the map, so they get there. They're going to hit that 3rd base that's just been built up here. And Showtime... time is kind of ticking. He sends a couple Zealots over to try and deal with that. In we go with this army. Going to lead with the Archons. They are short range. They need to be up in the front. The Immortals having to walk around the force fields is a lot of time wasted for them. But we still have 4 Mortals that so far have not really been touched in this fight. The Sentries are going to lose their Guardian Shield, so damage becomes a little bit more available. Prism will get a warp in of a handful of Zealots. We just look to get a few units up in front protecting. We need these Immortals to stay safe, and we need them to really last through to survive hitting these Stalkers. If these Immortals don't hit these Stalkers well enough, we're in trouble. Prism is going to get blinked on now. That does mean they're blinking into these Immortals. Showtime was doing okay army supply-wise for a while, but I think he had so many units coming across the map that just were not here yet. And so Trigger is going to take the opening match of the day, 2-0. Trigger gets a strong opening, and is going to be loving that starting point for the moment. So very good for him. As we'll be hopping on over to the Korean server to continue to follow Trigger into another match of his. We're going to be going into Trigger versus Cure coming up next. So we'll get that Trigger Cure matchup going in a couple of moments. We'll get that on the way. Perfect, so we'll get that hopped on over to. Give me a second, guys. I just got to do a couple of things and get a couple of things ready just while that happens. And we'll get set to your Rumble. I send a message out. Perfect. Hop on over to Asia. And we'll get set to Rumble. Perfect. Awesome. Hello, everyone. How are we doing? Good to see you guys. Only ale for Krail. Thank you so much for the 3-month resub. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 3-month resub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As we'll just take a couple moments. Get set up into play. Nice. Alright, get set up there. Set up over here. Perfect. Videos are being done. We've just gone to the last video, so we should have a map pick here in just a second, guys. So I just have to share the map pool to someone. Frostline, perfect. Frostline for our opening map of this PVT. Alright, we'll get that set up. Get in game in just a second. Start it up. I know, it can't be Frostline. What's actually left? There we go. We figured out what maps are remaining. Gonna start on ley lines. Perfect, guys. Alright, let me get this set up. Ley lines, go, go, go. Throw some lobbies out and we got this Cure vs. Trigger series ready to go. StarCraft 2 continue today. Get this up and rolling. Sweet. Yo, Big Mom Jeff, thank you so much for the 3-month resub on the Prime from Bezos' wallet to yours. Happy Prime Day. Thank you so much for your 3-month resub on the Prime. Guys, if you are sitting on a Prime sub right now and you've not put it to use, this is a great home for it. As you can see, we've got, StarCraft toys for it to play with and all sorts. But even better, we put your Prime sub to work. We don't let it actually sit there and enjoy things. We put it to work. It helps fund StarCraft 2 tournaments. It helps us to fund events just like this one. So if you're sitting on a Prime, get it used. We are 25 subs away from 700. It's more or less the closest we've actually been to hitting that 700 goal in a while. So feeling generous. If you've got a Prime going spare, help us out. Helps us out a lot, like I say. And yeah, we appreciate if you can drop some support in on the Twitch. Let's get into this series. Ready. Cure versus Trigger, best of 3 coming up Kicking this off and getting this underway. Alright guys, thank you for your patience just as the videos came through. Sometimes it takes a hot second to get that underway as well. Like I say, I appreciate it. Let's jump in. Alright guys, sorry, just had something to check quickly. As we have in the top right hand side, our blue Terran player from Team Liquid. This is going to be Cure. 700 subs, Ellie finally gets the good treats again. Yeah, you know it. She's out in the time of her life right now. I bet she's out on a walk. She'll be sniffing and watching out. Well, she might still be in the car right now, actually, but she'll be watching out the window, laughing away. Yeah. Meanwhile, we're stuck inside casting StarCraft. I think we win. Top right hand side, our blue Terran player is Team Liquid's Cure. While in the bottom left, our red Protoss is going to be Trigger. So, game number 1 of this best of 3. What are we expecting? What are we thinking? Not really sure, honestly. Yeah, I think Cure's my favorite going into this, but Trigger just showed up hot in the PvP, so I guess we'll see if he can maybe continue that performance into the Protoss versus Terran here. We actually have a little bit of history on these two. Let me have a look to see when they last played against each other. Let me do some digging. Let me do some digging. I feel like Q is a difficult opponent for Trigger. Q is actually quite a difficult opponent for a lot of people. Like, Q is very good at just having like a very high level of stability in his gameplay. Like, he really tests you in a lot of ways that are just like, hey, if you're just not quite good enough, like, it's hard to beat him on tricks and stuff, you know? Very few people seem to have like a favorable playstyle against Q because he just plays such solid StarCraft 2, if that makes sense. And it's very hard to have like a solid playstyle advantage over like someone like that. But Trigger did beat Q at 1-0 in the Monday Night Weeklies. That was in February. And also in February, he beat him 2-0 in a WardiTV Monday. So we're talking a couple of months back, you know, like about 8 or 9 weeks ago. The last time. Those last 2 meetings did go in favor of Trigger. It's generally a Q favored matchup, 20-5 overall in the series since 2021. Their first ever matchup in the WardiTV Spring Championship 2021. How about that? Isn't that a little bit funky, huh? It's all come full circle. That's funny. They always seem to play each other in the spring events in WardiTV. They played each other in the 2023 Spring Fling. As well, like, and they don't have like a lot of WardiTV matchups on outside of like some weeklies and stuff. Funny that they seem to always play each other in the spring. I wonder if that's just the time of year where they're both playing these online tournaments. Alright, Siege Tank, Liberator, and Marines coming up here from Cure, the Robo Facility, Gateways, and the Blink coming through on the side of Trigger. So we get all of that underway. A couple of Marines are going to pop up, the Liberator on the way out as well. We continue to get this going for the moment. As a couple of adepts continue to come about. So we get that set up and get this underway. With the medevac flying across the map, it's going to come straight through in the next couple of moments. Put some pressure on here. As the adept will take a couple of hits, and we are going to be seeing the bunker going down as well. The probes are going to pull in as Trigger recognizes just how dangerous a position this is. We get rid of the tank, 7 workers going down, so that has been quite the commitment. But we're going to get the majority of these units, at least as Triggers, so he will chase these units away. The Liberator that was coming across has to stop as well. The Liberator will actually stop this from going any further right now, so that much at least is good as you see the blink. That's going to finish up in the next few moments here from Trigger, so you'll have that to his favor as well. SCVs are pulling. Kira is obviously just on one base, so the commitment here from Kira is heavy. You can obviously afford to pull probes in and lose a few as Trigger. As right now, we're going to continue to try and get another couple of these unit shots, and he needs to try and save units away from that Cyclone. The Liberator low. We do get the Cyclone, at least the tank sieging, but sieging your tank on your half of the map when you're on one base does not exactly bode well. Obviously, Blink's still not available just yet. It's not enough Stalkers to go fighting in. I think he's just testing to see if the tank's still siege, try and get a read on that. But the medevac has lifted up, and Kira is going to try and catch Trigger now a little bit more out of position here as we get this set up and ready to go. Oh, does intercept the Liberator. That's nice, but like I say, full medevac in the main base, instant recall, as he is just out of position completely. So that goes on to cooldown, and Kira's like, brilliant, because this completely repositions Trigger, and now you can once again get pushing with that main army and to try and take position at the front once more. Would have been really nice if he still had the second lib. Basically, any unit right now that would have added to the sieging and the positional value of this army would have been great. We do have Blink. We're going to go in. Oh, we hit an SCV first. That's silly because obviously you should absolutely be looking to finish off these siege tanks. Now that those tanks go down, there's not a lot else here. I mean, the Marines can unload from that medevac that's been lingering. So we're going to clean up everything else, and Trigger's just shutting this down. And what, the medevac's going to show up? It's a group of Marines. Marines alone are not going to win you this sort of a fight. Not when the Stalkers can still micro, not when you still got the Prism. We are going to try and do our very best, but I just don't think the power is there at all on the side of Kira, and it is not. Trigger's going to take the opening map against Kira as well, so there you go. Good defense from Trigger, identifying the one base and getting very comfortable on the first defense is the most important part of this. One base attacks fizzle really quickly if you cut them off right away, and just pulling the probes and giving up a few of those and just saying, cool, you know what, we can just shut this down before it gets anywhere. Absolutely spot on. I'm going to put you into a great position now as we get ready for game 2 of this best of 3 coming up with Trigger in the lead 1-0. A little bit of a surprise, as I don't think Q was expecting the breakout to happen so quickly at first. Was obviously the issue. Obviously the bunker never even got a chance to come online or anything, so a little bit of a brutal one as we'll head into game 2 in a second. Trigger playing well today. Well, this group's going to get really interesting if Trigger comes through, because I think it's fair to say, like I said, to me, Trigger can swing at these guys in this group, and sometimes he will hit, but more often he will miss. But today, he's playing great, and if he keeps this up and he gets through this group, it's going to become a scrap. QS Showtime Shin. Losing one of those guys in group stage 1 is a shocker, quite frankly. Like a real shocker, so I might get a little wild. As ready-ups are called, and we can go into game 2. When does Kyo one base? Kyo does sometimes come out with these builds which are quite innovative and kind of his own thing. I wouldn't say he does it like a lot. Like I say, to me, he really stands on like a pedestal of strength where it's like, hey, I stand here because I'm a good all-around player. He doesn't need to do the cheeky build. He doesn't need to. That is sometimes what keeps him, being so dangerous as well, is that your opponent just can't take Kyo for granted. You can't just presume he's going to triple CC, macro it up, I'm safe to do whatever for a while. It doesn't work like that at all. As in the top right-hand side, we will have ourselves the blue Terran player. This is going to be Team Liquid's Cure. He battles against the red Protoss in the bottom left, who has gotten himself the 1-0 lead in this best of 3. This is Trigger. Game 2 then in this series as we get this started up and we get this underway. Excited to see whether Trigger can keep up this momentum. You know what it is as well, in a round robin group, by taking maps, you oftentimes as well put your map score in a position where it's like, even if you end up losing, having that extra map here or there can just put you ahead in the tiebreakers before we even get to the point of tiebreakers, and so it creates a little bit more of a safety net just in case this day does turn around and go wrong. We've seen it happen many a time. People start off great, and then it goes wrong from there. We have some good news as well, by the way, guys. YoungYakov has sorted out his potential problem, so we will have no change to the schedule for the first 5 matches. It will be Cure versus YoungYakov to follow this series. We'll continue into more of those games after. I think it goes probably Cure, YoungYakov, and then Cure versus SHOWTIME, Cure versus SHIN, if I had to guess. I don't have the schedule up in front of me, but based on how I would usually schedule these, that should be the ordering that comes up for our first 5 series. Again, when we get into the second half, we'll probably stick roughly to the schedule still. The last 2 or 3 matches, sometimes we flip them around, just if it looks as though someone's already guaranteed out the group and the rest of the matches are more interesting. We just finish their match first, maybe, or vice versa. If someone's already looking to go out, we'll see if they go 0-3 or 0-4, or 1-3 or 0-4. And then we'll get into the matches which will maybe determine things. So the last 2 or 3 matches might flip a little bit, but yeah, for the next few matches, you know roughly what's going on. And yeah, I guess we're going to watch all the Terran games pretty early here, it would seem. Alright, orbital command coming through, the starport coming up. We got the Widow Mine on the way as well, so bringing that all in for the moment. Have our blink coming on in, the warp gate coming up as well, so we get that settled. The Rogue's facility, the gateway, the Stalker, and the Blink continue to come online at the moment. Obviously, Gear actually has an expansion in this game, which is a nice little bit of a better way to set up for. Takes a little bit of your takes a little bit of the scare and the pressure out of it. Just going to play much more standard this time around, as you already see. A couple of Widow Mines boosting across the map, so they're going to begin to move straight over. So they are coming straight across here. As we just have, again, the Prism and the Blink on the way too. So we're going to have how many gateways? 3 gateways to pressure with. We'll take an expansion behind a little bit of Blink pressure. See what the Widow Mine drop can do as it shows up. No units in the main base. These are going to get to unload, fire on at least 1 probe each. Have a good chance of getting out of here unless we have the Stalkers able to target fire the medevac down, which is exactly what happens. We're going to give up 1 Stalker. I don't hate it. A Stalker is a nice pickup for Widow Mine, but a minor probe pull, you get rid of the medevac and the Widow Mines just for 1 Stalker. What else went down? No, just the 1 Stalker. Yeah, I actually like it because the first Widow Mine shot just gets blinked away from. I actually kind of think that's okay, because you don't have to leave anything at home now. You know that Widow Mine drop has been dealt with, so you're just moving across the map. Not a care in the world. Well, apart from the fact that there's a siege tank and a group of Marines meeting you at the bridge. Maybe there should be more of a care in the world, but like in theory, this feels very good for you. So I still like it, as you know, going to be seeing the attempt to root these units. And obviously, with your trigger right now, you want to start trading here and making use of your upgrade, making use of that blink that's meant to give you some extreme efficiency. Just trying to do a little bit of that as a couple of those Marines go down. Probe's going down on the other side. The Liberator shows up. Trigger wasn't ready for that. We're taking a beating this game, as the Liberator going to unsiege and reposition a little back around the other side. Liberator sieging. The 8 probes have gone down so far, so we are going to have ourselves those already dropping off. The couple of Marines and the siege tank will come through. Also, we got some extra probes on the way from Trigger still. Rework is being built at a time, but he's in a position where he's taking a lot of damage early anyway, so definitely not the best of starts, to say the least, as these Stalkers will try and fight. Those Marines are going to come forward. The Stalkers continue to pull back. We have got the Immortal and other Stalkers around the left side going to jump in, and that's the first 2 siege tanks going down already. Stalkers continue to push up. Marines continue to drop. Now we're going to blink in and get another siege tank here. It's starting to become a little expensive. We left the sieged up tank alive. Okay, well, Trigger gets a lot of units, but it's still being expensive. Like I say, it's not like he's done this freely. His own units clearly in a bit of a struggling position right now. He lost a lot of those in the end. As the Immortal drops off, and we will have ourselves a couple of those Marines going to take hits from said Immortal. The few Marines coming around the right-hand side also. Again, Siege Tank, Stimpack, and +1 coming up into play. Immortal dropping off, and actually just trading with the Marines from afar. I mean, the longer that this goes on, the better it is for Trigger, right? The more you can get out of this situation, the happier you're going to end up being. Don't lose the... well, we're going to lose the Prism, but don't lose the Immortal inside of the Prism at least, right? So, at least try and handle that with some effectiveness. And the last thing you want to do right here is to put yourself in a troubling spot. Stimpack, Combat Shield, and +1 coming through. The extra Marines and the Siege Tank coming up as well. We have got the few Marines are going to be there. A couple of Stalkers take some damage. And +1 and our charge still on the way in. As again, a few more Zealots coming up as well. Just for the moment. With that charge online, you're going to have a lot more room in your life for some Zealots, so it makes a lot of sense. Stalkers both firing. A couple of those Marines are going to get nibbled at too. The Marine tank just pulling back over that right side. That orbital is going to end up floating forward. But the Stalkers just blink back a little bit. And yeah. I like what Trigger's been able to get from this. This was a pretty rough start for him. He did a lot on the counterattack, but it cost him a lot of army. But he still managed to find little ways to kind of keep presence on the map and to keep his opponent kind of pinned back here. So I do think there's been a lot of value to that, as a couple of Zealots will charge through. The SCVs are going to pull back across. The Marines chase to get underneath the Prism as well, trying to get there as best as they can, trying to make something of this. Going to be seen as Zealots charging forward. The couple Stalkers coming through as well. The Siege Tank is going to go down as well. I'm just going to see those few SCVs. Also taking some shots. A couple more SCVs dropping. 11 workers fall. That's a few more Zealots just going to be charging straight through. +21 SCVs is obviously a pretty serious number here as the +2 attack starts up. The 9 extra Zealots come in. The Robo-Bay continues through. The Bio just going to get there, clearing up a Zealot as well. And we do see our Prism coming back around to the right side for a few moments. The Prism is going to get shot down by the missile turret. On charging forward, a little bit of Marine Marauder getting pushed back. The Zealot Stalker's going to come pulling back the other direction. The Zealot's still in this mineral line, and Trigger definitely doing what he can to deal damage. My problem still sits with just the fact that for as much damage as he's trying to deal, is it enough at the end of the day? Like, is it truly turned into what he needs? He is up to about 9 workers now. His army supply to me is still lacking, but maybe there is some benefit there that we can still get at some stage. The Mine Burrows up once again. Fire gets over. A couple of Zealots will fall. Look straight into this mineral line. A couple more of the Zealots continue to drop. Fire units coming over. I mean, if Trigger can keep this aggression into the opponent's mineral line as consistently as he has been so far, brilliant, right? If you can do that for yourself, there's so much value to still be had here. So much benefit to be found. As the Bio steps up one more time for the moment. Trigger doesn't look as though he's going to have enough. The Colossus is the one good thing that's not really got the support. We try to dive on it, but that doesn't work. That's the sort of move that can cost you big time. 4th base does fall, as the Bio will get rid of a couple more Zealots. New Colossus! I'm worried that it just doesn't have any Zealots here to really stop these Marauders chasing it. Looks as though Q's going to be happy just to trade with a couple of the Stalkers out at the front to begin with, at the very least. Zealots on the other side. Got rid of a lot of SCVs. Again, Trigger's definitely been putting his own fair share of the pressure underway throughout this, to say the least. He's definitely been able to do very well for himself so far. As the bio pulls back once again. Okay, settled down. And yeah, a little bit of Marine Marauder still coming through. We add on an Armory as well. But I just really feel as though this game is going to go the way of Q. I mean, the supplies are just heavily in his favor. He's starting to have a little bit of a better defense against these Zealots as well. And 3 bases to 3 bases. He just has a better setup with, again, way more army already up in place. So that does really do a lot for you. Has Marine Marauder Viking, plus a couple Widow Mines coming out as we speak. Continue to bring that into play as well. Just coming straight through. A couple of those probes going to get jumped on. Widow Mine shot is going to land onto the Zealots. As they're dropping the main base, already getting through there. This base is... Do we call 2 Zealots, 2 sentries, and a Stalker a defense? I would say it's completely unprotected. And Trigger has to say GG, as Kira's going to bring us back to go to our first game 3 of the day. And our second series, we're already going to get to see that game 3, which is... yeah, very nice to see. Trigger just... really was put on a lot of pressure, but don't forget, like, he really came off of a bad start. So everything he did was really off of, like, oh, I'm in a really bad spot. I'm playing catch-up. And unfortunately, the catch-up was just never quite enough, as we're going to get to see Persephone for the 3rd map. This one really does seem to be getting more and more play and more love, amazingly. Alright, we'll invite everyone in. Take a second and kick this straight through to our 3rd game. Like I say, impressed by Trigger, though. If he could do that without being heavily behind in the early stages, we are talking. You know, we are really chatting then. We are going to have some good StarCraft. Just needs to not take all of that damage in those super early stages, because that was a little bit disastrous, to say the least. Definitely was quite problematic. Ready, GG's, go-go's getting called. Double check we got everybody. Looks good. Let's go into Trigger versus Q game 3. And like I say, following this, we will have the following matches. Q versus YoungYakov, then Q SHOWTIME, then Q SHIN. So actually just getting through all those Q matches initially. And then we'll have SHIN versus YoungYakov. And then we might mix the matches up a little bit. We might do another couple. We might bring the YoungYakov matches forward a little. It's going to be a lot of ZVP at the end of the day. I didn't realize not doing all of the Q matches right now. We're going to go and break our diversity for the day up a little bit, but that's okay. No issues there. Still get to enjoy the games, as we have a 3rd map upon us here in the bottom left-hand side. The blue Terran player is Q, and his opponent in the upper left-hand corner is going to be Trigger. The Trigger versus Q, best of 3. Game 3, we do get to go the distance, as mentioned. I like it, I love it. Very excited to see how we go about this one as we zoom in, we zoom out. And SCV in the depot coming through. We add on a gateway and a probe at the moment. Drop a barracks down as well. Trigger beat still in the big brain bouts. Trigger's been playing well lately. He really has, especially solo, though. That's wild because solo's also been playing extremely well lately. I think it's very fair to say. So, yeah, that is a little bit surprising for sure. Damn. There's a couple of refineries coming through. Barracks is coming up. So we need to bring that on into play initially. Get this started for a few moments. Pro just continues to step over for a moment then. Take a second here. So do you have A little bit of motion coming around. Just going to see that probe still stepping through too. Yeah, Cybercore and the Nexus both on the way. Factory building from Cure, and definitely expect him to go back to, continuing to expand. It went much better for him than when he did not expand previously, so kind of sitting there for the moment. Wondering where we're going to get to. We'll all just ping through the pylon. So again, a little bit being done. The Stalker going to step across. Ripper will take another shot or so for a few moments here. While the Council continues to build on in. And Reaper setting up, moving around. Just going to have ourselves a couple of shots continuing in for the moment. So again, we get all of that on the way here. Going to be seeing the Adept continue to move about for now. Settling nicely. For this moment in time. Need to come across the other way. Again, the warp gate, the blink continue to come through. They need to get this settled here. Going to be having our couple of Marines continue to come about as well, so still just having a little bit of work being done for a few moments. And that Raven coming through, got the Blink and the Immortal coming up as well, so we continue to bring that out right now. Marines is going to get into this main base. We do see a few of these workers already beginning to drop, so some damage being done, some work coming in. Just to begin with, a couple of Stalkers will settle here as well. It's going to be having ourselves the medevac able to get chased away, so that medevac getting pushed the other direction for a few moments already. Going to be a pretty big factor. And lots of probes taking damage early, so not exactly ended up in a great position for Trigger. Got to try and recover from this damage being dealt in these early stages. Definitely leaves you in a bit of an awkward spot. So we're seeing the medevac gathering. Rax and company coming through. And the Robo Bay coming up as well. Early on here is the +1, Stimpak, Combat Shield, all coming over. We get that settled. And again, the charge coming up. Add a Colossus into play as well. Lost in the charge, very much so on the way through. We just have ourselves the Water Mine, a couple of SCVs coming over as we speak. Colossus Chrono boosting out on the Robo facility. On the bottom side, it is going to be Q already lifting up into some medevacs and making his way out, or at least he was thinking of it. Just going to be having the Stalkers here that he's going to have to push away again, so just going to start to go for that. A little bit of bio still stepping forward. The Stalker's going to get chased for a few moments too. Continue to go back across the other side. I'm going to come across again, just going to push straight forward here as we get settled. It's going to be seeing the Stalker Zeld and the rest of this moving back. And a little bit of Marine Force stepping forward as well. So it's going to come straight through. The couple tanks going to get sieged up. A couple of Widow Mines will burrow up as well. We're going to recall away a bunch of army back home. So Trigger was out on the map trying to be aggressive. Is that stage in the game where Pro players lately have been finding their opportunities in terms of, hey, look, I can step out on the map. Hey, look, I can, you know, really be aggressive with these first Colossus, and you don't immediately have an answer for that? Well, in this case, Kua does. He's just out, and he's in position, and he's got the tanks in position as well, which makes this a very challenging scenario, and a very expensive scenario as well, because you end up losing a whole bunch of stuff right there. So really not ideal. As Trigger has to recall, already still loses the base though, right? So I mean, again, it's kind of painful through and through, because you lose the base on top of everything else, and yeah, it does feel as though this is turning into a very rough scenario as Kua fighting back in this best of 3 from that 1-0 deficit after that first game. That one base all in just really was not it for him, but yeah, has definitely been able to start flipping talking point just a little bit in the last few moments. You're going to see the Colossus are going to step across. They're going to come straight through here. And they're just going to start fighting. The Stalker's going to be nearby as well. They're going to try and hit. A little bit of something done as we have ourselves the Colossus and company gathering together. Gathering up. We see those couple of Medivac's getting shot at as well. So Kira is, you know, taking some losses here, at least at the very end. All those probes continue to fall. Let's just see the army coming back over to this side, stepping back through. And the Colossus gather up. It's going to be some the Raven going to get shot down as well. Yeah, to be fair, Trigger actually has a very good cleanup, all things considered. Kua maybe go a little bit too hard. He pulled the trigger on Trigger, and maybe he shouldn't have done. Bio, I'm going to say it straightforward. The pylons in trouble as well. Nexus is going to continue to take damage. Another Widow Mine shot lining up. We're just going to lose this base of all the turning around that Trigger was maybe doing. You're still losing out on the base. You're still missing out on this a little bit more so than you would wish to. And so here Q is sitting now 50 supply ahead again. It's just not been enough from Trigger despite the bit of a bounce back. Being knocked down to 2 bases once more. Q, I'm sure, is about to rally across and put more pressure on as we try to get at 3 bases once again. As our command center for the 4th base will also settle up into action shortly. We get that CC building now, so that is on its way through here. Fire will come across. A couple of Zelds will fall. The Stalkers, the Sentries, taking some damage. We got the couple of Colossus going down. As we are going to be seeing just the cleanup. So the final fight comes through. There we go. There we have it. As that will be that. GG's. It is going to be Kua to take the 2-1 victory in this best of 3. Congrats to Kua, who gets his WardiTV Spring Championship Group Stage 1 group off to a killer start. Alright, we're going to hop on over to NA. Get this next matchup a roll in here as well in just a few moments, so we'll get that started in a couple. Get this ready to go. It's going to be Kua versus YoungYakov, and we get to stick on NA for a couple of series back to back, so we love that as well. Alright. let's kick this one off as we have Kira and Yakov gonna get ready to go. Pop the ads up. Help the support channel. Can't talk. Help support the channel. I appreciate you guys tuning in as we will have our first video starting this YoungYakov series. Get set to go. This actually works out kind of nice to say. YoungYakov, SHOWTIME, SHIN. We'll definitely do SHIN-Yakov after that. And if Yakov's O2, we might just do the Yakov CVPs first. Just to maybe, like I say, keep some of the SHIN matches for later, because that could come down to being just more decisive as well, just based on expectations. Of course, if there's a bit of an upset somewhere along the way, we might change that idea again, but again, the last few matches will be a bit more mix and match to try and build some additional excitement in the group for all of the games. Is Hero Marine out? Yes, unfortunately, Hero Marine fell in the group yesterday. 4th place for him. And he will not advance. So far, advancing out of Group Stage 1, we've had Classic, Mana, and Dark in Group A, Zaun, Rogue, and Creator from Group B. That's 4 Protoss and 2 Zergs. The Terrans, what's happening? I think he will be a Terran to advance today. It's a good start against Trigger for him for sure. Got a Terran Bunny tomorrow's group as well. I think it's going to be a lot of fun to watch him. I expect him. He is going to be a bit of a favorite as well. Frost, Line, Sandworm, Ultra Love, Killer's Mile. I feel like I missed a video from Yakov, but can't really do much about that right now. So on we will just go. Playlines, Persephone, and no third map given just yet. Amygdala. There we go. Alright, lobby is up, guys, so we are moving from game to game nice and quickly. Players are being nice and swift to veto, which is always nice and useful for us. Makes our day a lot easier. As, yeah, obviously, it's a lot of matches to get through. You know, 10 best of 3s is great, gives us a lot of content. No need to hang around and make it longer than it needs to be, though, right? At the end of the day, so... we've got 8 casters in here, which is the correct amount. If our players are ready, they are not, because Q has asked for a couple of minutes. So we'll take a second or two, and then we can get going again. So, a couple minutes from Q, and we should be able to get into this TVZ, guys. So, a couple of moments, get this started up. Should be able to rumble. Love it. Bum, bum, bum. Q says, sorry, that's okay, mate. You're allowed to take a moment. No worries. Skill goes and ready to get called. Let's kick off into Q versus YoungYakov on ley lines as we get into this next best of 3. So let's get this started up. We'll get this underway. Get ready to kick this off. Ley lines coming through as we're going to have ourselves... like I say, this next series. 3rd match of the day. It's been really nice. I don't know about you guys. It's been really nice here in the UK the last couple of days. It's been actually really pretty. Sunny, warm. Taking Ellie out. I'm not freezing cold. It's kind of weird, to be honest. been nice lately. So keep grinding out the games. I might still get some sunshine in my day as well, you know. Would you believe it? All right. In the bottom side, as we get up and running it is going to be our blue Terran player, Cure. And he will be taking on a red Zerg. In the upper right corner of the map, we have YoungYakov. Had your last snowstorm last week. Spring's finally here in Canada. Hell yeah. It's just been nice and just not cold. It's not even been like super warm, it's just not cold, right? And that alone is like a good enough, that's good enough for me, you know? Wardy, if we wanted to make a one-time donation, but wanted to do it in a way that you get the most money, which way would be the best way to support the channel? Probably just the donation link that's on Twitch. I can get it for you if you would like, in case you are interested. But just the straight-up donation link is pretty much the most consistent way. Super chatting on YouTube might honestly be reasonable as well. I actually don't know what split YouTube take of super chats, but yeah, the direct donation is pretty minimal transaction fees and stuff. So I'll drop that in the YouTube chat if you're interested. If you do so feel inclined. As a few Zerglings are going to step across, so they're going to try and run in close control, but the Reaper kept at home, ready to help deal with these incoming Lings. So it's going to be a slight delay on the command center, but not by much. I honestly feel as though we're delaying it more than we need to, although I guess the Lings are still chasing. I guess now we can turn it back onto this as the Reaper will chase down each and every Ling, so YoungYakov will have no success with those initial Zerglings. They have to turn away, they have to pull back. The Overlord's still overhead nearby, and as that sets up, we will see the factory finishing. That's going to go and swap on over to the reactor as well. We'll see a starport starting up as well from QS, so the starport on the way, command center finishing. Our two Hellions are in production from Kira as well, so bringing those straight up, and the orbital command is going to get brought straight into the light on the natural. Now, Lings have Ling speed, and they're going to show up again, but it's still a raised depot. There's only one SCV down on that low ground, so that is going to be a very lackluster run by. I actually like the idea of the run by, but the defense is just in place from Kira. He has the units in the right places. The depot is raised as mentioned. Not too many units on the low ground. We are getting a couple of drone kills from this Reaper as well. 4 Lings initially, and now 2 drones to make it a 6-kill Reaper. You don't see 6-kill Reapers all that often. Reapers don't usually get that much damage done unless it's like multi-racks Reaper. A single Reaper is rarely so successful, but he's going to get 7, and I guess he wouldn't have had 8 even if he targeted the lower HP Ling, because he only got 1 more shot off at that point. The Zerglings will collect back together. Reaper down, but of course Hellions on the map, so you're fairly safe anyway. You've had a full scout of the main base too, so it's not like Kyo has anything to be concerned about or worried about. Like, he really is just full of information. He knows what is up, and so the Reaper did its job, you know, twice over really, for just how much information he gathered, plus defending, plus dealing a couple of drones of damage. This Ling gets a good scout, actually sees the starport on Tech Lab researching, so that's a pretty good indicator that we are going to be moving in towards a Cloak Banshee. So that is a read that you can make as Yakov and prepare a little bit more defense. As uh-oh, no, you can't let these Hellions in. A few Zerglings going to try and zone. We only have a couple of Queens on the front, which is a big problem as we have the Hellions continue to move forward. Even right now, it doesn't even feel that bad. They've kind of stopped on the ramp, but we are not far from getting into a mineral line and really doing a lot more. Because the problem is, if there's no Lings here, there's no fast way to keep up with these Hellions. So Kua breaks in. 9 drones so far. We're going to get a few more Zerglings at the end. Hellions go down. I actually feel like this could have been even worse, but it was 9 drones, and it was Lings to go along with it, and some lost mining time. The biggest downside of losing those Hellions is you do give Zergling map control back to Yakov now. Like, Lings can move on the map much more freely. I'm not sure how much he'll be able to do with that, but there is a negative to trading away the Hellions. As the Banshee steps across the Viking. Going up from the top, moving down. Marine's just going to be there to push the Zergling back into the center. there building. Queen on the way. We get a couple of additional creep tumors in production, add an extractor on as well. The starport will swap over to the side, and the Banshee's still moving back to the middle of the map. The Zerglings are picking their way through a set of rocks as the Viking will get to work on this Overlord. Overlord taking a few more shots here. It will go down as Yakov gets supply blocked. So 5 Overlords in production will completely free you from that supply block. Let's see how well the... Yeah, let's see how well these Banshees do as they just step forward. The couple of drones going down. Bane speed will continue to produce through, so we get that Bane speed coming up. A couple of Banshees still very much so dealing some damage as a couple more of those drones are dropping. 5 workers dead so far. And the Marines and the tank joining back up together again. The Banshee's going to come through one more time here. We get a couple more drones. 3, 4 more workers. Again, the 1-1 upgrades are still coming up as well, so we continue to bring that damage output into the favor of Cure. He's just getting into a better and better position here, so... This feels pretty rough. Obviously, so much damage taken in the early stages from Yakov now on the drone count. Fair to say that the commitment to the early Zerglings did not really pay off as well as it needed to. Plus, you lost that Hellion, damage to those Hellions. Leads you to this point now where you are struggling for army supply against a Terran that's sieged up toward your 4th base. You're playing lane Bane, so there's not really a lot of room for error, unfortunately, in this style of play either. As we're going to try and dive forward now. One of the tanks not sieged at least, but we're running in off creep. The Banelings are struggling to reach any kind of Marine numbers. Roll the last of the Banelings into the siege tank there, which is hardly ideal either. Queens are going to try to get rid of the tank, and they probably will get rid of it, but this is a defense that comes at a heavy cost, because 1-1 upgrades have made this a fantastic trade from Kira as well. He will evacuate with a bunch of Marines and Medivacs as well. Banelings will gather back up. The Banelings coming around as well. Getting back over for a few moments. Still got melee upgrades coming through. The 2-2 upgrades on the way up from Kira also, as our Marines sit over on the left-hand side. And the tank going to take the same position as it had before, more or less. Kira still likes this spot and, again, continues to trade with better upgrades, likely going to do very well for himself. Nice target fire with that siege tank. It goes right onto a group of those Banelings. That's actually a really good connection. We like that. The Marines step a little further forward here as well, so a couple more of those drones end up in some trouble. Turn our attention to that hatchery, and the Queens continue to step across. The Medivacs have to pull back for a moment too. Just seeing the tank still firing, getting rid of extra Banelings. Marines still having to pull back as well as we unload a few units down to the low ground. The siege tank falls. Marines will continue to flare up. A couple of extra Lings going down also here. We still have the 2-2 upgrades building from Yakov. So +2 melee, +2 carapace, all building up. We had a Groove Spines on into that as well. A couple of these Banelings will go down to those Marines. And we step forward once again as we just have the Lings trying to run forward again. The Hydras are going to follow. Marines do take that hatchery out, and the Broodlings down as well. It's not really much of a... The problem is for YoungYakov is that you don't have the numbers to survive, and you need the numbers to survive and probably also counterattack and start dealing damage yourself, right? Can you take a good fight on creep? Yeah, sure. And this was a good fight for how much he had. It's just not a good fight for the fact that he doesn't have anywhere near enough overall. And that's going to be GG. Kure is going to find himself the 1-0 lead in this best-of-3 series. So Kure gets the 1-0 advantage and will be able to take the edge in this series. We do have Yakov, right? I mean, there are underdogs in this tournament, and Yakov, for me, is 100% one of those. Always a fun player that has a fun play style that can definitely challenge. But someone like Kure, like I say, to me, Kure is one of the more difficult players out there to upset because he plays such a solid style of play. you know, he doesn't rely on like little things. Like, he just plays gosh darn standard. And when that's the case, it's so difficult to find ways to beat him. Q is like a really good litmus test of like how good somebody is. If you can beat Q, you are very, very high up there in StarCraft 2, just mechanically sound, able to play a good standard game. Because that is how you beat Q. You pretty much have to take him to his own strengths, because his own strengths don't really leave him to kind of be taken to, you know, down in any other manner. So, yeah. Unfortunately for Yakov, I think just trying to get a little funky early with the pull first and so on, but like I say, the extra lings didn't really do much. Q's units were in the right position, the depots were raised when they needed to be raised. There was a lot of benefits and bonuses in that regard as time passed by. As we'll be heading to Persephone in a moment or two for a game 2, sorry. As we have in the top left-hand side, the Zerg, who will unfortunately be down a map. Let's see if he can bounce back a little. It's going to be YoungYakov. Again, even a map win can be huge, even if a series is a daunting aspect. Map wins and maybe a way to kind of grab, you know, a win somewhere else. Maybe you break a tiebreak and maybe you get 4th place instead of 5th in the group. I know this is early, it's just YoungYakov's first matchup, but again, he's the underdog. What I'm trying to say is every matchup counts, because like I say, there's a prize money jump from 5th place to 4th place in the group, even if those players don't advance to group stage 2. Every series really can essentially be worth money, so... Here in the bottom left, again, definitely turning it around against Trigger. A win here against Yakov already puts him in a very solid spot in the group. You'd be 2-0. And then you've got, obviously, some of the tough opponents still to play. Showtime and SHIN. Going to make for a very interesting... conclusion of the day for Q. Looking forward to those matches. I think those should be quite a lot of fun. SCV producing through from Q. It's just going to get that underway. The Overlord of Yakov heading down to the south still as well, so we move that across down to the bottom for a few moments. Let's take a moment, guys, as we are early and waiting for the ZVT to develop. To just mention, of course, if you're enjoying the WardiTV Spring Championship across this weekend and throughout the rest of the time we've had this event on, or just the stream in general, again, we do have to do the sellout section and tell you guys to consider supporting. If you do enjoy the stream, support via Prime, subs, etc. And also the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. All of it allows us to keep on running SC2 tournaments for you guys. We can't fund these without your help, so you consider to check out those options to support. And again, I appreciate we say this a lot nowadays, but we just don't really have a choice. I have to just keep on pointing out that the support is good. Oh, Queen going to be there to poke the Reaper around, so the Reaper gets pushed down a little. The Zergling Speed is coming online, the command center and the barracks are coming through, and an orbital command on as well. It's going to see a couple of those Zerglings continue to nibble through the low ground rocks, so some work being done. This Reaper will come across and we will head down to the bottom. So Kyo just going to pull back for the moment, get back to those Hellions. Obviously a lot more standard this game from YoungYakov. Not going to try the couple of Lings here and there like he had last game already. So this does take a little bit more of a regular step. As we have the Queens and the Zerglings and the drones continue to build on through. Do some patrolling and... Let's take a few moments again to see where we want to take things. I mean, Kyo's obviously got a third CC. He's not looking to really do much until he hits his stim pack. He's going to have like a 2-1-1-esque kind of build, right? A couple of medevacs, good group of Marines will be out at that point. Has a good economy behind it as well because he's got the third command center, so all of that really works in his favor. Once again, that Baneling Nest will be finishing in just a few moments' time. A few more drones and the Queen coming up as well. Drones, hatch and extractors. Yakov showing us a little bit of his tech that starts to come online right now, so we begin a little bit of preparation there, as we do have the 2 medevacs and Marines heading up to the top side, so got ourselves, what, 14 Marines that can pop out of these medevacs and try and make something happen. As we go diving in toward this main base, the Lings will unload, the Marines will just gather, and going to unload on the low ground. Queens are going to be here. We actually get a few more Marines out than I initially thought we might. So they do get to pop as a couple of medevacs move around as well. Those Marines and medevacs continue to move up. Finally got to unload, like I say, and initially felt as though YoungYakov was doing a pretty good job defensively here. Let's like continue through. Tangled Siege, the few Marines step forward again. 1-1 upgrades in the combat shield. All halfway done too. Secure's not exactly super close to the next set of bio upgrades. This time, YoungYakov is going to be able to get to the melee upgrades and the baneling speed and have a little bit of a better shot of really fighting against this Omni-Q. Counterattack right now on the other side of the map. Lings are going to dive into this mineral line. 3-4 SCVs going down immediately, so damage being done right away. That's nice. He gets in, he does some damage, he gets out, and now you'll use these Lings to... well, he absorbs a bit of damage from one side, but then it wasn't quite joined up. If he went with everything at the same time, this could have been a lot better as the Marines get back onto this hatchery. And we will get rid of this hatchery, so this base goes down. Again, just a little bit of a sloppy moment there from Yakov, unfortunately, as the Marines continue to fight. A couple of Broodlings going down, the Queens, the Lings, and the Banes will try and chase those Marines back one more time. To attack, +1 vehicle weapons. Q continues with the upgrade path, which is going to keep making things difficult basically for YoungYakov. Only got the 5 barracks. Hasn't really needed more though to succeed in the pressure so far. As the Marines will unload on the high ground. Still got the +2 carapace and the muscle augments all coming through. Right side, we're going to catch all of these drones as well, so it's going to be another nice grab. This is just going worse and worse and worse for Yakov. There's not really been anything that really goes his way, as for a moment thinking maybe Q miss micros against these Banes. The Banes do more than they maybe should have been allowed to. He tried to target fire them, he didn't really get them all. He does get pushed away here, loses a full medevac. A moment or two of success for Yakov, finally gets a little bit of a win. Boy, did he really need it. And yeah, he really did need it as well. He's actually going to continue to chase those medevacs down. So yeah, Yakov catching a little bit of a break for himself. As the Hydras will put some catches too. Another couple of those medevacs going to get jumped on here. True top right taking some damage. The Hydras will get through. The couple of tanks will get jumped on as well. I mean, Yakov is, like I say, he's starting to clean up, but it's still not super efficient. Again, you've taken a lot of damage already at this point. You've ended up in some rough spots. Marines continue forward for a couple more of these group tumors. Drone's still going down. The Banelings are going to try and roll in toward these Marines. Marines load back into the medevacs and pull away there, as it does really feel as though Kira is stepping closer and closer to victory in Game 2 of this series. Like I say, Yakov starting to put up a bit of a better defense, and again, we're losing medevacs. I mean, the more medevacs we lose, the more problematic this is, right? Because you lose medevacs. We could hit this medevac now and remove high ground vision, no? I feel like that doesn't need to be as bad of a trade as it was. But yeah, TLDR, Yakov was starting to take some better fights, take some better trades. It was all just a little bit too late to really matter in the end. GG called, and that is going to be Kira taking a win. And Kira will move on forward to play against Showtime now. So Kira Showtime coming up in a few moments. We'll get that ready to go. Perfect. Set that out. Awesome. Alright guys, let's just throw us into a couple of ads here as well. Again, the ads do a lot to support the stream. They really do. They go a long way to us being able to keep on running these tournaments. They do add a lot of the prize money back to the tournaments as well, so appreciate it. I feel like Yakov not being a huge, despite not being a huge name, is always close. Yeah, there's a reason he makes it into these tournaments. There's a reason he gets invites. He plays in the qualifiers. He makes it far. He's just at that level that's just not quite there, right? Unfortunately. Crossline, Eldorado, Sandworm coming through as vetoes already, so a couple of those going down. Again, obviously, take a couple moments to get those vetoes done. Should be able to resume. Alright guys, about halfway there with videos and maps. Should be able to be going in about a minute or two, guys. Like I said, just a little bit of patience. Coming out of one match, give the players a moment or two. So there's no need to rush the videos out of them. We can give them a few seconds here and there. Crossline, Eldorado, Sandworm, Whispers of Gold, Amygdala vetoed. I'm currently looking at like an Ultra Love, Persephone, Leylines, and Killer's Mile map pool. Be interesting to see Killer's Mile. Not seen that one today. Boom, vetoed. So Leylines, Persephone, and Ultra Love. First map pick will be that of Cures, so we'll get him picked in a second. Ultra Love first. Some second ley lines, third map Persephone. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven casters. We're missing number 8. There we go. Found who it was immediately. GG and GoGo says Cure. Obviously, Showtime is at a loss right now. He's 0-1, while Cure is 2-0. Showtime, this would be an important match to come out and get a win on, right? If Showtime wins this, 1-1 would be huge. You slow Cure down. You put yourself right back into this group. So there's definitely a lot to be said about that. Players are ready. Let's count down and see if Showtime can get it done against Cure. Again, I will always think back to Showtime beating Cure in the TLMC finals, the tournament we ran a long time ago now, but that was, to me, always a very iconic one, whereas like Showtime definitely was always capable of winning those events, but never quite came through. In WardiTV events, recently, this year, Showtime is 0-2 against Cure, but he did win against Cure once this year, so they're 1-2 in total in match score, and yeah, I mean, Showtime seems to be trading basically back and forth series with Cure as of late, so we'll see if that continues. It would be Showtime's turn to win if they continue to go back and forth, if they want to keep that coming. As in the bottom left-hand side, the blue Protoss player is going to be Showtime. Taking on, in the top right-hand side, the red Terran from Team Liquid, we are going to have Cure. Tracks coming down here in that top right hand side. Showtime bottom left, dropping the gateway. We do have a pro scout coming onto the map as well. Fair to say that nothing too crazy or so is happening early on. Everything is looking as kind of as expectable as it should be at this sort of stage. As we just have that probe nibbling up onto the depot. Which the SCV diligently places some more HP onto. Just trying to get all of that together as the SCV continue to build that through. Probe still patrolling as well. Continue to bring that online. As yeah, that Reaper is going to be done in a couple of moments. Factory coming up. We can get that underway. We'll just go pinging at the pylon. The Adept will come down, shading after said Reaper for a few moments. And the second Reaper just going to get across. We are going to be seeing our Twilight Council coming through here from Pure as well, so just get that set up. The gateway coming about, bringing that through. Obviously, Twilight Council gives us an idea of what tech we're going to be heading into right now. If it comes back over, Stalker going to hit that Reaper for a few moments already. Gathering back up together. Blink and the Warp Gate coming through as well. continue to get that on the go for now. As the robot facility and a couple extra gates continue to come online as well. Students will just be chilling out the center. Tank, Marines, the medevac continue to join together right now. Again, our blink coming online here from Showtime. A couple of extra stalkers coming through. We had on the gateway, we had on the robot facility. All of that coming up. There's a couple extra probes coming about as well. Battery continues in. And the medevac just heading down to the bottom side of the map for the next few moments as well. Love does have some of these annoying tank positions as he reaches the mineral line from over there, which is very frustrating. As Blink finishes, we need to kind of figure out a way to deal with this. Because right now, obviously, you do not really want to be losing too many probes. They're going to take the Hellion across as well, put some extra pressure on. Just as the Stalkers were thinking about trying to get in position to deal with the tank, now we've got to chase the Hellion. 4 workers already going down. We used the Blink to get the Hellion before more probes go down as well. This gives me the time as the siege tank to potentially get this gateway. I mean, Showtime's just going to go right now. He'd rather take some shots on the Stalkers than lose the gateway, because the gateway is necessary here. Gets the medevac, gets the tank, the Marines going down as a follow-up. This is a pretty okay cleanup for Showtime. He doesn't lose much. 2 Stalkers, resources lost should favor Showtime as well, because he got absolutely every single unit there. Made sure to get the medevac, so it just didn't like boost away while you're focusing the tank. Not sure if that was realistically going to happen, but he seemed to think it was, and it did work out. So it's going to come through depot, taking damage. A couple of adepts are going to shade forward. Stalkers will poke. Starport taking damage right here. Again, charging +1 coming through. We have the +1 in the stim pack coming up as well. As a couple more probes going down. 3 workers being killed. A couple Stalkers will hit the Banshee. Banshee taking quite a few shots. 3 workers only. It's not bad though, considering this is a Banshee without cloak. It's very minimal investment, and it's keeping a few Stalkers pinned back as well. So it's definitely getting a lot of value. And moves over to the natural here, where Showtime's not in position. He just has no vision on this Banshee, so how are you meant to, get ahead of it? And sim combat and +1 coming through here will be unlikely to do much else apart from mild harassment of the Banshee until those upgrades. Once those upgrades are done, when we will have ourselves the once we'll have those upgrades done, we'll have ourselves a Terran army that can get onto the map a little more. By then, Showtime is easily going to have charge ready, even +1 of his own. So we'll see if his Zealot Stalker force will start a match up to the Bio army that, like I say, should be looking to establish itself onto and across the map in the near future. Poke the Marines back the other way. The couple medevacs gather back together. Adept still joining through as the Banshee comes about as well. Immortal about to finish. The robot base still coming online. The +1 attack upgrade, concussive shells all being brought into play. The CC going to go and land down onto the 3rd base as well, as a couple of these Marines start to get shot down. So a couple of Marines going down immediately. And again, we will drop that 3rd base into position in the next few moments. Alright, we'll step through. The Stalkers gather up. Big push from Q. I mean, we're always going to check to see if we can, obviously deal with these sort of attacks. We've got a couple of Immortals. I imagine they're going to have a big role to play. We get one more round of Zealots here before we have to commit to this fight. Going to pop Guardian Shields. Oh, Zealots from the flank. Coming in from that other side. So that Siege Tank going to get caught up. The Immortals get rid of the tanks immediately, and the Zealots coming in from 2 angles really makes it so you've got tankiness pretty much everywhere. Force fields come in. Oh, the last bit of bio here is going to pack a punch. There's quite a few units left, and the Zealots kind of melted. Showtime was kind of just moving forward for a couple of moments, unfortunately, and that little bit of a move command moment actually kind of, again, meant he took a lot of damage without really doing much himself for a little bit. Team Vex continue down to the south. They're going to unload onto that 6 o'clock. Silence, Colossus, Sentry, +2 and extend thermal lance coming through. The bio will unload and get the Stalker. Now going in after the probes. We'll get ourselves a pylon, a couple of widow mines coming back over. The Stalker taking damage again. You can see that bio continue to go flanking. A couple of Zealots getting shot down. Zealots from the bottom side coming through as well. Still getting our Stalkers coming over here at the same time. +2 attack, extended thermal lance coming over. The Colossus in production. We are going to see a Sentry goes down immediately. The +1 armor finishing on that engineering bay. And again, the engineering bay and armory still coming up. Another widow mine goes off. We are going to be seeing this Medivacs loading back up and heading back towards the upper side. A couple of the Medivacs on the bottom gathered as well. Again, Colossus, extended thermal lance all coming through. We get ourselves a battery on the way, the cannon coming online, a few more probes in production. The army of Cure continues its way over to the left side as the army of Showtime gathers up as well. Still got ourselves Vikings, Marines, and Marauders continuing to come through as a bio will chase. A couple of Widow Mines already going down. The Zealots are charging in once again. Widow Mine blasts through for a probe. Again, the additional Zealots continue to warp in here. Extended thermal lance finishing. Stalkers blinking into the main. Looking for one Medivac. Another few units continue to go down currently. We're just going to see the rest of these Zealots getting warped in on top of everything else. Going to have those few Marines continue to take damage too. Stalkers will get rid of a Marauder here as Cure forces a recall back on the other side. Showtime, tail end of this is important, right? Potential to get rid of a couple more units. Those Medivacs do escape, and they will continue to be a threat, as the main thing I'm looking at now coming out of this is 78 SCVs, but only 56 probes in this game. That's a massive deficit for Showtime, and not a deficit you want to be in. You're not meant to be in that kind of a position in the slightest. 9 times out of 10. So that really is not ideal, to say the least. Showtime, his strength right now is with the army in this moment. And 2 Colossus against not enough Vikings have potential. We've seen it really do a lot lately. So let's see if maybe Showtime can still do something. And I appreciate the idea of going across the map and pushing a little bit, because I do think we need to find a little bit of something here, but 4 probes going down. These Medivacs we mentioned before are going to be potentially an issue if they can come back in. That blink forward is rough because you're going to let these Marauders do so much. Probably wanted to right-click the Marauders after the Medivac, because now, as you can see, that drop actually trades so effectively against those Stalkers. So effectively. Does so much for you there. As we still have the 2-2 upgrades and the +1 ship weapons coming online as well here from Cure. Continue to bring that through. Hallucination gets taken down. The Vikings, the Marines coming about also. Again, +3 attack coming up from Showtime. Our Nexus is on the way. The couple of pylons are coming over too. Plus the SCC. We're going to go and take position over to the right side in the next couple of moments. A few Vikings are going to try and lead the charge. The Stalkers get there, and Vikings are going to get pushed about as well. Colossus stepping forwards and doing their thing here, as we are just going to be seeing a couple of SCVs down for the moment. 2-2 still on the way up. That ship weapon upgrade coming online as well. Marine Marauder, Viking Medivac coming up here. Now we're going to be seeing the few Zealots trying to step forward as well. Colossus will fire. Some of the Marine Marauder taking damage as well. We just have ourselves this army of Showtime still pressuring, but there's a good amount of Vikings here. We blink forward. We need to get rid of Vikings if we're blinking forward. These Colossus must be protected. Yeah, great job so far. Good target fire. Getting rid of Medivacs too. Love what the Stalkers are getting done. 15 SCVs have fallen for Cure. Showtime putting himself into a much better fight than what we initially had for ourselves. Obviously, the base count is looking good for Showtime too. Being up on the 5 bases goes a long way for him in the future as well. Continues to micro the Colossus. Can we continue to target fire with the Stalkers? Yes, we can. Vikings keep going down. Man, it's crazy to me how good the target firing with Stalkers has gotten lately. I feel like the last month or so, I've seen Stalkers be so much better at just taking out Vikings. Pros are putting so much emphasis on these Colossus-based attacks. They're realizing, hey, if I get rid of the Vikings, I can keep these Colossus-based attacks going for so long. Disruptor shot up the ramp. Fires from a bit too far away. Kira reacting in time. That is going to be a save as we continue to micro the Colossus. He's done a great job of keeping those alive. We are running out of Stalkers a little bit, but it doesn't matter because Kira's just going to say GG, and what a turnaround, because it did feel like Showtime, like I said, kind of had to get across and do something. He was starting to trail. His economy was not in a good spot for a while there. Showtime does exactly what is needed. He turns it around, brings it back, and we go up 1-0. And Showtime is now absolutely looking to swing this group around. Like I say, he's 1-0 down in the group initially, losing a trigger. A win against Showtime does a lot for him as we'll head into ley lines for map 2 in the next couple of moments. Get that set up. Yeah, well played. As again, your advantage there as Showtime is the Colossus, and he really made use of the Colossus as well, right? Able to come across, put them into the fight. Kira is unable to take a fight which is inspiring enough to get through the Colossus micro, first of all, back into that prism, and also just the Vikings consistently getting taken down pretty much just non-stop. GG, go, go. And ready means that we are allowed to begin game number 2 of Showtime versus Kira. Thank you for tuning in today. You're watching the WardiTV Spring Championship. Also, we are going to have a bunch of SHIN games still coming up as well, but lots of StarCraft in general still coming through. As, yeah, got Kira Showtime, Kira versus SHIN. Those are the next couple of series coming up pretty much just back to back. Exciting stuff. Exciting stuff. In the top right-hand corner, we will start things off here with the red Protoss player who does turn that game around and is able to go up 1-0 in this best of 3. This is Showtime. Very well played. Again, had to find the fight he needed. And again, just being able to put those expansions down gives him a lot of opportunity there as well. As in the bottom left side, our blue Terran player from Team Liquid is going to be Kira. Why didn't Terrans build tanks against Stalker heavy armies? The problem is if you build tanks, you have less... The ability to afford tanks and Vikings is not easy. And the Zealots are a massive problem. If you go tanks, Zealots just shred. So you kind of need your factory to build Widow Mines against the Zealots, and you need your gas to go into Vikings against the Colossus. It's not like Showtime is taking this fight and he's just like poking forward with Colossus like at the edge of range, and then the tanks would zone him out. Like, he is committing into these fights with the Zealots leading the charge, and as the Stalkers jump in, they're always still behind the Zealots. So yes, the tanks can target fire down some Zealots, some Stalkers, but there's also then less need for the Stalkers, because then you don't have as many Vikings. The Stalkers don't need to go forward like that anyway, and then you have a much worse time against the Zealots, and so the trade goes worse for you. So it's not just some magical, like yes, tanks would change how that fight probably looks, but it probably isn't overall better for Kira. And also with tanks, you're in this very weird situation where you either stand and fight, or you let your tanks die. And I actually think Showtime would have had... Like, if Kira stands and fights, he dies to the Zealots, and if he pulls back, he loses his tanks, then you're no further forward as well. Yeah, it's tough. I mean, honestly, this Colossus pushing that we've seen from Protoss players the last, like I say, really taking popularity the last few months, it's really genuinely quite strong. Like, it really has been very, very good. It's definitely been something the Terrans have struggled against somewhat repeatedly. You just able to get so much done before the Terran is comfortably able to get to all the tech that they need, and then you can take an expansion behind it while the Terran struggles a little bit. It pops about, just going to see the Sentry is on the way. The Twilight Council coming through as well as we get going. They're pulling back. Again, the Wood Mine coming up. The starport coming through. Command center being built. As that hallucination just flies across here for the moment. So again, trying to see a little bit of what is going on. So that's what the Wood Mine is going to be readying to make some moves sort of soon, I would imagine. Hallucination is great because it's already tracking that Widow Mine drops, giving you a rough idea of where it may come from. Stalker Warping will finish the Reaper. And a couple Stalkers already heading to try and maybe intercept the Widow Mine drop, which means it's actually going to turn around again, which is great for Q because you avoid the Stalkers. Terrible for Q in terms of timing, because right now the Medevac's just in the middle of the map, kind of doing whatever it wishes, you know, it's just flying around with these few Widow Mines, really not getting all that much done at the moment here, quite frankly, so... yeah, it will hit maybe where the Stalkers are not, but again, it comes in much later than it would have done initially, so it's still a win for Showtime, having seen that in the first place. Widow Mine fires, one probe goes down. Stalkers will get there, both those Widow Mines will drop. Again, the blink finishing soon, the Observer is coming around. Nexus halfway done, as we just have the tank, Marines, and barracks continuing up. The refineries are going to drop down as well. We'll see an engineering bay going into the back of the natural. Stalkers setting up as well. Raven steps over, Marines, tank coming bound for now. And just seeing that Stimpack and +1 coming through, the charge is on its way, the extra gates are coming online. All of that being brought through for the moment. Stimpack and +1 comes through, get the Marines coming online. Stalker's going to poke for some Marines, but he blinks away before the tanks get their chance to fire, so nothing to be gained there. We have a Marine Marauder continuing through, Stimpack, Combat Shield, and +1 being brought up also. Medevacs and Marauders following through with this. The hallucination still, Showtime continuing to try and make sure he knows exactly what he's fighting against, exactly what he might be fighting into here. All those upgrades finishing from QS, so again, it's going to be party time for him. Showtime already finished the charge. You see that Robo Bay coming online too. He's already set up to try and put the 4th base down. There's a probe in position, 12 o'clock. Let's see if he wants to do that super early or what the plan is. There's a couple of Marauders will stem to again threaten our Stalkers here. Well, Stalker's just going to blink back. The Colossus building, a few more Zealots in production. We had a Nexus on as well from Showtime, so like I said, that 4th will come through. Showtime just wants to try and buy time. Doesn't actually get a Marine kill there, unfortunately. He's got the Zealots joining up with him here as well. I'm not sure what the plan is. I was going to say, they don't really want to be with the Stalkers. The Stalkers want to kite. The Zealots on a flank could be very good. But right now, they seem to be, like I say, trying to work with those Stalkers, and that I don't really understand or see. Maybe just going to try and get good to overreact a little bit as the Raven shows up. First time in a hot second, as it's going to get a Stalker kill and a bunch of probes because it drops 3 auto turrets all at once. Now running into this base over here. Widow Mines are going to be a problem. Can we get enough up from Showtime to defend this? The 4th has to cancel. In that case, just step back, let this Colossus arrive. You still have Widow Mines here that are going to be an issue. It really feels like those are sort of Widow Mines you don't really want to allow to get splash damage done because they were kind of separated. This is nice, though. Great force fields in the end. We get the medevac that's lifted up a few units as well, so Showtime benefiting at the tail end. Aggressively blinking forward for medevac's going to get 3 out of the 4. That actually has a lot of long-term impact on this Cure army, because now if you're building Vikings against the Colossus, you are hurting yourself against the incoming... you're hurting yourself against the fact that you don't have medevacs, so then if you're building medevacs, you're not building Vikings. It puts a lot of pressure on that starport, so getting rid of the medevacs here is a huge deal. Love that. +2 and extended Dumble still coming in. A CC will drop onto the 4th base. Here the Marauders gathering together at this point as... Yeah, Showtime definitely did well enough there in the end. The force fields initially were great, and then starting to get the medevacs a fantastic addition as well. The hallucination popping. A few more zealots are going to join into the center. Showtime over here pops the Guardian Shield again, aggressively chasing medevacs already. Gets 1 of the 3 that were there. Like I say, if you replace medevacs, you don't have as many Vikings. If you don't have Vikings, then it's troublesome. This time you're going to see some tanks in the back line. It's going to make it a little bit tough for Stalkers, but if we get to enough Zealots, then that just might not matter anyway. There's a couple of shots coming through. Showtime. 3rd Colossus showing up. I just back away. Here's the other thing, right, about the siege tanks. So yes, this time we've got some siege tanks in position. But now, as Cure, moving out on the map is way more of a struggle. Because your tanks do not really protect you anywhere near as much as what your Widow Mines protect you out on the map. So now for the rest of this, not the rest of the game, but for a significant period here, you're going to have to play a much slower style, right? So that definitely makes this a lot more difficult as well, as the Prism warps in a handful more units. Showtime is lingering on the edge of an attack as the Bio will continue to chase forward once again. Cranston will drop back down, the Prism heading down the bottom. Prism gets in and will actually be able to get a warp in as well. Took damage but didn't go down, and so now Q has to deal with this while Showtime is in a position to pressure onto the forward base that it's just being set up by Cure. I got a depot. There's a lot of things you can get right now as Showtime steps back against Stalkers already, trying to get the Vikings. You can see them there stepping forward and doing a little bit of work. The armory with that chip weapons coming through is... Well, it would have been in danger, but the Zealots, 14 SCVs going down. Then they get cleaned up. They're still being successful. There's a few SCVs pulled back over to the side. 2 upgrades are coming online. This medevac has been here for a long time. Flies into a cannon and will try and go a bit of a weird direction just to get something done, maybe. Not sure if that was just an F2 initially as the Stalkers simply across. Trying to medevac go down. The Raven was out in the center as well. I think that's also just being cleaned. Nope, they're literally right there. It's literally on the screen. It drops down 2 more auto turrets and we'll get a few more probes as well as +3/+1. Continuing in, we got 3/3 upgrades coming out from Cure. Well, Cure has survived through, but like I say, he's still the one that's been bullied quite heavily. The Prism got a lot done. Showtime's army's on the map, but I guess fairness said, he is alive. Problem now is you've got this forward base location, and obviously Showtime is going to say, well, cool, I'm going to hit this from the low ground. The tank here is able to do a little bit of work, but not enough. And now we're chasing into Colossus, and we can't actually really chase. You're stuck by the ledge, so I'm going to reposition the tank. I think the idea from here was if Colossus kind of stepped forward there, he could jump on them in a little bit and kind of punish them, but that didn't work out clearly as we lose a bunker on the bottom side too. Showtime continues to make Cure have to work for this at the moment as Showtime, like I say, a win here would be so good for him in this group. 1-1 instead of 0-2. Huge difference to potentially get himself out of this group as the Stalkers blink back. Disruptors take some more shots. Spy Army still taking damage as the 3/3 upgrades continue to tick along from Cure, getting closer and closer to finishing. We are missing armor upgrades continuation from Showtime. That's that +2 start now, literally as I say it. There we go. Obviously, at this point, it's going away from factory units anyways. It's into Vikings and Ghosts. As Showtime joins up with the Zealots on the bottom side and just going to launch onto this base. Oh, that disruptor shot is huge! He hits all of the Ghosts! They're gone! The Ghosts are dead! And that's going to be a major lacking right here, as we are going to be chased a little bit, though. Being chased is never fun as a pro, so we're just going to have to turn around and fight this. The Colossus are going down. We're losing our splash damage. Stalker's trying to protect from anything in the skies. I think that last Colossus will go down. Too many Vikings giving chase, and the Stalker's not brave enough to turn around into it, as they shouldn't be. There's a great disruptor shot start from Showtime, but Q is able to close the gap on that army, and he's able to remove a lot of the tech from it. Showtime will go back to the rebuild, and he adds on 3 more robo facilities. So he's very serious about rebuilding Colossus and potentially disruptors too. But he also has the Shadow Stride on the way. DT Zealot Harass begins to be extremely effective in this later stage of the game also. So that phase of this game gets better and better also. Crazy. We step up a couple of these EMPs going down. Showtime actually stepping through to jump on this lower HP army. The issue is, again, we've killed Medivacs all game long. There's not a lot of healing available for a Terran army that's been stimming up throughout this. Showtime really is. How many Medivacs we killed? 8? And now he's actually going to show with the DTs and the Zealots on this base. We're going to drop the scan, but you know what? There's no units here to kill it. So the planetary just goes down. The Zealots and DTs succeed. They kill all of the Vikings that just landed, and Showtime's rebuilding Colossus. So you kind of need the Vikings cure. I mean, Showtime's just a bit of splash damage away from cleaning up that entire force, because quite frankly, it is burning. Red, orange health bars just not going to be a good sign, as these DTs will finally go down, but they have found their value. They're expensive units, and Showtime, may not replace those immediately, but I think he's going to win this fight over here convincingly. The Zealots are going to be very good. Again, so many of these units are like a tap away from going down. The Medivacs going down all game long have been a problem. This is a win that's been built up from the ground upwards from Showtime. The entire game has built to these set of moves, or this set of moves, and that is going to be good enough for Showtime to take a 2-0 over Kua. Fantastic games. And when Showtime's playing well, he is such an amazing player to watch. Like, it's so great to watch his defense come to life, and just when he gets to control a game, there's just something really special about watching that. It really is crazy. GG's. Overstimmed. I don't even know if he was overstimmed as much. He was just overfought for the fact that he just didn't have the Medivacs to keep going. Like, he took a lot of fights into those Colossus, and while they didn't kill everything, they softened a lot of things. The Disruptor softened a lot of Marauders up. And then you just haven't had the Medivacs because of, again, Showtime's ability to deny. It makes a big difference, right? So, GG's, and that sets us up for Kua versus SHIN. So we're heading to Kua versus SHIN here in a few moments as we continue in the next round of the WardiTV Spring Championship Group C. So this is our first matchup from SHIN today. He's 0-0. Kua is 2-0. 2-1, sorry. Trigger 1-1. Showtime 1-1. YoungYakov 0-1. So that is where we currently sit. Guys, I'm going to have to run ads because that was a bit of a longer game. I'll throw those up, and we'll get ready to go SHIN versus Kua. The next few moments. Get that set to go, go, go. Alrighty. SHIN versus Kua coming up, guys. Get these videos going and get this set into play. So we'll do SHIN versus Kua. After SHIN Kua, we'll go into SHIN versus YoungYakov. And then we'll kind of see where the group is at and figure out which matches we cast to maybe make the most emphasis on figuring out where this group is going. I'm kind of think we might just do YoungYakov SHIN, YoungYakov Trigger, YoungYakov Showtime, and then finish the day up with SHIN Showtime and SHIN versus Trigger. That's where I'm kind of at right now. Not completely sold on it. There's definitely a couple different ways we can do it, but I'm kind of leaning towards that as our expectation for the moment. Seems good. Alright, Whispers, Frost, Sand, Killers, Ultra, getting fitted up at the moment here. Our first map pick in a moment, guys. Give us just a few moments. Sweet. It's definitely going to be our opening map, so let's get this going. And then ley lines and amygdala. It's hosted, get everyone in just a moment. SHIN versus QZVT coming through here, guys, in just a few. Alright, SHIN Q, ZVT, we get this underway, we get this started in a few moments, guys. Thank you for your patience. Like I say, we get more StarCraft 2 coming through. WardiTV Spring Championship. Let's see. It's been fun so far. Definitely looking forward to keep it going. Got Group D tomorrow. Again, just a little reminder, Group D will be starting later tomorrow. So Group D will start 3 hours later than what we started today. Just got something going on at lunchtime, so I'll be back. I'll be here a bit later for Bunny, Percival, Solar, Jumi, and Skillis. You guys can tune in for that. Should be some good fun. Looking forward to it. As we have 8 casters. If our players are ready, we will just check and we can kick off into this matchup. Kogo says SHIN. Again, first time we're seeing SHIN today, so first look at how he is going. He was 2-0, now 2-1. Would like to get a win here to go 3-1. Guarantee you're through the group. 2-2 does become a bit dangerous in a group where Trigger's already 1-1 as well. Showtime's now 1-1. You know, SHIN 0-0. 2-2 is definitely not a safe place to be, so... Kira, who was looking so good at the start. Let's see if we can get back to that with the TVZ. Or do you get the team game tournaments back? I'm not going to be running any team game tournaments unless we get someone to sponsor them, because they're just a little bit too expensive for the viewership they provide, unfortunately. As we got ourselves on the bottom left-hand side, the Blue Zerg player. This is SHIN. And he takes on the red Terran in the top left corner of the map from Team Liquid. We are going to have ourselves Cure. Alright, so we get ourselves Kyo versus SHIN. We start this up and get this off. What do you guys think? I've really liked how SHIN's played lately, but I actually think Kyo SHIN's always a very good back and forth matchup where these two really play very good StarCraft against each other a lot of the time. They bring out the best in each other. This is another matchup which has a lot of WardiTV history in it. When we first did our first proper WardiTV our annual championship, WardiTV 2020, Kyo was on fire then. Kyo was the player to beat. He was absolutely, by far and away, just the best player when it came to online tournaments. And he was showing it as well. He had a little slip up in the group stage. He actually lost a series to SHIN. Everyone's like, oh, that's weird. But then he continued to absolutely just hammer his way through to the finals, where he met SHIN, which was kind of a little bit of a surprise again. And in the face of, I would say Kyo was like the 9-1 favorite to win or something. He was absolutely meant to win that series. Best of 7 grand finals. And SHIN just goes bop, 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 bop. 4-0. Maybe not quite bops each game. There was some good back and forth. They played, there was a lot of heavy muta styles back then, for example. Obviously, those games don't typically tend to be quick. But I'll never forget that, because for me, that was a moment where Shin came through and he was like, hey, look, yeah, take me seriously. Like, I was, you know, we were all like, wow, Shin somehow made the finals. It didn't just make the finals. He went on to win the whole thing, and he did it in dominating fashion. The only guy that could beat Kira in that tournament when Kira really seemed to be the one out to win the whole thing. So I always, I probably tell this story every time I cast Kira versus Shin, because to me it really was a very defining series for me in terms of Shin as a player, in terms of me believing in Shin a whole lot more. And I think just the way that those games went really reminds you of kind of like, that's what I think of when I think of Shin Kira. Mutas, harassment, all over the map, being aggressive everywhere. That kind of stuff to me is the expectation I expect to kind of like come through and be so very powerful and all the rest. So anyways, with all of that said, we'll get ourselves into this best of 3 with link speed coming up, a few drones on the way. The starport is about halfway done currently. Shin Q is a core memory 40. Well, yeah. Like, I hadn't run a tournament that was that big before. WardiTV 2020 was like a $10,000 tournament, I want to say. I mean, back then for us, that was like really, I think it was, might have been a little bit more. Back then for me, it was really something like a bit special. So we got a big sponsorship to run it as well. Oh, it wasn't even $10,000. It was just $6,000. But it really felt very epic. It really felt very epic, okay, guys? Yes, it really felt very epic to me. The Hellions and the Reapers coming across the map and looking to put some pressure on early. Yeah. Okay, maybe it wasn't quite the price, but I thought it was gonna. I thought it was. 2021, the year after, was like $10,000. It was my first time doing like, this is the big WardiTV championship, you know, like, you know, this is just not a seasonal thing. This is it. This is the year of StarCraft coming together, and yeah. Even then, $6,000 for a tournament was kind of crazy for us. Like, for one tournament, $6,000 was pretty nutty, you know. And now here we are, Spring Championship is $5,000, so all because you guys support and help us to make more StarCraft. So if you like that, go and subscribe. Support the channel. Banshee here going to be deflected by the Queens. We are a moment away from having ourselves cloaked though, and the Swark rolls are not quite ready, so the Banshee will make a move in. Let's see that Queen going down. A couple of drones going to get picked away at. Let's have ourselves the drones moving about. They're coming through for the moment. Factory will land down onto the tech lab. We do see the Stimpak coming through as well. Another barracks moves over to the reactor. Command center lifts off, going to go move across to the third base. Just going to go straight over there. As again, we get the Baling Nest, Evo Chambers coming online. We add in the hatchery, we add in the lair. Zergling's also being added through the Queen, and the Carapace upgrade being added as well. One and Stimpak coming through, get ourselves the tank and the Marines coming about, the extra barracks coming up. Oh, nice. We actually get rid of one of the Banshees, so getting rid of some of that consistent damage output and that potential of the Banshees throughout this is actually a real big positive. Things on the right side, just going to knock down those rocks, open up this space as well. Why is repairing Terran so uncommon? Would one SCV near attacking troops when they retreat be good? One SCV just repairs so slowly that compared to the speed of the rest of StarCraft 2, usually no. And you can, if it's just one SCV, you can dive through and kill it very quickly as well. Like, it's just not great, honestly. To be impactful, you want a few workers, but then if you have a few workers, you're committing way more economy than you can afford to commit as well, right? Marines load back into these medevacs. We're going to turn back up the left side. Now the upgrades coming through, Bane speed and the Hydra speed. coming up as well, so we get all of that set. Those Marines will unload. And we have Kira working around the left-hand side. Again, Hydra's coming up. The creep team is coming in. A couple of these creep teamers going down right off the bat. Fast rolling Bane will look to make a surge forwards. 2-2 upgrades and that combat shield building up right now from Q. We continue to bring that into play as well. Still got a few more SCVs coming up now. The Widowmine on the way out. Hydra's building. Drones on the way. Overlord's on the way. It's been a bit of a disaster start for Q because Shin's knocked down the map control so easily. It's just now the map is covered in creep, and Q is going to make a bit of progress against that on the left side, but he gets jumped on in the center, loses those units as well. The Overlord on the left goes down, which means that Shin gets closer to being supply blocked, but is not there yet. I just try and catch the medevac, but will not get close enough. Surprised Shin off of this position is not throwing down the infestation pit and preparing for the Hive. Like, his arm's great right now, he's got a lead. But yeah, I think Hive is just going to make it absolutely so it's very difficult for him to take even, bad fights. He did put it down just in the last few seconds while I was talking through that, but it's the natural next step in fairness. It felt as though he had enough of a lead that he could have already maybe started it. Obviously, he didn't necessarily feel the need to get it started any sooner, which is fine as well. Zergling's going to re-engage in. The Widowmine will connect on a few of those Zerglings. The medevac's lifting off and pulling away. Trolling Claw still coming through. The +1 vehicle weapons coming up. And 2-2 upgrades coming about as well. Zerglings chasing those few Marines trying to step back. Dropper Lords are coming up as well, so there you go. There's our answer to what's going to happen here. Some Dropper Lords and Overlord speed. We are going to get the aggression going in these next few moments. We're going to turn it up a notch. Let's get those tanks playing cleanup. Here's supply block, man. This is really feel like, I mean, again, the early game was very Shin favored, and he's 100% just holding on to momentum gained. Like, he is not letting Kua step back into this game easily in the slightest. No way, Jose. Yeah, a couple of Marines coming through. We've got our Banes going to step forward. The Lings, Banes, and Hydras continue to come about as we just send it. The Ling drop's going to go in the main at the same time. So as this attack from Shin comes through, there's always going to be the little bit of a concern of if you're attacking into the Terran, are you trading too badly? Do you need to kind of stop and reset a little bit? Bane's going to try and roll up. SCV is going to get jumped on a little here. That Planetary Fortress is going to go down. So Planetary drops. And this is nice. I mean, getting a few SCVs in the main base is nice as a distraction, but also just finishing off the Planetary and keeping the Terran on a third base. This is not killing a base where the Terran has multiple command centers nearby ready to float into position and to take the role of that mining base straight away. This is a base that is very much so your fourth has to rebuild from the ground upwards. And it's going to give you a bit of time to get into lurkers, and so if Kira sits back to defend that, and if he doesn't, well, then he's pushing onto the map with this army that's going to have to come through creep as well anyway. So Lurker Den is finished. Do we want to build lurkers right away? This might just be a Lingbane Hydra surge onto this force. I mean, it's a lot of tanks. If you come in on a good surround with creep spread to accelerate your attack into that army, I would say that this is going to be pretty darn good for Shin, but it depends on the fight he can take. Right now he's hanging back. A lot more Lings on the way. Viper in production. Maybe that's just going to be what he waits for with the Hive finish. Get a Viper or two, get some Blinding Clouds available, and try and take a fight from there instead of getting a little bit too risky and fighting too much sooner and potentially putting himself at risk. Lings will drop down. We are going to see those Marines able to clean up this in the main base, but that's still a distraction. It's taking some of Kira's attention away from just continuing to push at the front. Handful more SCVs going down, the 3-3 still coming through, so we keep on going with all of this for the moment. Again, we have the 3-3 about to finish. The extra Marines all building. We have ourselves the Queens. Gonna push forward as well. Still got Ling, Bane, Hydra. The looking for a potential opportunity to shove on through. And things coming in from two sides. He's going to go get towards those siege tanks already. The Banes are going to continue to chase upwards. We're going to have ourselves those Banes really crashing forward, and SHIN supply is not really doing him no favors right now. He needs to pull back and get another round of units on the go as Cure. This is not good. SHIN's fine with just Hydra Queen. The Lings are gone. I feel like SHIN was a little bit indecisive. Like, he built a Lurk, then never got to use it. Then he tried to build a Viper or two a few moments after the high finish, and that never really came into play. And now he's just going to die off Cure with a big counterattack, and that is the danger of attacking into the fourth base like SHIN did. If you lose too much and you don't have enough ready to go against the counterattack of the Terran, I mean, I thought Cure was going to be stuck because of all the creep spread, but SHIN clearly didn't have enough to go and jump on him straight away. So the creep didn't matter. Cure had time to just set up and clean out the creep spread. And then by the time we took fight, SHIN never had that really kind of super powerful wraparound that it looked like he was maybe going to get. This early lead and great defense from SHIN has been wasted for this game, unfortunately, and it looks like Cure is going to get to a 1-0 lead in this best of 3. SHIN has to tap out with the GG, and Cure gets off to that advantageous start. We're heading into a game 2 in a few moments' time, guys. As, yeah, first match from SHIN. He loses here, Cure goes to 3-1, then Cure really is very safe to most likely move through this group. So that's definitely kind of what we're looking at. Again, this group is intense, it's close. Every match is going to matter. Maps might come down to it as well, so again, not a great start. Not the start you're looking for, SHIN, unfortunately, as we get game 2 ready to begin. Put the lobby link down, move people around. And we're just missing one caster. Our players are ready, we can go. Go goes, and we dive into ley lines. End of game 2. Alright, let's get ley lines underway, my friends. Kick this off, get this started. In the bottom left-hand corner, we're going to start off this second game with our Blue Zerg, who we kind of felt like was going to win game 1, was not able to capitalize on, like I say, what was a great start. This is SHIN. Top right, our red Terran player from Team Liquid will be Cure. Game 2 of our best of 3 series. Like I say, SHIN just had such a good defense last time. Try and replicate that again. Banshees really got pushed back effectively. Dying as well is a big factor, right? The fact that those Banshees actually went and died makes your life so much easier. You have the Hatch Gas and Pool coming up on the side of SHIN, so that comes through. The couple of drones are being added on as well. Bring all of that up and running for the moment. People coming about, just going to be having ourselves the Reaper and the CC coming online as well. And 2 queens, 3 lings coming about. CC in the factory come up. The hatchery coming down from SHIN as well. Go back and forth. Just gonna see the lings come through. A couple of shots continue. We have our queens and the ling speed coming about. A couple of lings still taking damage. Hatch halfway done. The drones added on. Ling speed, queen being brought through as well. So again, getting all of that on the way here for a few moments. Factory's gonna go land down onto the reactor and get some Hellions on the way to give QS some early map control. Give him some of the vision he's looking for. Reaper. It's going to go across. Ling speed coming through. A couple of Hellions and the queens continue to come around. Obviously, not much has really been happening, but with the Hellion Banshee coming online now, be able to put ourselves in a position where that harassment will start up again. And obviously, hopefully, this time Kira is a little bit better. Yeah, hopefully this time the harassment is a little bit better and you keep those Banshees alive a little longer. Hopefully Kira can get himself off to a better start from the very beginning this time. All the lands down, we do have our Cloak and the Stim continue to come up. We just have our Banshee and the Hellions coming over as well. Queen's just going to be there. The Hellions get pushed back. The Reaper as well. As the Banshee continues to fly across and the Queens get pushed over. Queen's gonna fire, Banshee taking some hits, just gonna get back up to the top side. Hellion's still gathering as well. Just follow up, triple CC up, just gonna get those 4 rack star, the engineer base. Banshee's gonna help with the Hellions to get Queens at the front. 2 Queens go down immediately. That's obviously dangerous because then you're losing out on your anti-air, which is going to help to continue to deal with the Banshees. So we have the Hellions right now. Deal with a lot of the Lings as well. Do you have enough Hellions to run into the mineral line after? Yes, we do. More Lings are spawning. Can they get there to stop these Hellions? It looks like they might. 2 more Hellions die into the main base. I think we're actually going to stop this without too many drones going down, which is pretty incredible because this looks pretty dire for SHIN. It was not looking good for him at all. Now the Lings will get across there. 2 more drones going down again. The Queen and the Lings will come and play cleanup. That Hellion will go down. And the Banshees up the left-hand side. On cruise and 1-1 upgrades coming about. Marine Medevac Siege Tank coming in. The combat shields get started as well. And Marine Banshee. Yeah, that's on the right side. Just got ourselves the Baneling speed coming up, the power upgrade coming through. Extra Banes coming on the line as the drones get added to. The Medivacs will go boosting with a siege tank included out across the map. So we'll just unload here and get ready to push straight into the 6 o'clock position. The Ling Bane's still gathering together. Cryptima goes down. The couple of changelings are going to try and step forward. one upgrades and the combat shield, very much so. About to finish up here as we do have Cure. Just with a small group of units really over here at the moment. A couple of Banshees going to start clearing the creep on the top left. Ideally, doesn't let the creep get to be as much of a problem as it was in the last game, because it really actually there was a lot of kind of creep all over. Like, it was a hefty amount more so than you really want to be looking at. He's going to get there. Bane's going down. Well, the attempt of burrowed Banelings don't really do too much, no. He's just going to shoot there. The Lings get chased the other direction once again, so again pushing that back. Medevac has to load up, pulling back there. The Lings turn around and get rid of some of those Marines. Marines actually going to get down that hatchery, taking damage. Lings get to the top. Marines in the tank going to be there. We continue to fight. A few more Lings getting us around. Banes come in from two sides. It's a good fight for Shin. Surely these Banes get to connect on some of the Marines. How did we miss so many? Oh my god. What a ridiculous fight for Cure. How did the full wraparound of Banelings they just completely whiffed? Banes from every direction, and somehow the Marines just like disappear for a second, and the Banes, I can't get over that. Those Banes just, they chased like a small group of Marines down to the bottom right, which also got away and traded well. And so the bigger clump of Marines just went completely untouched. And Shin just falls apart here, unfortunately. That fight was not it. Struggling to take the right engagements today as Cure is going to succeed. 40 supply ahead. He is going to be challenging for the win. We have to rewind that one, surely, right? That was a pretty ridiculous fight. Yeah. Like, this fight should really not be good for the Terran. Like, going in, Cure's got some good army supply, but like, I think this is okay. We've got a good amount of Banes on both sides. They're engaging at a similar point. Like, there's ways the Terran can make this go well, but the Banes don't bother with that group of Marines. They close the distance, and right here, how do we not kill more Marines? They all go down south. I think if these few Banes turn upwards there, I mean, maybe they don't connect, but they all end up chasing south. Those ones, I mean, maybe the tanks are always going to be enough DPS anyways. Just really didn't seem like it was going to do much. GG's, GG's. Alright, guys, that's going to do it for Cure's games today. So Cure will be 3-1. That obviously puts him in a spot where in this Group C, it looks as though he will probably be advancing. So that part definitely looking very good. I think what we're going to do is hop on over to NA. And get into SHIN versus YoungYakov. So guys, this is the halfway point of the group. So as a reminder, halfway point usually is, and today is as well, where we will have had now 5 series played live. The next 5 series are from replays. These were played during the past 5 matches, so they are fresh, they are new. Yeah, they're fresh, they're new, and they're ready to be played. So, we'll get this up and running in just a couple of moments, guys. Give me a secundo. We'll sort it out. I somehow managed to close what I needed to keep open. I'm so good at this. Alright guys, so it's going to be SHIN YoungYakov to start us off. And like I said, we'll figure out what we do, maybe order-wise. I'm kind of tempted to just do all the YoungYakov matches, but let's see what the result of the SHIN YoungYakov series is first. I think going through the YoungYakov games first and doing the other matches probably makes the most sense though still. So yeah, we'll get this these invites going. All right. Replay's so fresh, they're still steaming in the cold morning. Yeah, the APM is still not worn off of these things. As fresh as they get. Alright, last couple of people join the lobby. Alright, let's do this. Let's jump in, guys. Let's go into some ZVZ. And let's kick this off and get this a rolling. So it is going to be Zerg versus Zerg. It's going to be SHIN versus YoungYakov. And then, like I say, I think we're probably going to do Trigger YoungYakov, Showtime YoungYakov, and then SHIN Showtime SHIN Trigger to see where this day wraps up. Hell yeah. Alright, let's do this. Jumping on into Frostline to start off this best of 3 ZVZ going game. As we have got to the top right-hand corner, the red Zerg player. This is going to be SHIN. He takes on the blue Zerg in the bottom left-hand side, YoungYakov. Max Sparrow, thank you so much for the 2-month resub. Thanks for the tournaments. No worries. Thank you so much for the resub. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for supporting. Alright, a little bit of ZVZ then, guys. So I was just double checking a couple of things for a moment as we have our hatch gas and pool coming up on both sides of the map. So hatch gas and pool coming online. We get that underway here as we have the drones coming up as well. We got that going. Hatch gas pool. Yippity yappity. Overlord just going to head down to that upper right side. The Overlord's coming down the other directions. Queen's coming through. The Ling's setting up. There's drones on the way. Obviously nothing really to separate these two Zerg players just yet. So right now the ZVZ will continue at a pretty even pace while we figure out where and how we're going to get this all going. Thanks to building. The Queen's coming out. Zergling's still coming through. A couple Queens continue through as well. Hatchery starts up on the third base. Hatchery from SHIN drops down as well. And get that going with a couple Lings coming over from Yakov. So we will step up. Couple Links checking around again. Zergling's coming up. Link speed coming over. on both sides. We are going to be having ourselves the Bane nest coming through, the hatcheries building, and the couple of queens from Yakov just gathering up at the front. The third hatch is already in position. To say it's going to start being a bit of a difference here. Shin has a few more Zerglings out, so he will try and apply the pressure here initially. There was a couple more drones and now Zergling production from Yakov, so we'll see if he can defend. If so, he gets a couple workers advantage to begin with. Things jump on the hatch. There's a couple of Banes already available, so I do think that YoungYakov should be very comfortable here. This should not really be too much of a problem. Oh, that's nice. One Baneling goes off on just one Zergling. That's a good little play from Shin already. So that part, quite nicely done. As you do see the rest of those Lings coming up into the main, and the Ling going down. Those Banes will continue to come about too, as the Zerglings of Yakov going to run in. The Baneling gets a connection. Overlord, Roaches, Lings continuing by. See another couple of Overlords in the center. Still got Ling Bane building up from Shin, the hatchery. On that right side, joined together too. Another Baneling connects. The Ling goes down. Drones, Roaches in production. Adding on an Evo chamber in the extractor as well. Continue to make their way to the bottom left as they split apart. Figuring out where they want to go. The Queen going to fight. Ling is going to get kicked away out. Another couple Lings showing up as well. Thing runs into the natural. Gets chased around a little bit. Still got some more Roaches coming through. The drones coming up and online. Spread continues out. The drone's still lining up on the third base, and again the Roaches and the Bane will join from YoungYakov as well. Our +1 missile upgrade building on the evolution chamber. Lair is building on the natural also, so we keep that going. Overlords are producing the Evo chamber building. And yeah, the couple of Banes will, with the Roaches, continue to press on forward. And missiles and Roach speed still building through. The additional drones coming about. The Roaches are still there. They deal with some Banelings. 52 drones to 60, as Shin is just basically going to send it on the +1 and the Roach speed. But if he's going to go all in into his opponent with that, then I honestly think YoungYakov should defend, no? YoungYakov's already up to 8 workers. He's got his own upgrades looking very good with the +1 missiles and that Roach speed coming through immediately here. Bunch of additional Roaches coming out. The drones will start also. We'll just hit that Overseer and that will finish morphing. So Yakov going to get a bit of a scout through too, and like I say, Shin is just building units. Yakov adds on one more drone. Realistically, he doesn't need more drones. He just needs unit production. His disadvantage here is going to be Roach speed. He's actually going to have the faster +1. So not having Roach speed as quickly is the one thing that Yakov will trail in. That does give you some better fights, but if you're playing defensive positioning, then as Yakov, that should be limited to its effectiveness. I'm worried that Yakov has not quite identified that this is as aggressive as it is, and that he's starting +2, +1. I think those are cancels. The moment you realize just how many units are coming your way, I think you cancel those. No, Yakov, the worst thing you can do right now is to be moving out. Oh, he has no idea. Like, he just does not need to attack. If he attacks, he's making a critical mistake right now. Like, Roach speed finishes up. If he just kind of postures on the map, that's fine, but don't get surrounded. Don't let this army be traded against. There's a lot of Roaches. He's going to see it immediately. I think that's just a runaway now. One Ravage is going to be in the wrong spot. No, he's going to turn and fight. Yakov's giving away all of the advantages he's meant to have right now, as he just didn't identify just how committed Shin was. Like, this is just brute force from Shin as well. I don't know why you turn and fight. I feel like you should be able to see that that's just more Roaches. There's not a single Ravager in sight as well, so you kind of feel then that he's just been spamming Roaches as well, right? Right now, there's just going to be so much from Shin pushing straight through. This is where the +2, +1 doesn't help you either, because you didn't ever identify what was actually happening. Because you don't have that information, this is actually going to work out for Shin. Yakov killed himself. Lack of info, didn't know what the right move was. He had a winning setup, but I mean, SHIN just sat back and made it look like he was just going to defend, right? And so Yakov was like, okay, I guess I'll go poke around a bit. And that just lets him be out of position, and yeah, I mean, there's not really much more to that. You just, if you don't know what's happening, then you don't know what's happening, right? Like, if he got into the main a bit more easily and identified the gases, like, he just needed a better scout. If he had more information, he could make the call. You just never move out. You just, especially then fighting, like, it's one thing to not have the info, but then to commit to the fight in the middle of the map, where I still truly believe you look at that and can say that that's way more roaches. He just had to sit at home. Literally, by being more active on the map and trying to do something, he killed himself. Feels bad. Feels bad, but that's StarCraft for you. As we'll head into Game 2 of this CVZ in just a sec, guys. Just going to take us a moment to get everyone into the lobby. It takes a couple of seconds here and there, so apologies for that. And SHIN will take the lead. Last couple invites going through, guys. Get those going in a second. And we'll be going to Persephone for map number 2 of this best of 3 CVZ. I feel bad for Yakov. It always feels bad when it looks like the underdog is like in a good position and then they just they like it just gets away from them and he doesn't realize it. He doesn't pick up on the fact that so you make the misplay. It's always a little bit sad. Anyways, game 2 on Persephone coming through in a moment, guys. We are on the loading screen about halfway there. And we'll go down to the bottom left corner of the map, where we are going to have ourselves the red Zerg player SHIN. Going into game 2 of the series. If you're looking for the bracket in the YouTube chat, sorry I didn't, it's like 10 minutes ago, I didn't realize, but if you are ever looking for the bracket in the YouTube stream, it's pretty much always in the pinned comment at the top of the chat, guys. I don't have a bot for the YouTube chat, so that's just at the top there. I put that on the list of things to do, and apparently I deleted it off my list and didn't do it, so... Amazing. Top left-hand side, the blue Zerg player is YoungYakov. Definitely had opportunity in that first game. Like I say, a bit sad to see that slip away from him. But, let's see if we can bring it back going into game 2. And Persephone, and there's going to be hatch gas pools from both players once again. Following overlords because there's not much else going down. Obviously, as the pools finish up, we can see a couple lings on the way, and we can follow those across the map as they start to nibble and poke. For some info early on. 2 queens immediately from Yakov, 2 queens a little slower from SHIN, but we're talking about very marginal differences. Like I said, we'll follow these couple lings across the map to see what will happen. So lings will start to make their move, heading down to the south. run into other Lings here. Good micro by Yakov, though, going to put him in a better position. No one loses a Ling, but he had more HP left overall, so is able to have a very mild micro victory there. Unfortunately, it doesn't really add into much or add into anything, right? Once again, Ling speed coming through. A couple of queens will be there to push the Ling back. A couple other Lings set up as well. Baneling Nest coming through. Hatch rate in production. Overlord moving about. Also, he has a couple of other Lings set up. And that Baneling Nest continues to come online to get the Baneling Nest finished. The Ling speed still coming through. The Lings are on the way. That Ling speed is about to complete here over the next few moments as well. So just getting that Ling speed finished. And yeah, the Roach Drone is building as we speak. Those things still gather. Again, the Evo Chamber coming about as well. We do have ourselves the few extra drones and Banelings coming online. Bringing that onwards as the couple of Lings go back the other direction. One Ling is going to get picked off. The Roaches come through as well. More Zerglings of Yakov continue down to the south as we see a couple of Lings and Banes moving through. The Spines and the Roach Roran coming up as well. Add some extra Zerglings on, and the defense of SHIN prepares as he feels as though Yakov is coming in aggressively. I mean, he's not wrong. The Roach is already out, so Yakov is absolutely applying the pressure right now. The Banes finish. They run into each other. Two Banes connect onto two Banes. And now the rest of the Lings step up as well. Another couple of Banes coming across. Roach is going to try and step towards those Banelings also. Continue to move through. The Roaches are still coming by. Queen's taking damage. Zergling's taking damage. Banes run across. They're going to try and explode onto Lings here, there, and everywhere. Do you have enough to really make these Roaches worthwhile? Being fully surrounded by Zerglings does not really seem good for these Roaches. Bane's still going off though, and actually Yakov gets a bit of a better trade. Army supply in his favor still. Gets rid of that morphing Baneling. The Roaches again lower on HP, and the Spine Crawls are obviously a big point of defense now. I don't think we're going to have enough to break further forward with this. And so it looks like SHIN will likely defend, because like I say, if the Spines start getting into this fight, that's going to be a pretty huge deal breaker for SHIN being able to, for Yakov to, keep on coming through and keep on trying to fight. Going to try and hit the third where the Spine was not in position, so we will try and take an opportunity there. We get a drone, but that's about it. We lose quite a few Lings. I think it's maybe time for Yakov to back away a little bit as a few more Banelings morph in right now as well. And a few more Zerglings back up into the center. Missile upgrade coming through. Just have ourselves the Lings all retreating to the top. A couple of other Lings go down. They will get picked away at as well. Still got the lair and the missile upgrade coming through currently. Zerglings will come down that right side. Let's have our hatchery setting up. Spine Crawler, a couple of Roaches. Continue to gather in right here. Again, we got the Roaches with the Spine coming through. A few Zerglings will be picked away at, so we got a couple of those picked away at as well. A bits of damage being done once more. Still got that Spire coming through. The +1 missiles is coming in. Overseer going to be flying through. Queen will be shooting, so the Overseer taking quite a lot of damage. Taking quite a lot of hits. And our +1 missiles come about. Roaches in the lair come up. The Spire building from SHIN. And Roaches and Roach Speed will continue to come forwards. The lair building in the natural. And yeah, Roaches in the Bane move about. Overseer taking some damage again. And the Lings head down to the bottom right side. Let's see, the rest of the roaches are going to step forward. The Zergling's going to get turned around as well. I think Roach is going to knock down those rocks, so we open up this space. Roach is going to open up some other rocks down on the bottom side. Lings will step over. Mutas are on the way through. And the Roach is in the +2 missile upgrade coming up on the Evo chamber. +1 missiles and the Roach speed coming up from Yakov. Okay, it's all chase. The Overseer going down. Roach speed coming up, +1 missiles building. Hydra Den is over halfway done. Just going to have overloads all across the map here from SHIN. 170, 160. You see a little supply block coming through. Still got Roach speed, Groove Spines, the Roaches. Reduction. Station bit and Spine Crawler being added on, plus that Evo chamber, plus the +2 missiles. Roach Ravager gets across and chases the Lings around a little bit, and SHIN will get rid of a few of those without issue. And the Queen just firing away, Ling taking damage. On the top side, those few mutas just going to go through the hatchery as well, so we're just going to see that hitting as the Roach Ravager force of SHIN continues up to the top side. Another bit of a push for the moment. And +2 missiles, +1 carapace, all coming up. We had those extra Hydras on, and the Groove Spines into play. We take a big step in right now as a couple corrosive files come straight forwards. Yeah, a good bit of back and forth for the moment, right, as we go one way then the other. A couple more corrosive files, and the Overseer has to escape over to the sides. And maxed out SHIN. Going to hit this fourth base. It's going to go down very quickly, so definitely seeing a little bit of a positional win right there. As SHIN gets a hatch kill, we're going to come back down the bottom side. Those Roaches going to get jumped on too. Hydras would be a nice addition if they were really doing much, but I feel like I would have rather just seen more Ravagers overall. Extra corrosive bars do so much in terms of forcing your opponent to split units around and to reposition a little bit. I feel like there's a lot of value to be said to that as SHIN sits the upgrade lead as well. As he backs away. Yeah, I mean, obviously Hydras have to deal with these mutas, but muta commitment wasn't super crazy anyway, right? So, yeah. Yeah, well played game by SHIN with the upgrade lead. Obviously, he was in a good position early because he defended the all-in of YoungYakov, who I think now is just basically saying, I'm all-in as well. He's going to have a counterattack on the other side. Roach is going to dive forward, getting rid of some of the Hydras that are up in the front. Spine Crawler's trying to burrow, but not getting very far. The Roach is still getting jumped on here. Roach Ravager gets right up into the main base. Let's see the rest of this army still very much so whacking away. Roach is taking damage, Spine taking damage, another Cripple Corrosive Battles coming through. And we are going to be seeing SHIN, I think, just getting a defense while also completely ravaging the main. So it looks like SHIN will get on the board for the group today. He'll get to 1-1. Like I say, this group is definitely building up to a pretty big finale because there's a lot of players at 1-1 right now with 4 series left to be played. GG's. Alright, let's look to another matchup. So what are we going to go into now? We are going to go... I think we're just going to continue with the YoungYakov games. We're going to go YoungYakov versus Trigger. I'll go YoungYakov versus Trigger. Because he's 0-2. Trigger, Showtime, and SHIN all 1-1. So if we do YoungYakov, Trigger, YoungYakov, and Showtime, this does feel like it's going to become a race between Trigger, Showtime, and SHIN right now. So I think if we do that, it gives us the best idea of how things are continuing and how things are looking. So let's do it like that. Alright, drop some invites down, guys. Try and keep this moving along swiftly. How's it going, Kyber? Good to see you. Appreciate it. Alright, we've got people. Ads are pretty much gone. Welcome everyone from Take TV as we continue to take you guys through the rest of this group today. We're heading into Persephone. Alright, some PvZ action, as we will have ourselves PvZ to finish the day, right? I think 4 PvZs now in a row, as we have Yakov and SHIN versus the Protoss players of this group remaining. So we're going to continue, like I say, with the YoungYakov matches. He'll be the red Zerg bottom left, participating in this best of 3 against Trigger, the blue Protoss on the top left-hand side. So Trigger lost to Cure, but beat Showtime to start the day off, so he put himself in a great position to begin with. Let's see what he can do as we get into this game number 1. Yeah, I mean, Trigger's been playing well today, so like I say, if you can keep that up, if you can keep that moving, then that would be awesome. So Pro moves about, Extractor coming in at the hatchery up. I'm just going to see the probe moving around. So again, hatch custom pool building, the gate coming about, probe on the way. Again, added in for the moment, getting that set up. Nexus Star and Gateway coming about as well. Again, the hatch gas and pool all building up, added drone on 2. For the moment here, and get that settled. And so yeah, Nexus coming about, probe, cybercore being added as well, hatch gas and pool very much so on the way, with this hatchery at the front from Yakov setting up in this triangle. Hatchery will complete, our queens will start, a few Zerglings being added in. The Nexus and the cybercore coming up from Trigger as well. And it's just going to be seeing our Overlord moving across. Queen's Ling's drone on the way over. Ling speed building. That probe of Trigger will be back and forth at the moment just in front of this third base. A few drones transferring through and the Ling speed building as we speak as well. The Overlord's still going to be there. Trigger gets the Stargate underway. Still see the Zergling of Yakov just going to come across, just going to go shifting into the natural. Depth chrono boosting through. It's going to finish as well. As the Ling gets around the back, and again the Warp Gate is building up as well, so bring that through. Stargate builds, Warp Gate builds. I'd say very reasonable so far. Just going to see a couple of probes, and the Ling will go back and forth as well. And yeah, Obviously, the Oracle coming about. We have quite a lot of Lings in production here. And as we have Ling Speed finishing soon, we'll see if that leads to anything aggressive across the other side. As we look for the wraparound on that Adept. We've just missed the surround a couple times over. And off creep, we don't get the reach to get the kill. That Adept gets away one hit from death. Just about able to escape from there. And the Oracle coming about, the Wolfgate coming through, Gateway, drones continue to come over, and a couple of spores coming about as well. The Zergle's actually going to slip by, the Adepts were not in position just yet. Zergling's coming, continue to take a bit of a setup here. Let's just see how Zergling's coming through as well. These Adepts will continue to come about. There's 13 probes going down. Nice run by Yakov, doing a good job of this so far. Put himself in a good position with 14 pros being killed. And Nexus building, the couple of probes come up, the Oracle on the way. Ling, Spore coming about as well. Just going to be seeing the drones continue to come through there, and the Adepts will continue to come over. The Zerglings will set up over on the sides. We'll get a wrap around. Adept's just going to get caught. Queen's going to fire. And that will be a couple more Adepts in the Oracle still coming through. Lings get into the natural again, but they will get cleaned up. Oracle coming about, a couple more Lings go down. Oracle getting back down to the bottom. Still going through. A couple drones going down, so now Trick has a chance to kind of get some damage back done. Coming back over again, a couple gates setting up, the drones coming back through again. Continue to come around for the moment here as settle up. Oracles keep going through. The Ling's going to set up as well. Just going to be having a couple of Stalkers going to continue to fly through also. The Lings will take a few more shots of damage. We do see the Bane Nest and the Hydrogen coming up to follow this through. A couple of Oracles going to sit nearby. Oracle's obviously going to be a big part of this game because then they can stasis ward into the next stage of it as well, which obviously goes a lot of the way for you. Oracle's moved back over. I'm just going to see the melee upgrade and the Baneling speed coming online as well. Get that muscular augment also on the way about right now. Oracle's come back across. It's going to be seeing how it setup continuing. Again, +1 and Blink coming online. Temple Archives coming up as well. Just for the moment. Again, melee Bane speed, muscle augments continue to come about. Overseer steps over and Yakov. So just getting those units up and online. Link and Hydra all coming over. Will activate a few of the Lings going down. The Stalkers are chasing, pushing that Ling Hydra Queen force away. second. Let's get the storm up. The immortal coming through. Robot facility coming about. Next, and the gate still added on. The cannons are coming up. We have got ourselves, obviously, this pressure from Yakov likely to hit before storm is ready. So it's going to be a real challenge here in the next few moments as we get this rolling. The Hydra step through. We do see the cannon and the battery taking damage. The Lings continue to come across as well. Just going to be seeing the Oracles stepping over as the Banes and the Hydras continue to go, go, go. The Bane's going to turn back around over to the other side. The Archons has to be morphed there. That's really bad because we actually, A, contaminated the storm, but B, now you don't have High Templars with energy anyway, so YoungYakov's timing is looking very good. I'm just coming across. The Archon takes a few more shots. The Link's coming over as well. All of this goes down. The rest of the Bane's going to go crashing in that mineral line, and Yakov is going to take the first game off of Tricky here. Nice. Alright, well, we're going to game number 2. We're going to be going to Killer's Mile for the second game of this series. So, YoungYakov with the map advantage. Okay, maybe this is, I wasn't saying it was a decided group or anything, right? But it definitely makes the group even more exciting. If Trigger loses to Yakov, we could be in for a big tiebreaker situation at the end, potentially. A lot of things that could happen there, so that definitely gets interesting. Yo, Bad Fisher, thank you so much for this 6 months in advance sub. 5 months in total, 6 in advance. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the belief. The upcoming half a year of StarCraft 2. Super appreciated. Thank you very much. And if you guys are enjoying the stream, we are super close to that 700 subscriber goal. It really helps us to keep on maintaining and putting out tournaments when we're at around 700 subs. So if you guys have a Prime sub available, please consider supporting. Otherwise, obviously, regular subs, gifted subs, they all help out as well if you're feeling generous. If you're on the YouTube, don't forget as well, we have the like button that you can hit for free. And that helps out a whole lot as well. We've got a few series left. Hit that like button, help more people find the channel, help more people find the StarCraft. Let me do that myself. Lead by example as we get this game started up. Close the chat, hit like. We're 80 likes already. You guys have been pretty good at liking the stream today, I'm not going to lie. I reminded you guys early, but already at 80. I'm pretty impressed. Good job, team. Good job. Yo, what's up, Jesky? Thank you so much for the Prime sub on the Twitch as well. Much appreciated as we are loading into Game 2 of Trigger versus Yakov. Let's get this one up and running. In the bottom left-hand side, our blue Protoss player here is Trigger. On the top right, our red Zerg is Yakov. Alright guys, game number 2 of the best 3, Yakov up 1-0. We have got a hatchery coming down in the natural of Trigger. Definitely one way to mix this up a little bit and get a little bit aggro and to throw Trigger off maybe with that 1-0 lead that Yakov has. See if you can make something happen with this. Is going to be Chrono boosting out to begin with here, so we get that Chrono on the way. Cybercore coming through. Going to be seeing the hatches on the way up. yeah, a little bit of setup for these first few moments. Ideally here, trigger 2 zealots is a good amount. Adept just going to boosting out as well. There's going to be some extra bonus for you as well, so that will help too. And the benefit from this as the Protoss is now you can kind of send the 2 zealots and the Adept across the map and put some pressure on with that. The probe actually forces the hatchery out of position here as well, which is kind of wild not to get your actual natural up right now. It's actually pretty rough. Don't really love that too much. As let's jump onto these zealots and follow them over for a few moments. Again, Queens, Lings, Ling speed coming about. We're going to be seeing the Oracle, Probe, and the Warp Gate continuing through as well. Access building on the natural. The Overlord setting up as well. Still Ling speed. Lings and drones continue to come through. You just see the couple of Adepts and a couple of Zealots will get here once again. The Queen taking some damage. The Lings are going to come wrapping around. After you have a full surround, so it looks like a good defense. The Adepts go down, so there's no shade in the way of any of this. It's actually a very good defense. Queen, 2 of them together will be good enough against this Oracle, which will die for some drones. We got 3. It's actually pretty nice from Trigger. Some damage taken, but nothing too serious overall. Pretty manageable situation still for both players, I would say. Oracle comes up toward the natural. The Oracle over to the side. Resonating glaives building. The extra gates coming through. The Oracle just going to activate 3 for a couple of those drones. And that melee upgrade still coming about. The extra gates producing. Still just going to boost along. So yeah, Glaive's definitely a different approach. And melee is not going to love playing against Glaives. Having a melee upgrade against, you know, making your Lings better when Lings melt to their depths is not going to do too much. There's some scenarios that can maybe work out, but it's definitely not ideal. Obviously, the Roachron coming up is at least nice because you might need some Roaches here to really deal with these Adepts as they're going to be moving over the map in the next few moments. Oh. Nice Ling. Spots the probe trying to come across and make a base. Delays just by a little bit. Left over to the natural. Couple Queens taking some damage. One Queen going down. A couple of Roaches getting picked up as well. The Ling's actually going to come and get us around. We just cancelled the shade, so we got a full surround here as Yakov. Is that good enough? I mean, a full surround seems pretty decent, especially when the Adepts aren't like in a choke point or anything, hence full surround. It's honestly looked pretty okay for Yakov. Pretty darn good defense as Trigger gets pushed away down that right-hand side. And Yakov will... He's still down a lot of drones. He's taking damage obviously off the Oracles. He did lose some drones here as well. And the drone's still building. The Oracles continue to move across. And drones building, lair building. Gates and an Nexus coming through as well as our Lings will get to the bottom. Gonna get a little wrap around there. Definitely take a couple of shots. And the Oracle's going back to the upper right hand side. 2 more gateways built in the main base as the Stalker hits the Overlord. Those Oracle's still just cruising about. Looks as though we'll settle for now. No other upgrade on the way from Trigger. Kind of makes us feel like this Immortal and Prism is going to join up for a big attack. He's warping in a Stalker or two, but I just feel more so that we're likely going to be seeing this turn into, like I say, a larger attack here as the couple of Oracles build back. Yeah, I think the main force ready to move out in a moment or two. Things run across, the Oracle moving up. And drop down our stasis warders. Some drones just peel away. One drone, Roach and the Queen getting gathered. This army stepping through again. The Adept's going to start hitting a few of those Lings. Force field's coming down. And again, just going to have ourselves this army gathering up right now as we just have the Roach Ravager still stepping through. Crows of Vials hitting once again. The Oracle going to be there. Apparently Trigger has way too much. It's going to be a GG. And Yakov, yeah, just kind of bled out throughout this game. First taking damage to the Oracles and so on, and then the next step just wasn't exactly pretty for him either. A little bit rough for him in that regard. Alright, we will go into a third game, guys, in a second. Let me do the invites, and while you guys can have a look at Ellie. Alright guys, jumping into our game 3 of the series. Trigger and Yakov going the distance. Yeah, from the bottom left-hand side. The blue Protoss player here is Trigger. And we have in the top right, our red Zerg player, Yakov. Pro just makes the drone sail away to the third location for the hatchery. Just a peaceful moment or two, guys. Excuse me. Just getting a couple bites of my lunch in while we have a peaceful few minutes. Not much going on. Wait for some excitement to come about here on Leylines. Kind of nice though. 3 games between Trigger and Yakov here. Like I say, if Yakov wins this, actually really mixes up the group again. Throws this into a little bit more turmoil. As Overlord comes over, patrol will set up. And link speed just starts from Yakov, still pretty peaceful in these early stages overall. That shading about. That's gonna have ourselves the link speed coming through, the queen coming up, drone on the way. We had a Stargate on as well. A couple more probes in production here. Drones go down. Step coming over. Oracle on the warp gate coming about. Spores coming over as well. Just get settled here. The feelings coming over too. Full steps back across. Still got that warp gate being added on as we speak. Overlord stepping through. Twilight Council coming over. And the Oracle continues to move around for a couple of moments here. Well, doing decently. We're seeing a couple queen shots coming back around, putting some work on. Was the Oracle able to get 5 kills so far? Is definitely pretty nice. Again, early damage in this PvZ dictates so much of how these games go, and so far definitely looking very reasonable. Depths will trigger. Just go stepping across. Just going to be seeing the Oracle coming through, Resonating Glaives coming up. All the upgrades still building on the Evo chamber. As the Adepts will shade through here. Getting those gathered. A couple Oracles coming through as well. I'm just going to be having the links continue about. Queen, Spore, and keep on fighting. A couple of Oracles getting shot at. Still got that Resonating Glaives coming online, so Trigger going to go back to these Adepts and really hope that they can do enough for him after their success in Game 2. Watch coming up, Depth shading big time towards the upper right hand side. Stasis Ward gets killed off by those Zerglings. The Queen going to be back over there. The Lings are going to wrap around. The Queen is going to be there as well. Just going to see those Glaive Adepts continue to fire. And there's a couple of Queens going down still. 3 drones drop, 4 drones drop. We have these Queens still taking damage as well. So again, a few more shots. The Adepts definitely controlling right now as Yakov tries to recover from this. Gets Ling Roach up into production. A melee upgrade to come and accompany that as well. Nothing's producing. If your Adepts is going to go jumping onto the hatchery, the Stasis Ward will catch a single Zergling here, and the Adepts continue to move about between mineral lines. A couple of Adepts continue to go. The Adepts will continue to deal some good damage. So again, workers continue to get struck. 10 drones going down. Just going to see those Lings getting a full wraparound on these Adepts as well. So it's a cleanup. Obviously, we're losing workers down 20. And YoungYakov doesn't have like a full-on counter-attack setup or anything here, so we'll just be seeing the 14 drones in production. He's just going to set back up and try and get that economy going again, which is not a good sign when you lose the drones and you look to have to rebuild them, and so it's really not ideal as the couple of drones move back over. Bane's coming over, Roach will be coming up. And Blink +1 will be finishing shortly. Still got a couple gates coming through as well. Prism coming about. The Stalkers get to the center. Overseer will cancel, and the Overlord goes down. Step forward. The couple Oracles get pushed back to the middle here. The Stalker Sentry steps forward with the Immortal coming up in tow. Roaches will just be getting there. You're going to be seeing our Stalkers taking a lot of hits. The Lings are going to run over. The Roach is taking a lot of damage. The Queens are going to be here. Can Yakov find a defense? It doesn't really look like it. We don't even have Blink yet, and this army is looking to be just a little bit too much overall. We have ourselves a +2 melee and that Roach speed building on up. Spellcaller goes down. Still got the Roach Ravager pressing. I just don't see it being enough for Yakov. Right, we get blinked on, and obviously with upgrades in play for the Stalkers, they're pretty powerful. We warp in a bunch more. There's no way to deny that Prism. Yakov takes a map, but it seems like that will be all he's taking as Trigger gets game number 2 of this best of 3. Game number 3 of this best of 3, and gets the 2-1 victory. Helps if I say my sentence in the correct order. Well, Yakov will drop down to 0-3, and as such, we will head into YoungYakov versus Showtime as our next series, with Yakov looking to see if he can take a win today at all, or see what happens. Alright, we will take a couple moments, guys. I'm just going to throw the BLB screen on, and I'm just going to finish my lunch while we run the ads, and then we'll jump into that Showtime versus Yakov series. I'll see you after this. Showtime versus Yakov for our next series here. In the bottom left, our red Protoss player is Showtime. Against our blue Zerg. In the upper right, it is Yakov. Well, Yakov took a trigger to 3 games. Honestly, probably should have had a 3rd game against SHIN. Was definitely set up well in that opening map that he played there. Last was not meant to be. Got 3 series remaining. Showtime versus Yakov. And then we're going to do Showtime versus SHIN. And then Trigger versus SHIN to wrap us up today, guys. That's going to be how our group goes from here on out. On this Overlord, and take a few moments to get across the map. So Overlord comes over, again Hatch Pool coming up initially, just gonna have the Cybercore and the Nexus getting into place. Take that Overlord, and it runs down to that bottom left hand side, so we'll be getting set up for the next few moments. And Cybercore's about to finish. Queens and Lings coming online as we just have ourselves the Nexus obviously coming up. Not too much to say. Here's the problem with casting a bunch of PvZs in a row. Can only make early game PvZ so interesting. I do want to say just a chance to say again thank you all for tuning in today. Again, if you're enjoying, don't forget the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. Can allow you to directly support WardiTV tournament prize pools. We're continuing to push the prize money per month from Patreon up. We are slowly approaching $1,000 a month, which is amazing. It allows us to fund so much more stuff and obviously allow us to really, again, keep on doing these tournaments consistently. So if you enjoy the tournaments, you want to support them, obviously all the usual ways of supporting works, but definitely check out that Patreon page at patreon.com/WardiTV. Been a quiet day in chat today. Not being super quiet, but it's been fairly quiet for a weekend. Usually you guys are a bit lively on the weekend. What's up? Everyone hiding away? Scared of the Zerg? Taking maps off Protoss? Ooh, spooky. I do think Showtime has sometimes had a tendency to be a little weaker against players like Yakov, actually, funnily enough. Where I think it was mostly he used to struggle a lot against Vanya or Wayne in a lot of the ESL events and the regionals and so on. I always thought it was very interesting that Showtime would consistently, not consistently lose, but like lose more than he maybe should do against those guys. He's actually never lost a series against YoungYakov. In fact, he's never dropped a map against YoungYakov. 7-0, 14-0 across 3 years of playing. Last time they played, WardiTV Festival Qualifier number 4. That's crazy that they've only met 7 times, actually. Yakov plays a lot of events, Showtime plays a lot of events as well. I'm surprised they haven't met in like more WardiTV group stages and so on, you know? So, yeah, a little strange. Just a couple oracles fly through, a couple drones nearby. Cosplaying as Zerg, or aka lurking. Oh, that's a good one. All hungover. Was it party night last night? I didn't realize. What were you celebrating? The Group B WardiTV results. This is what comes down, as we will just catch a single drone. So well handled by Yakov. Obviously, Showtime will continue to ping around with these oracles and try and catch Yakov. Not quite paying attention. That's a cancel straight away because you identify from a Spore and a Queen. got a little bit too close with that attempted stasis ward, unfortunately. Kind of interesting because right now all of his oracles are kind of split up, so none of them are really joined together to kind of just zap down drones. I think this drone just built an Evo chamber to keep itself safe, but maybe it actually wants the Evo chamber. It just kind of seemed to come down so randomly. Just cancel it. So I was just afraid for the drone there, as the 2 oracles on the top side will gather. This oracle might just want to back away and just be kind of the defense at home. The adepts are going to threaten the shade toward the main base. That's going to be a cancel too. Not really able to make much of anything happen right now as our adepts continue down. The couple oracles move back up for these early stages. Oracle's coming through the top side. A few more drones going down, so we are finding some damage here and there. Again, putting that worker in for the moment. Putting that damage in for the moment. Starting the adepts actually commit onto the natural, so they're going to get 4 or 5 workers. Got a little starting point here. As you see those adepts coming back around, the Zergling's going to get a surround on said adepts, and adepts will shade into the main base, but it's going to take a few more moments to clean them up, so that is going to be even more damage able to be dealt. So we like that a lot. And +1 missiles, roach speed, muscular augments, hydra speed. You see where Yakov is taking this, just pure roach hydra. Going to be his call for the next little while. Let's get rid of 1 drone, 2 drones. 3 drones. And Hydras will finish again. +1 missiles and roach speed coming about. The oracle back into the center. Rocks are going to fade away. A couple oracles gather in. Just going to see those oracles going to try and dive towards the couple of drones at the moment. Storm starts on the Templar Archives. Things move across. The Hydra's going to get there. Oracle taking a few more shots. Going to see that pylon canceling up as Showtime continues to pull back away. Back toward the third base. The feelings will still come up. A couple more adepts are going to be there. The Zealot charging in and getting a cleanup as well. Again, +2 attack and Storm both building up from Showtime at the moment. Hydras get underneath, the Oracle goes down, another Oracle Stasis Ward drops into place. It's a lot of Hydras, and honestly right now Showtime doesn't have the splash right now to truly push those Hydras away easily. Bunch more Zealots warp in. We just step away, extra Zealots step up once more. Hydras and Roaches will keep on coming through, the extra Zealots warping. And just hitting those Oracles. And a couple of Zealots just keep putting the work in. The Roaches get pushed back. Hydra Roach still in production. +2 attack and Immortal and Zealots being brought online as well. Well, over with a fairly successful push. Backs away now. Starts up the Lurker Den and the Infestation Pits. So got our Immortal, the +2 attack coming online. The Robo Facility starts up again, so we'll have ourselves double Robo production available. We knock down some rocks, and Yakov just says, cool, I can take my gold base. Showtime will start to think about a 4th base as well. Going to go to the 6 o'clock with that. Now that Yakov has backed away from some of the pressure. So right now a supply block Yakov actually is going to come back to the south side of the map again. So going straight back over here. As you have the couple of Zealots taking shots again. Shadow gathers together again. The drones just coming up, Hive on the way. +2 missiles coming over at the same time. And Again, a couple of Archons continue to build in from Showtime, so they're just going to finish up. We step forward here. The Roach Hydra will try and jump in toward this. One Immortal already taken down. Just a couple of Zealots come through. The High Templar goes down. Second High Templar goes down. Again, still trying to chase. We drop another Revelation into place. A couple of Storms come through. We step straight on through those Lurkers, just getting absolutely battered. Apparently had to recover this one. As the Oracle gets picked off up in the skies, so again, this one was just played a little bit earlier on, guys, so a little bit of a recovery. See, we don't have to go through the whole rigmarole of regaming, rehosting, and waiting and stuff. It's beautiful, right? Power of the replay cast. The power. I don't know if it's really a power, but take it. The jig is up, Court, yes. Caught red-handed, guys. After admitting they were replays earlier, I've been caught with them in fact being replays. My goodness, I'm the worst kind of person. I'm a truth teller. Ugh. Unbelievable. Who could believe this? Who could believe such things? I like Showtime's army. I mean, he's ended the Tempest. He's getting a lot of answers up for Lurkers. Spire on the way from Yakov. Prepares him for the Tempest play himself, though, so I like that too, as he actually kind of maybe walked a little bit too far there. Could have burrowed up maybe a moment sooner. Another couple of Storms coming down, and we have ourselves an army here that has to be respected. Yakov has got himself properly into this macro game. And this is definitely not one which is just going to be like, macro game, surely Showtime wins this. I mean, this fight looks good for Showtime. Coming in from two sides, the Lurkers will unburrow and run. And is being hunted. Lurker goes down. Trust this army from Yakov on the top side. Setting up as a few more Lurkers, but burrow again. Like I say, Showtime's army getting better. Tempest's Mothership. But if you can trade out well and get into some Corruptors, there's no reason that this is an army you can't fight as Yakov. Like, he has the tools to fight it. Does he have the positioning, the macro, the multitasking to fight it and keep up in the game? That is going to become our question now, really, because, like I say, he's definitely going to get to a point in the game where he's going to have the tools to do it. He's got an okay base count, 5 bases. We'd like to see him maybe get to 6 bases if he can, just because Showtime's already working his way up to 5 as well. Yeah, I mean, he's doing a lot of things right, trying to get a wraparound on these units. The High Templars will go down, no more Storms available. The moment those Storms are out of the equation, it becomes a whole lot tougher as the Roaches and Hydras come over. We actually get a pretty good catch on a few of those units there. Unfortunately, we lost a lot in the chase initially, and we're also not doing great on our gold base as this gets sieged by Tempest, but coming across, we should be able to cancel this base as Showtime. He has nothing currently in position to play defense, so Showtime will lose this Nexus as well. A couple more Tempest shots. The Lurkers and the Hydras and Roaches are not going to stop. They are going to keep on pushing through. Another Storm coming straight down onto the Hydralisk, which just then blink or lunge away. And we lunge forward again. That Tempest will go down. Another Storm will just come straight through. And handled pretty nicely as the air weapons and air armor upgrades continue through on the side of Showtime. So we really do have that air commitment continuing. This is genuinely a fairly scary shove from Yakov. I mean, Showtime's bringing units back now. He's got a lot of his army from that right side. So once they get here, this should be an easier cleanup, and maybe enough of a cleanup as well to take this to a Game 1 victory, as that's a fantastic set of Storms. Yakov has some money left to rebuild with, but not a lot of gas, basically. He is going to go some Corruptors. He's going to add some Hydras again. But that's his gas bank spent, and he sits at 150 supply. He lost some drones during all of this. 66 to 69 workers, so it's still within reach from either side. Just Showtime's army's been trading better, and so when you're up 7,000 resources lost, it's kind of on the Zerg to mine more than you. And right now, the Zerg is not mining more than the Protoss at all, so this is slowly going to be a little bit of a death animation for YoungYakov here, it feels like. Tempest shots are good. Overseer goes down. The rest of the lanes, the Hydras, the Lurkers stepping up. Another couple Lurkers will finish. get chased the other way. Again, more Lings coming about. The Overlord speed and the +1 flyer attack still coming through. The Hydras are going to step forward. They're going to lunge for the Tempest. They're going to get 1. They're going to get 2. Okay, I was going to say, we got to kill some of them so that my casting makes sense. Now we get 3. Thank you, YoungYakov. It's just a bit of an awkward pause. Just have ourselves the couple of shots coming through. Again, it's just going to be continuing to gather together. So, gathering up, looking to go towards the top. A few Zealots will hit on the right side. Again, the Ling Hydra will wrap around, get rid of a few of these Zealots. Have ourselves on the top side, the Archons, and the rest coming about. The Lurker goes down already. A couple Zerglings getting picked away at. Another Revelation comes down as well. +2 air weapons, +1 armor coming up from Showtime. The Tempest will just go straight after the Overlords. Got a few more shots. Still seeing those Lurkers taking hits. Bam, bam, bam. Hydra going down. And as they get lunge from the Hydras again, but the Storm comes in quickly. The Corruptors from the bottom side do not sync up. I mean, everything's kind of backing away, so you're still afraid to let those Tempests continue to kind of come in and deal damage right now. We just have ourselves another couple of Storms coming through. The Corruptors are going to fight once again. Immortals continuing to take some damage, but is it enough? I mean, the Lurker's going to have to step up in this. There's a lot of Immortals. They're very beefy units. As the Lurkers step up, Yakov will start to make his way through these. I mean, it's a lot of expensive units to then lose out on in the end as Showtime loses out on a lot. We're going to let the Lurkers take some of the damage as well, and then deal some to these Zealots, and Yakov is actually going to keep himself in a competitive position compared to where it was maybe going to. It was looking pretty bad for Yakov, right? He was definitely down. Supply was not quite there. Has the detection already with that Overseer in the sky, so the cloaking doesn't do much right now. Can we get rid of the High Templar? He decides not to, as the Time Warp comes down a little late on from Showtime. He has not been able to do enough quite yet. Additional Lurkers coming through, as the extra Hydras and melee upgrades still building as well. +2 air weapons, +1 armor. Continue to come about as we just have the Lings. Gonna go running across towards the probes. He's gonna get a couple of those right off the bat. The Zealots are gonna come over, and the Hydras and the Lurker coming up as well. Roaches in production. Yo, thank you, Sartan4455 for the Prime sub. Appreciate it very much indeed. Two more Immortals. We'll just produce ourselves the Observer and the Probe coming about as well. 5 more Lurkers coming in. Another Time Walker drops on down. Carl Hungers, thank you so much also for the Prime sub. 3 months on that Prime. Appreciate it, Carl. Thank you for priming us up and being a StarCraft 2 eSport hero. So we're going to fire a couple probes back away. We will see High Templars storming up, and the drones taking a lot of damage. 15 workers going down. The Zealots will fall. Meanwhile, the Tempest now on the top side looking to hit this 12 o'clock hatchery, so that will also be dropping down here. That is another kickoff. Another nice pick. Yo, Time T Panda, also with the Prime, so back-to-back Primes. Thanks so much for the Prime. Appreciate the support. Also, StarCraft hero, thank you so much. As our recall comes in, we are going to see some of the High Templar abandoned. Just got to try and spam some storms out there. Maybe could have got 1 or 2 more down. Not ideal for Showtime. Is again, credit to Yakov. I really felt like he was dead in this game. Like, he was in a 150 supply situation. His opponent was near and maxed out. This was not pretty, but he forced his way through. He took some pretty good fights considering the army he's playing with as well. I feel like he's constantly been at like an army quality deficit. And so he's been able to take some good fights despite that and keep himself in this game. I mean, this game again now, you look at the numbers and at a glance it definitely seems pretty winnable on either side. I think looking a bit more in-depth, Showtime still has a much better setup at home. He has a much better army composition. The bases going down around the edges from Yakov do not exactly spell success for him into the later stages of this game. But I feel like we're in a reasonable spot here. All things considered. Like I say, I mean, I think Showtime TLDR is absolutely winning, just... well, let's see, these Corruptors going to fly forward as we do... Corruptors trying to fight. The Hydra's coming in from the left-hand side. Tempest taking damage as well. Another couple of Storms coming down. Tempest going to get absolutely coated. That's just going to be seeing the Archons getting pushed back as well. There's Hydra Force, the Lurkers coming through. I mean, Yakov with an attempt to basically just wrap around this army, and if he can win this fight somewhat convincingly, he might feel good enough to continue through. As the Hydras will go, 1, 2 Immortals going down, a third Immortal getting chased. And we've seen the Lurkers on the right side setting up as, again, the High Templar gets going, the Lings coming through, the Hatch on the right side rebuilding. Again, it's just those bases that we've not really been able to hang on to. And obviously Yakov just lacking maybe a little bit still in armor quality. Again, in fights like this is the sort of thing that Yakov's hanging on to as well. At moments like this where you can actually maybe turn it around because of it. Showtime's army is a little bit slow moving, and so that's one thing Yakov's been somewhat okay at kind of trying to capitalize on. I think the reality though is that this is just going to be a little bit too far gone as his army supply is actually still fairly close. Showtime has a lot more money incoming though. He's just got more workers working, although a lot of them are oversaturated, so the actual income is still in Showtime's favor, but maybe not quite as heavily as you'd think it would be. That's we're killing 2 more of these hatcheries, and that's not just potential income bases, that's also just going to be bases that obviously are, you know, acting as, you know, production points. And these Corrupted stuff to cause spray, the Hydra try to chase on the lowest High Templar, man, there's just storms for days right now. It feels like you can't place a storm incorrectly at the moment because there's just anything you hit with a storm is going to be value for Showtime. He's actually lost 2 bases now to the caustic spray of those Corruptors, so they are definitely causing some troubles. Yakov still definitely trying his absolute utmost to stay in this to the best of his ability. But yeah, at some point the realization is that there's just not enough to hang on to anymore. GG's. Yo, Apocalypse1, how you doing? Thank you so much for the 10-month resub on the Prime. Did I hear about the StarCraft miniature game? I did. Yeah, it looks cool. Hopefully it's cool. Nice to see some StarCraft stuff just in existence at all. It's kind of nice, right? So, yeah. Thank you so much for that Prime as well. Appreciate it. Thank you for helping us with a few Primes, guys. Help push us towards that 700 number. Thank you so much. Give me 1 second. I'll get this going. Alright. Alright, we're going to go into game number 2. We're going to be heading to Persephone. I'm actually going to be, one moment, guys, just between games. I'll be right back once I send these invites out. I will see you guys in just 2 seconds. We'll be right back, let's say. Alrighty, guys. Hello. Welcome back. As we're going to be heading into Persephone for map 2. Showtime leads by a map. And Showtime lost to Trigger at the start of the day. I was like, uh-oh, that's dangerous. And then he looked freaking good against Kua later on. A win against YoungYakov puts him up to 2-1. That puts him in a little bit more of a comfortable position. Yeah, would be looking nice. as we get ready to go into our game number 2. In the top left-hand corner, up 1-0. Like I say, looking to get into a little bit of a nicer spot here. This is going to be showtime. Can he get the series win? Can he get what he needs to, like I say, put him into a very comfortable position here in Group C of the WardiTV Spring Championship? Bottom left-hand corner, the blue Zerg is going to be YoungYakov. And game 2 of our series, Persephone, our map. I actually liked how Yakov played that game. It was pretty nice, enjoyable. Showed some good kind of later game armies and was able to get Showtime to take some bad fights as well, so yeah, I liked it. Liked it a lot. Alright. Hatch gas coming up, gate gas coming up. Let's see what we get for game number 2. As Showtime just gets the gate down. There's no drone on the map, no cheeky hatchery proxied or anything along those lines. So yeah, nothing too crazy in that regard. Simon X Core is going to be on its way. The assimilator coming up from Showtime as well. Just going to see that hatch, gas, and pool all coming online. The probe scouting, nothing really to see just yet, right? I mean, see the norm. Going to stick around for a little bit. Maybe you can stick around long enough to see how much gas finds, although probably want to leave soon with the Zerglings getting ready to start building in a moment. Probe escapes out again, the couple queens, lings, the ling speed will continue through as well. Those couple lings is going to go chasing after the probe again. Ling speed coming up, a couple queens coming through. It's a Stargate from Showtime, so very regular kind of opening from him at the moment. The Adept still shading around. The hatch coming into place. The Ling's already just nibbling through some of the rocks here as well, so looking to open up those rocks as this next Adept shades by toward the main base as well. The Zergling's still trying to give chase. Not quite going to get far enough forward, though. Ling speed will continue to produce on through as the Adept of Showtime heads on forward as well. Let those Adepts gather. A couple of queens is going to be there. We have got ourselves the Adepts going to go back the other direction. Still got the warp gate coming through with a couple of probes and the Stalker being added on as well. Ling's going to poke in. Oh, no, that's not a wall off. Uh-oh, Ling's in the main base. Showtime Stalker was just out of position, and the Lings show up. He's going to lose a lot of probes. The Adepts are out of position because they're getting ready to take a third. Absolute disaster. These Lings, if anything, are meant to pressure the third and all the rest, but that's third. Oh my god, that's game. He's going to say GG. 13 dead probes. He just leaves a gap. Ouch. Yeah, that obviously happened very quickly, but you just have the Stalker a little bit over to the side, and the game just ends. Well, that was yeah, Stalker's just over here poking, and Adepts over there. Ouch. Alright guys, well that was that's a speedy way to finish up game number 2. And just like that, we reset into now at game 3. Showtime, 22 minutes, drawn out affair for game 1. Game number 2. Stalker out of position and the Lings show up. And that will be all you need to have a disaster occur. Alright, well Yakov takes another map. This is why it's fun to have players like Yakov in this tournament, right? Like, You know, the maps are taken. These guys can, you know, these guys can absolutely show up and take games. I mean, you know, Geralt went 0-4 the other day, but he took a map in 3 of his series. You know, Group A, Nicorak took a map off of Mana as well. Played some fun games. Like, even when these guys are the underdogs, this is why we have them play, because they can still give us some fun games, still give them some chances to succeed. Alright, jump back into this, as we'll just go straight into Game 3. Was that a real wall? Could be attacked by 2 things at the same time. Yeah, but even then it gives you time for the adepts to come back over or so as well, right? So, as long as you keep the lings from getting in straight away, I guess it's reasonable. Alright. Into the bottom left-hand side, our red Protoss player here is Showtime. And at the top right side, our blue Zerg player. This is going to be YoungYakov. That's coming up. Drone coming through and gets settled down here. Yeah, what's up, Palkin Takashi? How you doing? 5-year resub, the 60 months. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for the big resub coming through. Thank you for supporting as always. Thank you for continuing to come on back. 5-year hype. Hell yeah. Isn't it crazy that like 5-year resubs are like or like you're kind of like a COVID sub right now? Like, isn't that crazy? This baffles my mind that that's like a 5-year thing at this stage. Actually, kind of mental. Obviously, if you're consistent, you might be in sub before and stuff. But the fact that I think 5 years, I'm like, oh, what were we doing 5 years ago? I was like, yep, literally, yep, COVID, yep. 2020 spring during COVID, yep. Yeah, that's wild. As if that was actually 5 years ago. Crazy. We're just going to go back and forth. Cybercore and the Nexus comes up. We've got a couple queens on the way through. The hatchery on that side. Continue to get settled here. Sandworm. Sandworm's been pretty popular for playing a bunch of resonating glaive attacks on and so on, so I wonder if that's maybe something we see here as well. Stargate building. Again, that link speed coming in. Link speed building. Stargate on the way. Some of our link speed coming up. Drone the Queen coming through. Waiting for the Oracle to come by, but also just like I say, wondering if there's going to be anything sneaky beyond this, or if we're just going to play it fairly standard in the early stages. Oracle comes about, just going to be seeing the hatch coming through, drones coming over. And that Oracle coming up as well. Alright, that comes over, and again, hatch, drones, couple spores. A few zerglings coming about it as well. And Queens and Ovies continue through. We had some extra drones on. The Oracle steps over. Queen's going to be there. I'm just going to pull back into this mineral line. Next is coming through. Support crawler coming up. Handlings and the drones continuing by as well. It's going to be seeing that Stasis Ward in the main base gets taken out already, so attempt to stasis denied. Just the Twilight in the Forge is looking pretty regular as we do see these Adepts getting in though. So already some very good early damage done as they just find 4 workers. Finally the Lings show up. We're going to go shading. There's 2 of the 6 Adepts quickly. The rest in a good tucked away position. And they will shade and head toward the main base and just going to continue to pull units around. 6 workers killed so far. But definitely due to kill a couple more. That drone just did not become an Evo chamber in time. The workers killed back to the 3rd base. We're going to get a couple more drones. Green was probably up for grabs as well if you wanted it. The Lings jump onto these Adepts. The Oracles activate. Goes down again. Just going to be seeing the Lings continuing through. The Queens will get there. That Oracle goes down. Adepts get a few more Lings. The other Adepts getting toward the natural. The end Showtime is going to lose all of this, but man, it took a long time to clean this up. This cleanup should never really take so long. Running around for a long period after these units is just very painful in itself. And the +1 on charge come through. The gates, the Temple Archives, the Robo facility coming online. Stalker's going to get here. They're going to take out this Overlord as well. Uncle's activate, couple of drones going down. Still got the Storm coming up. +1 weapons, Prism continuing about, Hydras, missiles, and so coming through. A couple of Zelds are going to go after the Oracles escape away. The Zelds are going to come back, going to get rid of another Creep Tumor. Zelds just going to get in there. So again, a couple of drones going to get jumped onto. Now we're going to have the Archons going to be hitting as well. So a couple of those Queens going down. Will fall, just going to be having the couple of drones going down. Showtime takes a 2-1. Just too much with those Adepts, like I say. GG's. Alright, so Showtime gets the win. A little bit of a blip on that game too, obviously, but gets right back to it and is going to get the 2-1 scoreline for himself. So, pretty darn good there. Let's go into... let's go into SHIN versus Showtime, as I've been mentioning. That will be next. Have to bring this account across for that. We're gonna actually go back to Sandworm for this SHIN Showtime game number 1, it seems. So back to the map we just came out of. Missed my own invite because I was typing something. Big brain. Yo, Palkin, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs going out to Bellion, Extra Stana. Well, I can't say that name for the life of me. Mylinke, Beat Egg, and Thinilius. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for the generosity. Thank you so much. Have they got any cool Legos? Yeah, I have a really cool... Well, I guess they're not Legos. I have a really cool, like, Eevee. Not really, no. I do not really have any Legos. I have, like, a Mega Block Eevee that's pretty cool. It's, like, around the corner, though. See if I can get Elicam to capture it. It's like, you see in the middle, the big Eevee? It's like a Lego-y Eevee. The big one on the right-hand side of the left-hand box. It's very cool. I know, it's very hard to pinpoint the Eevee in the Eevee section, but... You know. The multi-cam setup is just Elicam. Elicam on the move. Elicam on the move. Is this just my work room or do I also hang out in there? I mean, this is my PC setup, right? So if I want to do anything on my computer, this is my computer. Alright, bottom left hand side, we're gonna have ourselves the blue Protoss. This is gonna be Showtime. While in the top right, our red Zerg is going to be SHIN. Yeah, I obviously I play games on my PC, so I sit here a lot to play. I have the couch TV set up on the other side, but I don't really play much on my consoles, and I don't really watch TV there because it's... If me and Helm watch TV, we watch it like downstairs or upstairs. Like up in the bedroom or down in the living room, so... Yeah, we just have I have that TV basically for playing consoles, but I don't really play my consoles a lot, basically. But we use it sometimes. We've been playing Split Fiction a little bit. It's been fun. Game 1 of this best of 3 TVZ. I've really liked watching SHIN Showtime the last couple times they've played. It's been very exciting as the Nexus comes up here initially. Just gonna get that underway. The pool and the hatch coming online. Nexus coming out as well. Yeah, like I said, I really have enjoyed SHIN Showtime when they've played recently, so hoping for some cool games. Guess we'll see what happens. So we're moving around. The Stargate builds up for Showtime. We will just be the couple of Lings going after the probe. Yeah, we just wait for that Stargate to come through. Ling speed coming up on the side of SHIN, so we get that underway. I was pulling back across, just gonna see that Stargate finishing in a couple of moments. We have ourselves the I'm just going to go after. The Adept will get there. Zergling gets picked off. And we'll get Oracle. The Adept continue to come on through. Guys, next time that I try and do 4 PvZs in a row, please remind me. 4 games of having to do early game PvZ in a row, it's a struggle. I really do not manage to get through early game PvZs very well or very excitingly at all. Ay, ay, ay. Pain. Pain. Hatcher going up. And we do have ourselves the, like I say, the extra gate coming online. So we'll see where Showtime takes this. For now, just a second. Oracle looking to be pretty standard in these early stages. A couple of queens are going to come stepping across as well. I'm just going to be sitting there, the Oracle pushed around. And again, a couple of queens will just be hitting that Oracle for a few moments. So pushing that around, the next is coming up. Extra Zerglings continue to come out. The assimilator's on the way. Those depths will go shading, so going to get straight across towards the upper right-hand side. It's just going to go right on over. Once again, this Oracle Adept pressure. We just got to see it working against YoungYakov. Let's see how SHIN does against this. Currently 14 lings on the map and the 6 queens, which are spread across the multiple bases that are up. And the Adepts will threaten that first shade, I think. You don't need to commit to that because you're already onto the 3rd base, and that's exactly where we turn to. Stasis Sword only gets 1 Zergling, so not super effective, as the Oracles will probably save their energy now to try and just trade and pick off some drones, for example, or obviously hit lings as well is nice. The lings in the main base will get across here. This is 10 drones going down, though, so this is pretty serious damage, let's be realistic. 12 workers killed. I'm looking for SHIN. I came in looking at SHIN for an answer of, oh, well, how do we defend this? And the answer is apparently we don't defend it very well at all. 14 dead drones super early in this game, and SHIN is going to be in trouble on Sandworm, because that's a lot of workers lost. We only lost the Adepts as well from Showtime. He also got 9 blings for them, and obviously that means the Oracles are still up and running, and they can still continue through. And yeah, great start from Showtime. Get some good damage done early. And that's early damage for that amount of drones as well, so he's going to be loving that as we now get ourselves a couple of these Oracles able to activate, and a couple more drones going down already on the natural. And the +1 missiles coming up on the Evo Chamber, +1 attack on the Forge, plus Blink on the Twilight. The transition looking very good from Showtime at the moment. No real surprises there just yet. Alpha's come back through. The Logan's going to knock down the rocks. We're going to hit again. Oracle will take a few more shots. The gates and the Temple Archive still on the way through. We have ourselves the +1 missiles, Roach Speed, and Roaches coming about as well. The Stalker's going to be there to turn the Zerglings away. So they're going to get turned back around over to the right-hand side. A couple of the Oracles going to start getting some energy back on them too. Again, +1 on Blink coming online. Add a Temple Archives into play. And a couple cannons on as well. Once that Stasis Sword going down, the Zerglings will take a moment to knock through the rocks here, open up this space. Stalker's going to get rid of that Overlord. That's going to go down. The Queen's going to get the Oracles. That's nice. The Stalker's trying to press up. The Ling's definitely having a good opportunity to put some damage out. So just going to hit the hatch. Continue to back away. Just going to be seeing the Lings going down. The Roaches continue to come over as well. And Roaches just keep on chasing forward. Stalkers continue to take a beating. Just going to see a couple more Stalkers warping in. The Ling's going to get caught in a stasis. Storm coming up, charge coming up. Plus 2 attack coming in as we have Showtime trying to hold on, but I mean, this Roach Ravager force is just hitting him hard. And right now, a Storm coming up. I'm not even sure if that saves you, because you're going to have to get some Storms off on what? The Roaches? I say save. Do we need saving in Showtime? I kind of feel like we do. That High Templar got a little bit of healing off a battery, so we keep it alive. Even if I guess we just hit a Storm and some reinforcing Lings as Showtime drops one Storm off, that's going to be it. The unit's still swinging across here from SHIN, and Showtime's third is genuinely in trouble as the start of this game was so good, and yet here we are in a world of trouble right now as SHIN's attack is looking extremely powerful. Showtime, like to say, that Storm investment hasn't done enough. We're still kind of holding on. We're getting rid of enough of these units in the front lines, it seems, at least. Another couple of these Roaches going down. We warp in another round of Zealots. So they will pop up. The Oracle going to get some energy back. The Zealots will charge in, and the Ravager falls. We blink for those Roaches. Put those down as well, so those Roaches will be chased away. A couple cannons. Facility all continuing up here. Another little revelation as the Ling Roach peels over to the sides. Cannons on the way. Robo Facility on the way. I'm just going to be seeing the Ling Roach again peeling back around to the left side from SHIN. Just going to set up with that. We've got another Ravager joined together. Does Showtime have any kind of road to recovery? I mean, like I say, he's got Storms, so High Templar's getting time to get some energy is nice. The economy is still there from Showtime. He just needs a good fight against the Roach Ling Ravager force that's going to come at him once again. He's still 4 bases. Like, he's actually in a fine spot. It's just the amount of army that Showtime has might be an issue. Let's see. I'm going to split on 2 different sides. Showtime's going to fully commit to defending on the top. He's got nothing on the bottom, apart from obviously the stag defense. That will buy some time. We're just going to try and chase those High Templars. It feels like an okay hold again, but I guess we've not really killed that much. The rate at which certain supplies going up is kind of scary at the moment, as Showtime's Immortal in the front is not exactly ideal. If you want this to live, then that's not really where you want it to be. The units come back from the other side. But Crows of Val's is going to be blinked away from. And we just have too many Roaches on the right still currently. The Archon's going down. That Roach Ravager force continues to push on through. Stalker's still dying. Zealots are dropping. It really looks as though GG's going to get called. Man, what a great start for Showtime that just completely disintegrates. The game continues by a little bit. GG's. SHIN will get himself game 1 of this series. So SHIN gets off to a 1-0 start in the best of 3. Head themselves into game 2 here in just a couple of moments. Now that was kind of shocking that this one went wrong for Showtime in as much as it did. Well, if SHIN wins this group gets into a crazy spot because he'd be 2-1, Showtime 2-2, Trigger 2-1 with SHIN left to play. Yeah, what's up, Valinoriano? Thank you so much for the 29-month resub. Hello, how you doing? Thank you so much for the resub. Appreciate it. Let's get our last invite in, and we should be good to go for this next one, guys. Alright, let's get into it as we're going to have ourselves in the top right side, the blue Protoss player. This is Showtime. He is going to be down a game after such a great start. Let's see if he can dig himself out of that. Heading into this game 2 against SHIN, our red Zerg in the bottom left corner of the map. Actually, going down onto the low ground, just going to be seeing the probe moving about. Comes over, probe getting chased, natural gas and pool all coming up. Got Nexus and Cybercore getting going. Cybercore coming about, a simulator coming through. Excellent Cybercore will come up, the probe coming over. A couple queens, the Ling speed coming online as well. We had on a drone. Get this up and rolling. Just see those couple Lings going to go chasing, and that probe is going to get hunted for a couple of moments. Again, Ling speed coming about, the queens and the drones come up. We had the Zerglings on as well. Oh, we just move about a little bit. The Adepts continue to move about. Just going to be having the hatch, the Ling speed coming over for a few moments. The Adepts going to set up for a couple of moments here. As again, the Ling speed comes about. The extra drones come through. We are just going to be seeing a couple of Adepts from Showtime stepping up toward the top. So I'll have that Ling speed coming online. The extra Overlords in production here. And Warp Gate will build, the Oracle on the way, adding on the gateway for Showtime also, and the few Zerglings from SHIN just going to try and show up on the right side, but to no avail. Beating many units going to be nearby. Oracle activates, a couple of those Lings taking some damage. The extra Queen's coming about. Still got the Oracle building on the Stargate. With the gate finishing up and the Oracles come about. Lings coming through, the Queen's on the way. This is 35 drones from SHIN, so 16 Lings right now is kind of a commitment that's not helping you catch up in that work account, basically. Two Oracles cruising overhead, the third Oracle in production still. And the Oracles will just activate and go after a couple of those drones. Just going to pick those off nice and comfortably. A few of those workers going down. Just going to see all the Lings heading to the other side as the Adepts and the Oracle will go after our Zerglings as well. The battery's coming up. The next is going to be finishing these Adepts. It's going to finish up in that mineral line as the Oracle steps forward. The Adept's going to come through. The Lings right there as well as the first Oracle goes down. Second and third Oracle trying to fight. You see this Ling Queen push hitting dangerously quickly. With one Oracle down, the other Oracle's out of energy. It's only the Adepts left, but they're going to get rid of the Lings, and then the Queens obviously can't transfuse off creep. So they're not going to be able to do too much more themselves. And this is looking as though Showtime is going to have, at least for the moment at least, right now, a bit of defense coming through. The defense made, well handled by Showtime. I like what he did with the Oracles too. He lost one, but then he pulled the others back and said, cool, I can keep these alive and just keep them alive for the future. I don't need them to clean up the rest of this defense. Didn't put those in any troubling position. Yeah, SHIN As I said, he was making a lot of lings off of low drones. And now the problem is you're trying to drone up, but Showtime's got a depth left to come across the map and put some pressure onto you. So that's not going to be ideal. In fact, that's going to be pretty darn rough as it comes straight over. If nothing else, you're forcing units right now, and if SHIN has to build units, even if you're not trading with those units, him having to build units is already him not building drones to play catch-up. So it's a good move out from Showtime pretty much no matter what. You have the Blink and the +1 going up. The Stalker's going to get there. They're going to get this Overlord. Knock that down. Depths and the Stalkers continue again. A couple of Oracles will step across too. Making a couple moves as we have the Queens moving over. And this one missile attack coming up right now as well, so we bring that straight over as well. Scorpion Adept pushing into the center here. A couple Oracles overhead, gathering around also. And gathering again, the stasis coming through. Couple of the Queens taking damage. We also got Stalkers fighting. A couple of Adepts are going to be right there as well. Still got some Lings out into the middle. And it keeps on pushing. There goes the Queen. Just keep on poking about. Just going to see those Lings coming across once more. The Hydras are stepping up. Stalker's going to back away. Good stasis wards, catching a bunch of those Zerglings. Things get turned around on the other side again. Showtime just pressuring with this army, and because he had the defense earlier against a committed attack from SHIN, he's looking to be very powerful with this army as well. Looking to tie up this game, or this series, if he can win this game. And right now it has been good fights for him. Resources lost is definitely in his favor. He's got a better work account than his opponent. You could even argue Showtime doesn't even need a fight because SHIN is less, is less on workers. But I think the thing is Showtime can fight without losing much as well. And I think that's what Showtime's going to do. I don't think he's going to run straight in here and force his way to fight right here. He's just going to sit at bay, hold back a little bit. Have a couple moments to think about what his plan will be as the Oracle drops another Revelation down. Hitting the Lings, hitting the Hydras. From the right side, a couple of Lings already coming through for the Nexus. The Zelt will swipe, a couple of the Lings will fall. Plus 2 attack. Thermal Lance charge. Continue to come online on the Twilight Council as well. And yet one stays sword coming down. Just going to see a couple of these Zelts continuing through. Got the Muscle Organs on the way. Ling Hydra coming up. Plus 2 attacks still coming in on the forge. We're all going to see Ling Hydra still stepping forward. A couple of Lings beginning to go down as the Lings want to try and wrap around a lot of those units. The Stalkers going to get jumped on as the Hydras are able to do okay, but I mean the Stasis Swords are going to help a lot as well. It takes a lot of that bulk out of this army. And Showtime already having his first Colossus just adds so much to this as well. Some actual splash damage against the Ling Hydra for the moment. And he's just going to be seeing the couple of Hydras coming through. The Stalker goes down. Hydra's going to be getting hit. The rest of the units coming in from the other side. Hydra's still taking shots. We will just be seeing Showtime having clearly more than enough. That is going to be GG's, as we are going to go 1-1 between SHIN and Showtime. So, SHIN and Showtime going a little bit of the distance here, as a Game 3 will come up between them. We'll be heading to Frostline for that Game 3. Get that underway. In a couple of moments, guys, we'll just run a round of ads just in case we get a long one. Let's make sure that we don't have any ads during the game. Do our best to avoid that at any point. Like I say, we'll get ready for this Game 3. We're missing you, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Should be good. Perfect. Alright, let's just get game 3 started, guys. It's PvZ. What's going to happen in the first minute while ads are still on? Probably nothing, right? Probably nothing. Alright, third game. Big one as well, because like I say, Showtime 2-1. You win this at Showtime, and you're guaranteed to move through the group, right? You're 3-1. You know, Trigger and SHIN can't both catch you, so that would be a really good turnaround after what was a disappointing start to the day for Showtime, losing out to Trigger. Obviously from SHIN, he's got this match, and then versus Trigger left to play. You lose this one, it puts a little bit more pressure on that series versus Trigger, so that might even be a Trigger versus SHIN, just winner is in, loser is out situation. I'm not 100% sure how map scores are working there right now, so I'm not going to get too ahead of myself, but we will see. Game 3 then, as we kick this off, and we just have the Overlord coming about, Hatch, Gas, and Pool coming over, the Gateway getting settled, and we just have our Overlord moving over the upper right-hand side. So just going to try and see what's up. Overlord journeying through, the Hatch and the Pool coming online. We add on a drone as well. Just going to get that settled straight in here. On our Overlord for a few moments as the link speed comes up, and a couple of links coming through. We had on the Queens Stargate building on the side of Showtime, so he will get that Stargate up and running. SHIN wins 2-1 and Trigger wins 2-0. Showtime still advances over SHIN. Yeah, I'm not sure. It wasn't updated on Wikipedia when I went in game already, so we'll see what the result of this is. Once we know the result of this, it's going to be much easier to predict what happens, so we will see. The depth continue to gather up. Those Queens joining, just going to ourselves the Lings coming through, Ling speed building. They're just going to shade around as the Queens are going to get a few shots off. Oracle just going to step across. all gathers. Again, the couple queens coming online. The Nexus sets up on the third base. We have a few drones building. Looks like a pretty peaceful opening here on Frostline for the moment as we get this establishing. Okay, we're coming down. A couple of simulators will build. Nexus on the third, as I've already mentioned. Just going through the pieces as the first few minutes of this really are quite passive. But we've got an Oracle to follow now, at least. Get straight down the bottom left side with this, full of energy. Gonna just go for some zaps initially. I'm just gonna fly in and say, don't want to risk it. So just gonna turn around and back up from that one with immediate effect. So yeah, Forge and Twilight both still coming through. I'm just going to be seeing a few Adepts gathering up. The Oracle of Showtime heading down toward the bottom left as well. Seeing what else we can find for the next few moments. Let's get a couple of the creep tumors. The Oracle's overhead. So the Oracle coming about, just going to be coming back through. And again, the first one in the charge coming about. We've got ourselves a couple of gates coming online. Temple Archive is going to drop into the back of the main. And the Oracle will continue to go for the hatchery. So yeah, just getting to the fourth base. Showtime going to open a bit differently, going into that charge at first. So he's going to go charge, actually loses the Oracle. The Queen's get the kill there. Yeah, charge, gates, Temple Archives, and Robo Facility all come about. The Oracles continue to move around a little bit as well. Just for a few moments here. As again, that group of spans will start up. 7 Hydras in production from SHIN right now. As the army of SHIN begins to move across the map. So just going to see Zerglings heading over the right-hand side. Straight toward that mineral line. Extra drones coming about. The Hydra's coming through. +1 in charge. Building at the moment as the Oracles of Showtime will continue to the upper right side. So again, just going to move straight over. Storm added on. Charging the +1. Adding on. Again, Storm is going to be building up the Arc on the Prism, had a High Templar, Infestation Pit on the third base, and a couple of Oracles still making their way over that right side. Trying to see what's going on. Oracle gets a little revelation. The Prism of Zealots down to the south. A couple of Oracles still back up to the top. Storm coming about, just going to be seeing the +2 coming about as well. The Immortal coming through on the Robo Facility. More High Templars just joining together. Still got that Storm coming through. A couple of Hydras are going to go after the Zealots. And that hatchery just going to be caught. And the rest of this Ling Force still moving around. So still just on a little bit of a cruise. Seeing where we can get to with those Zerglings. Everything gathering up, +2 attack, and the Immortal production is on the way. Showtime just taking a 4th. I mean, SHIN, 82 workers, obviously heading to the Lurker Den, heading to the Hive. Just gonna see that Lurker Den is about to finish up. As again, a couple more Spine Crawlers building for the moment. Over the right. Quite a lot of units coming through. Just going to see that Overseer falling. Does Showtime want to push? I don't really know if he does. I mean, I think this is a game where Showtime's like, oh, you're kind of leaving me be. If you're leaving me be, I'll just do my thing. Fleet Beacon comes up, I take another base, you know, I get settled, I get comfortable. There's no reason for Showtime to make this an aggressive game. It doesn't need to be that, you know, like that in the first place, basically. So, kind of like the process right now as the Ling Hydra Lurker continues up. And the Spine Crawlers are very much so still on their way. And this entire army of SHIN getting to the top side as the units gather together. Things will try and step across. Just going to see a couple of those Lings getting picked away out. Those Lurkers burrowed. Down the pylon, a couple of storms hitting the Hydras. The Lurker taking some shots too. Showtime now under some duress. He's going to hit the other side of the map with some Zealots. They're going to get a couple of Queen kills, which is nice. So we'll check in on that in a second, see how far it goes. Our Spine's there, so he might not get super far, but even if you break through like a Spine Crawl or two, it's progress for the next time that you get across. He's actually going to start getting a couple of drones as well. So not a bad attack for the Zealots. And Storm's definitely helping Showtime to soften things up here. But can he still get on top of those Lurkers? That's definitely the problem right now. The actual next round of Zealots comes in from the left side, so they're going to flank a little bit. The Immortals starting to get in reach of the Lurkers, and we are going to clean up. Showtime shuts down SHIN's force. A lot of Lings just flood in right now. Can the Zealots do their thing and protect? Yeah, we lose one Immortal to the right side, but the other Immortal gets saved. Nicely done. Ling Hydra continues to build. You see the rest of this army coming. The Overseer going down. The Overseer coming about. We're just going to contaminate the mothership that's on the way in from the Nexus, so slow that down for a couple of moments and stop Showtime from making progress further through this. Yeah, what's up, Merham? Help, I don't know how to unsubscribe. You just keep clicking. You actually don't have to do anything. I think it unsubscribes itself after a while. Yeah, just let it keep rolling. Thank you so much for the tier 3 sub for 76 months in a row. Incredible. Thank you so much, Merham. Thank you. Army pulls back. Cannon coming through. And Spy again set up. A few Spines coming over. It's going to have ourselves a few Spores coming online as well. Still got Ling Hydra Lurker moving around the top here. And buffed on that Oracle. It goes down straight away. Lurkers are going to burrow. Hydras are going to get active. And this Nexus will go down. Storms going to get dropped in across those Hydras. Those are actually very good Storms. The Hydras are going to be bruised coming out of it. And Showtime, I think, may still want to capitalize. He's going to try and catch these Lurkers unburrowed, trying to retreat away. Do we get any of them? Trying a couple Hydras out of position. And he just loses Zealots trying to go up that ramp. More Spines coming up. The Spire coming. Abduct on the Tempest. So the Tempest gets dragged across. The Archons, Oracle, Immortals, all still going through. We get the few Corruptors still in production. Add on that +3 missile attack upgrade. Add on the +1 air flyer weapon, flyer attack. That's pretty even in this game, and the income's been pretty even as well. SHIN right now is mining more, according to the arrows. I wonder if that's just Showtime needing a 5th base to fully access. Because they've got the same work account, no? Interesting. Yeah, and the +1 air weapons comes up. We add an armor upgrade onto that as well. This army going to be lurching through. Corruptor's out. My mothership is down to the south side. Showtime has not actually built up Tempest in this game, so going without the Tempest right here is... This is fun, because I don't know how much we've really got to deal with a Showtime counterattack apart from a Forest of Spine Crawlers. That doesn't matter too much, honestly. Like, that's very manageable. That's something you can really deal with. Mothership can activate the cloaking. That doesn't do much either, because we're still next to a bunch of spores. The stack defense starts to go down. We send the Corruptors and the Viper back to come deal with the mothership, I guess, but it doesn't exactly save the base for you, does it? At the same time, we're fighting over here. The Lurk is poking up the ramp, and we are going to see the Nexus still under fire. But this base has gone down. Do we recall away? Well, like I said, the mothership is dead no matter what here. Depends how much you care about all the rest of it. Lose a base from Showtime as well, so we go down to 4 bases versus... I mean, if we count this base, it's still 5, but kind of 4 versus 4 in terms of what's truly mining at the moment. Another ship on the way, the extra immortals come through, the drones all producing on the side of SHIN. And mothership still on its way out. Just going to be adding on those drones, just going to be adding on this missile upgrade. More lurkers as well. Showtime actually going to end up in the center here and not going to commit to the fight. Not as those lurkers burrow up. He decides that's just not going to end well. Lurkers splashing straight through all of his zealots does not really end well for you at all. So yeah, we back away from that idea nice and quickly. Archon Immortal will step over, just going to be having the lurkers coming across in a position once again. The Archons could hit the Corruptors a little bit right now, so I guess the Corruptors are just going to chase for an Oracle or so. Not even going to storm those. There's Hydra Lurker on the bottom right, so Showtime going to be eating some damage up on this base as well. Just going to drop the recall down just to get back in position there. We leave a few units over on this side. If you could intercept these units from retreating, would be nice, get a few kills. Showtime going to try and expand to the 6 o'clock. Obviously, maybe a response to Shin's topside base. As we do kind of get the catch here, that gives the chance for everything else to catch up. But we kind of need detection for the lurkers. I'm not seeing it right now. There's the Oracle, there's a Revelation. It lands on 2 of the lurkers, but we took a lot of damage already. Showtime taken a beaten. Oh no, that is not good, to say the least. I mean, that's obviously... just the lurkers able to do so much without being shot at all, and then trying to get away, the lurkers were still dealing damage. That really hurts. Corruptors come back across. I mean, this base bottom right probably dies, and unfortunately the mothership is here, so the Corruptors can kill that if they just knew about it. Showtime's going to hit the top left instead, though, and enter base trade mode. It looks as though the mothership will get away, and those 2 immortals too, so Showtime doesn't lose much in retreating. Apart from the fact that this is a fully fledged base trade all of a sudden. In Showtime's army is nice, by the way. Every single unit in Showtime's army is a tech unit. Archon, Immortal, High Templars. There's 2 Stalkers. Those are the worst units on the field right now. 2 Stalkers. And then now just a handful of Zealots warped in as well. So his army is extremely difficult to fight. That's why you need the Lurkers to be kind of preset and burrowed to realistically take a decent fight here at all. Drones continue about. The extra Lurkers come over. Melee upgrade as well. Because we'll just go caustic spray and robot facilities going to take some shots. And the burrow starts, melee and the carapace continue through. The Corruptor's going to go and get rid of the mothership again. A couple of Archons will hit those Corruptors. I mean, it's still nice to get rid of some of their numbers, even if this may not be something we continue in the game with. Shin supply blocked, a little bit of money in the bank, some drones just trying a long distance, going to get caught now by Archons too. Do we want to fight into those lurkers? I don't know if Showtime really wants to fight into them at all. We try and lunge forward, but Michel is like, nope, don't like that at all. Just going to pull back again as top left side we have a lot of immortals, but that's such a defensive base. It's wild. It feels like Shin's been setting up for these kind of base trading scenarios for a while, because even this base down here previously had a ton of static defense on it compared to what you might usually expect. Maybe just the way the frost line works, where these bases do get spread out later in the game, and so he just knows that if Showtime's ready to counterattack, he wants to be very ready to deal with those, or at least help himself deal with those ahead of time, or those moments ahead of time, I should say. Trying to use some proper English here. We've been seeing a couple of fungals here and there, kept keeping a couple of units in reach of the lurkers, but I wouldn't say they've been super effective. You know, going to get rid of a few more Corruptors again now as this Nexus goes down to the caustic spray. Showtime rebuilt the bottom right, so he gets this base mining once again, and it means that we're still in kind of an equal economy scenario. Shin's mining more. He's definitely losing more as well. It's not by much though, 2,000-3,000 resource loss difference. Could be a whole lot worse. Lucas is going to go running back there. The Stalkers will get rid of an Overseer, so that goes down too. Cannons, batteries, again a couple of Nexus continuing about. We do see this army of Showtime still heading over to the bottom left-hand side. We're going to get rid of some of these creep tumors at the moment as well, so we knock down as much of this as we can. And Corruptors and Brewers are being brought in. We add in those lurkers. The army going to head down to the bottom right now. Going to burrow up. Jump straight onto those cannons. So we'll just charge across again. The lurkers firing. We are going to be seeing the rest of this coming about as well. Stepping back up to the high ground. There is on the far left-hand side those Immortals and Stalkers getting going as well. See the Corruptor going down. I mean, this is getting a little bit crazy, isn't it? Stalker, Immortal, High Templars joining together. A couple lurker shots still going through. High Templars still dying. The rest of this army of Showtime continue to retreat back. And end up joining everything together. A few Broodlords out, making use of those Corruptors. It's not exactly something Showtime's ready to deal with. Army supply is still very similar here, but Shin is down to what? Just this upper left base? I mean, he's going to rebuild this one that he just lost. Showtime has the top side. This is still mining. This bottom right is still mining. So it does feel like Showtime is now. You can see the arrows. I think for the first time, Showtime's going to take a significant income lead. Over the past 10 minutes, this is the biggest income lead he's had. And he's not had many income leads at the best of times anyway. So there's a severe shift in Showtime's favor. As he's going to come hunting this army down, does he actually want to engage in, or would he be better off continuing to base trade? He says, I'm going to keep base trading. Knock down this base a second time, get underneath and get rid of some of those Corruptors. That's actually important, because if you get rid of the Corruptors, well, there's not as many, you know, you've got Broodlords now. You actually need Corruptors to protect them from air units that might come out as an answer to the Broodlords. So losing Corruptors now is actually a little bit more scary than what it was once upon a time. As we're just going to go pushing in. Showtime going to commit for the natural / third base. I mean, third base isn't even there. The drone's going down as they transfer, and it's Shin's choice as to which base he wants to hit next. Looks like he's going to aim for the top. Showtime comes through there. He probably knows this is the last mining base of Shin up here as well, so that might be his priority. There's a lot of High Templars at home, going to start to storm up to force those lurkers to burrow. Again, the slower you make this attack happen from Shin, the more time you have to capitalize yourself, as we're in full base trade mode now. We really are, because Showtime's going to get rid of the top left, and Shin has to start making plays onto these other bases, and he will begin to do just that. He's already down to like 10 drones, though, so like I say, Shin's not going to have any more building up. We might still have some more building up on the side of Showtime. As those lurkers continue through, the Nexus will go down. A couple of Oracles, the Nexus, both of them on the way up. We had some more Hydras into play. On the other side, it's still Stalkers and Immortals pushing forward here. Getting on top of a couple of Evo Chambers. Hydra's going down. Got 2 more Nexus being added on from Showtime. He's just re-expanding still. He has the money to do so. I mean, he's 170 to 120 supply. It looks very good for Showtime. Still mining, long distancing, getting those bases re-established. The problem that Shin's going to run into is that his army's more immobile than it's ever been because of the Broodlords. And so he's going to struggle to really hit Showtime, kind of re-expanding in places. A few Zealots will go down here and clean up this lurker. Get that sorted out, deal with that issue. I'm just still trying to push. The rest of the army gets away. It's going to be seeing the Nexus here will come back online. So like I say, it's a new base for Showtime. Shin has 0 drones on the map. He's got no money. But he can build 1 drone. If he builds 1 drone, that's all he can build. Some High Templars here. All of these High Templars here, not sure what they're doing on their own, but they will storm to keep themselves alive, and we will attempt to recall the High Lurkers burrow. We kill 1 of those High Templar only. The rest get back alive. That's pretty crazy. I really thought they were pretty doomed, as it looks like Showtime just has so much control of this game. Army supplies are still close, so maybe if Showtime takes a very bad fight. That's why Showtime's not going to go rushing into a fight per se. He's going to like position and try and play defensive, force Shin to run into the fight, and try and maybe make him engage. I mean, that's also why Showtime just keeps re-expanding. He's like, okay, you know, have this base. I'll go re-expand. I'll long distance mine here. I will just get more resources available, because in the long run, I am winning this base trade scenario. At least he feels like he is. He's got a good read on the game, is what it is. He is actually correct, I think, in how he's playing it and approaching it. We got Templar trying to get out of there. Just going to go for the run as they get chased a little. And Showtime's going to go trade bases again. He says, you're all the way over here. There's no way you get back, so he gets in, he'll go after these bases, and now it's just a question for Showtime as to whether SHIN actually has, you know, other structures on the map that he's not aware of. But I think Showtime's had pretty good scouting, so I think he knows if there's something on the map, it's not like the full mining base or anything. It's like just a little bit of something that's been left behind. There's actually a few lurkers up in this main base that are looking to play defense on these final few structures in the game. SHIN is actually on his way home because he knows that he cannot lose these structures. If he loses these structures, this game will end. He has nothing left on the map apart from this, and Showtime has just made a great read on how to get a final fight. SHIN's going to say GG before all structures die. But Showtime will take that 2-1 victory. 25 minutes on Frostline. SHIN and Showtime popping off to give us a little bit of an awesome final game. This is what I mean, like, SHIN and Showtime play great PvZs. I'm very glad that that one had a bit of a longer series attached to it as well. Definitely felt like that was deserving, I think. Alright guys, our final series today will be SHIN versus Trigger. In a couple moments when Wikipedia updates, I'll give you guys a proper run-through of what the situation is and how it plays out. For now, I'll just run some ads quickly, and we'll get ready to resume into this next matchup. I appreciate you guys being here. I say it a lot, but thank you so much for continuing to support the channel and watching the StarCraft 2 with us and all the games. It's a pleasure. And again, thank you so much for being with us. So, Showtime goes to 3-1. SHIN versus Trigger. Trigger is +2, SHIN is -1. So if SHIN wins, he could go to... If SHIN wins 2-1, he would be 0 versus +1. I think SHIN needs a 2-0. I think if SHIN doesn't get a 2-0, he's just out. Because if he 2-0s, then he's +1 and Trigger is 0. And so he's got a better map score. But if he only wins 2-1, he's got a worse map score. So even with head-to-head, we do map score as the first priority in tiebreakers. SHIN would not advance if he wins this 2-1, I believe. I think he must win this 2-0. So SHIN needs a 2-0, otherwise Trigger is going to be coming through. I think that is the situation. So SHIN's fate is in his hands. A 2-0 is good. 2-1 is no good. Trigger needs a map, and he's going to advance through alongside Kira and Showtime, who guaranteed their way through this group with that 3-1 performance. If Trigger wins, he can get through this group at 3-1 as well. If Trigger wins any scoreline, Showtime would only advance third place of this group with the third place of this group with a 3-1 score, which would be unlucky. It's actually exactly what happened in Group B as well. Zan, Rogue, and Fredo all went 3-1. It's been a really fun group. It's been another really fun competitive group. Awesome set of games today. And let's see what we get into as we will kick this off for our... let's kick this off, I think, for our final series of the day, guys. Let's go in game. And let's get SHIN versus Trigger up and rolling to determine who advances through to the playoffs. Gonna lose one of our very few Zergs in the tournament already. We might. Obviously, we've lost YoungYakov today as well. It's a bit of a disaster. We lost another Zerg already. We want all the Zergs possible into the next round. Alright, let's get into this. In the bottom left-hand corner, we are going to start off with the blue Zerg player. This is SHIN. He must 2-0. He can't drop a map, I'm pretty sure, is the situation here. The benefit for us, when these guys played this earlier, is, of course, SHIN didn't necessarily know what the stakes were when they played. He doesn't know the map score of the other players or all the other results. So when this got played earlier, you know, this was definitely for all the marble stuff, right? Like, this is still super important. There's not a case where if Trigger wins map 1, SHIN just doesn't care about map 2. This is definitely for SHIN. Win the series, and I can improve my setup altogether. So, yeah, like I say, we know the nitty-gritty details. It's one of the reasons I like doing these best 5-player groups the way I do, because it does take away pointless matches from the players a lot of the time. It's very rare the players feel as though they have a pointless match that doesn't matter, even midway through a series or so. Trigger in the bottom right started his day off with a win over Showtime. Lost out to Cure, beat YoungYakov, and here we are now going into this one. Alright, opening game of this best of 3. Let's see what we get as SHIN and Trigger get to battle. Does seem like the 5-person groups did lend themselves to minimum matches that don't matter. Yeah, no, I really feel like this tournament so far has been a good vibe. I'm excited to see how Group Stage 2 goes. I'm excited to see how the playoffs go, but I've really enjoyed the format of this one. Double group stage has been very fun. I really want to run. Yeah, what I really want to run like a big ass, like 32 player double elimination bracket. I think that'd be really fun, but very impractical in terms of the cost of running it. If we have a 32 player bracket, how many matches is that? So 16 round of 32s, so 16... Well, maybe not. I mean, round of 32 and round of 16 upper bracket alone would be like 3 days of content. Maybe we could just do like a massive 32 double elim bracket. I really think that would be fun. I honestly think that would be freaking awesome. Something we just don't see anymore. Things to be building, Stargate on the way. Again, guys, if you just joined us back out of the ads and so on, SHIN needs to win 2-0 to advance. 2-1 is not good enough because then Trigger will have the map score advantage. So SHIN cannot drop a map in this series. And this is our last series of the day. I'll just take a moment to do a quick little round of selling out. First of all, if you're on the YouTube, like and subscribe. Helps a whole bunch, really does. Keep those subs coming in on the YouTube. We are slowly getting like 20 to 30 subs a day sometimes when we are streaming on YouTube, so help us keep that growing. We would love to keep those YouTube numbers pushing upwards and do greater things for the YouTube channel, so thank you so much if you do that. What's the name of the YouTube? Just WardiTV. I will give you a link in the chat though if you want it for Twitch. There you go. And of course, if you do enjoy the tournaments and you want to support further, I mean, yeah, I've said it so many times, I feel like lately. I really do feel like I'm killing myself by saying it again and again, but the support really does help, guys. If you guys can afford to sub, donate, cheer, support on Patreon, etc. All of these things help us to run these tournaments. This is a $5,000 tournament. All of this money is from the WardiTV kind of bank account. This is not sponsored by anybody. This has not got some secret kind of funding to it. This is just the power of you guys supporting the tournaments. You guys support, we can put out more. As we put out more, we can put more tournaments out. We can get more support. The cycle continues. So if you enjoy what you see and you want to keep on seeing more, I urge you to use your Prime subs, subscribe regularly, all the usual stuff. Like I said, I'm sure you've all heard it 100 times before. Just gotta keep on saying it. Thank you so much. M0K validating the sellout segment with the Prime. Thank you so much. I appreciate the Prime sub. Thank you, thank you. Oracle pulls back home. Both these Oracles took a lot of damage. We didn't kill much. Like, we killed a couple of drones with the Adepts going down as well, but 9 Lings, like, these Oracles are heavily hurt as well, so that does limit a little bit of how aggressive you can continue to be with said Oracles over the next few minutes. So that's definitely going to be something of a factor here. As this Oracle peels back toward the center, the Overlord going to sit there in the middle as well. And both those Oracles continue to gather up. +1 and Blink coming through, the extra gateways coming over as well, so we get those gateways coming online. Oracles get turned back into the center. The Fuse Zergling's going to come over to the right side as well. And we'll just be having a couple of Stalkers pinging through a couple of those Zerglings for the moment. So Link's taking some damage. The Oracle's going to fly overhead once more. Lings will move about, and again, just going to be seeing the +1 missiles, a couple of Lings coming through. Hatchery coming up online from SHIN, and the Oracles still cruising. Like, they're low HP, but they have shields back, so as long as they're fairly cautious, they can still cruise about like this. But you see how quickly we lose the shields. That's why it's dangerous right now, and that's why you prefer to have these Oracles with higher HP all along, just so you can be a little bit more aggressive with them. Now SHIN doesn't really have to worry so much about those Oracles, so definitely a factor. As Trigger, who's definitely playing some great StarCraft lately. People were mentioning 3-1 Solar yesterday in big brain bouts, I believe, so he's been having some good results. Like I say, to me, Trigger is definitely still this inconsistent player, though. Like, he's definitely stepping up from what he used to be. It just feels like some days it looks like he's got it all under lockdown. He's figured out his style. He's figured out how he makes it all work. And the next day, he's just just not quite good enough again, right? But he's getting there. The improvement on Trigger is very fun to watch and witness. It's a play I hope we just keep on continuing to get to see as these Lings get a wraparound battery under some fire. We see a few Zealots warped in and they will get there to pick away at a few of the Zerglings. The Stalkers will be chasing down after those Lings as well. The Oracle's sitting overhead. We drop a Revelation down. Extra Stargates building up at the moment. +1 air weapons coming through on the Cybernetics core as well. Up the Nexus to the upper right is just going to take that linear base. Haven't seen as much El Dorado lately. Definitely a map that's been overlooked by some of the other maps that we've been having added to the map pool. So yeah, we see it here. Looking to be fun. To Trigger scout the Spire. Let me go and have a little spot. I don't think so. I think the Spire is a response to is more so a response to the fact that this is double Stargate. No. Like, this is Ling Hydra. You don't just build a Spire to go meters. You're building a Spire because it's double Stargate and that you want to go and build Corruptors against the eventual higher air unit count, right? Yes. I think this is more so SHIN recognizing what's going on early and looking to punish it as we see these Lings and Hydras coming about. It's going to be coming through. The Spire was dropped away earlier. There's no way. The Spire can't have been dropped away earlier. The Spire just finished, no? Am I crazy? I'll go back and check it, because we might not have much longer in this game anyways. I'm just coming over, the Ling's coming about. I'm just going to come straight back across. As you have the couple of Adepts coming through. We've seen the cannon going down, the battery taking damage. I mean, the carrier's going to try to show up. I think these Hydras just going to get picked away out here as the carriers continue to whack away. So we've seen the Corruptor's going to fly in as well. These carriers have no interceptors left, so this doesn't look as though it's going anywhere for Trigger. Let's have a peek at the Spire timing. Might have just been like a weird coincidence as well. That coming through. Hydra then starts. Yeah, so we go fleet. So Trigger's already going fleet beacon. Extra Stargate super early in the game. And then we actually just throw down a Spire as SHIN. Off feeling maybe? SHIN doesn't see anything. Trigger doesn't see anything. But Trigger did go fleet beacon in the Stargate before the Spire. So yeah. I wonder if it's just like maybe SHIN has a little bit of experience against Trigger on this map and knows he likes to go very fast extra Stargates, and so he's just like, cool, get the Spire down instantly. Alright, well, that was a speedy one. As we'll head into game number 2, SHIN gets the first game as he needs. Can he take another to advance out of this group? Alright, let's jump into game number 2, guys. Let's see what happens. Let's just go right into it. As we have ourselves maybe our last game of the day. It's been a great day at the Spring Championship. I really have enjoyed the groups this week. Super excited for Group Stage 2. Hopefully going to be able to cross some of these players across different groups as well for Group Stage 2. Should be fun. As we have ourselves in the top right-hand side, the blue Zerg player here is going to be SHIN. And he is up 1 against Trigger in the bottom left, our red Protoss. To get this underway. Sunlight dropping down, gateway coming through. We got the hatchery coming up as well. We'll see our gateway coming to the front, hatch in the pool coming about. No gas just yet from SHIN. Take a few moments. Yeah, the first game was a bit wild because Trigger just... The thing is, they both made a tech for the next stage of the game, but like Trigger truly committed to building carriers. And SHIN just had a Spire, right? So... And then SHIN's attack had all those Hydras, and it was just at an early enough point that made it very difficult for the opponents. Now we settle down into game number 2. Queen's coming up, the drone's coming over. Speed in the Queen building, we just got the Stargate going in the main. A couple of Lings coming about from SHIN at the moment as well. We get this set up. Getting the Warp Gate building, the Stargate coming online at the Ling speed, at the Queen, at the Lings. See where Trigger takes it with that Stargate and see what kind of style SHIN goes for as well. I mean, last game was pretty just letting things set up. It's time to Adept already, getting a couple of drones early, so some damage done right from the start. End up joining together, but they're going to be pulling back, so just going to sit back at home. Oracles are the ones that are active, getting some drone kills. Sorry guys, getting distracted for a sec. Let's just have a couple Queens and Lings come up. We got a couple drones coming about. The Oracle is going to perch on the edges here and have a peek around to see what it can get up to. Again, SHIN just needs to win this game. He will make Group Stage 2. Trigger will lose. Trigger win this game, and he makes Group Stage 2. So it's very exciting. Actually, kind of nice order that we picked in the end, because I think... Yeah, I don't know if maybe SHIN SHOWTIME going last would have had the same effect. As that Oracle goes down, we are going to be seeing the second Oracle. Just about gets away there, so Trigger's Oracle will get pushed back, but we lose one. We've still killed 9 drones. It's been a successful start, just again, a little bit mishandling of the Oracles, right? A little bit not looking after them as much as you really should be. When you don't look after those Oracles, you put them in trouble. You know, you're really meant to be getting value out of these guys throughout the game. Stage swords in the future are very useful as well, so yeah, something to keep in mind as the Oracle, the Adepts, and the Stalker gather up here from Trigger. Just on this bottom side, +1 blink coming through. We get extra gates in production from Trigger as well, so all of that coming up currently. The lair about to finish. Drone and the Overlord's coming about as well. A single Zergling heads down to the bottom still. Adepts and a few Stalkers, get back up to the top. We just have ourselves the Overlords coming over. Again, Hydra and a few Lings being built, +1 blink coming online. Looking at that Hydrogen brought into play. The Oracle heading down to the bottom. The few Stalkers gathering up with the Adepts as well. The Ling's going to be there for a couple of the probes. I see 2-3 workers. Nice Lings getting in. Just a bit of scouting, but also you get a few probes along with it. Just for a couple of Lings, really not bad at all as the first Stalkers are trigger. I'm moving it down to try and see if they can find any opening here or any opportunity these next couple of moments. This Ling's taking a lot more damage. The Stalkers will be able to start pulling back. Another Stasis Ward coming down. A couple more shots coming through, and we still have those Stalkers holding back for a moment. Gonna come forward once again. A couple of the Hydras begin to drop now, so you see those Hydras continuing to fall. Queen, Hydra, all going down. The other drones getting picked away at. This is not looking pretty for SHIN at the moment, who needs to get a few more units out. The problem is right now he's losing Hydras before the other Hydras show up, so you're going to keep these kind of Hydras in a perpetual state of just never being good enough. They're never going to reach that kind of mass where Hydras actually beat Stalkers. You're just picking them up as they spawn, and SHIN has not gotten up what he needs here. The Queens go down too, the Hydras still die, and the Stalker count is good. Just aggressive blink after aggressive blink, and Trigger will take a game 2 and tie this up 1-1, but more importantly, will guarantee himself an advancement from this group stage into group stage 2. That now is guaranteed. Wow. Alright, then we are going to a game 3. But the reality is that we know that SHIN is already out and that Trigger is already moving through. Trigger with the result right there. Only have a Trigger. Going to be moving to that round of 16. Obviously, round of 16. A little bit of a prize money jump as well, guys. You get $50 for falling 4th place in your group today. But if you get to the round of 16, even if you go 0-2 in that round of 16 group, you will still receive $100. It's $25 more if you get 3rd place in that group. And then obviously beyond that, you're in the playoffs for $200 plus every series you win from there is going to be more prize money to be had. There we have it. All right, let's get everyone invited in as we got one more series game to get through, my friends. Final match of the day. Trigger and SHIN going down to a final game. We get this set up. We'll get this underway in these next few moments. Alright, we got everyone in here. Let's jump into it, guys. One last game today. It's a little bit of a shame because we know it's not going to impact the final result of this group now. So it's a little bit sad in that regard. But it does, well, like I say, at the time, the players didn't necessarily know it came down to this map, or it was already decided. So we should hopefully still get a good game where they're both trying their best. Just obviously for us, it would have been nice if it really came out to be a, yeah. Really, like, this game still had the most important kind of line, you know. It was still super important, this game, for us to watch. But that's okay. Let's just enjoy a good game of StarCraft 2, hopefully, here on Persephone. As we are going to have in the top left side our blue Zerg player SHIN, and in the bottom left our red Protoss player Trigger. Couple probes in production, just going to see the Zerg ones coming about, Gateway and the Assimilator coming through. The extra Lings on the way, as we will see this drone out on the map and looking to put the hatchery down in the natural. So SHIN Oh, not just any old hatchery, but the hatchery block, because we're 12 pooling here as SHIN, so he's actually going to go for the blockade, so it's very difficult to get out here and to deal with these lings. Alright, then here we go, SHIN getting that up and running. The Zella pops out on this side. Actually, the Zella can, I guess, sit on that other side and be away from the lings. Zella gonna slice. A couple lings take some damage. You're actually gonna look for the surround on the Zella, but we don't quite get it. The probe being annoying too. There's the surround. Took a few moments though. We'll target fire down some low HP lings there initially. Get back on the gateway, but the probes pull out, and I think we've got enough to just push this back. A second Zella pops straight into the fight. And it looks like a comfortable defense for Trigger early on. Not really... I mean, there's not nothing done here because obviously Trigger's not expanding yet. He's obviously not got these probes mining, so that's a pretty big deal. We're going to finish the hatchery and start up a queen. Stalker looking to get that spine crawler, the probes and the Zella coming through. Can hatchery continue to build the queen up right now as well. As you can see, a few more lings getting jumped on. The probe still pulling across to try and fight as well. Not really sure where this is going to go right now, to be honest. Obviously, the queen popping out's fun. Can we get a creep tumor down somewhere that can be protected? Because that's obviously very nice. Yeah, I think that creep tumor... Oh, we need to keep the stalkers away. The lings pop through. Keep the stalkers back a moment or two longer. Yeah, okay, good. So the creep tumor gets to come down. It's going to be difficult to deal with because we don't have detection. That means we can spread the creep from this side of the map. So that's one of the advantages you can take here as the Zerg. Some more drones coming up as well. We do have ourselves a pylon building from Trigger. That hatchery. Just coming in at the front. There's all going to be there. Just get to hack away at that. Probe going to come in and nibble. The creep going to get denied a little bit as well. Just going to be seeing the adept coming through. Just going to have ourselves the Zerglings coming about as well. Thing's gonna fire. That adept actually gets fully surrounded, so the lings get wrapped around on there. You're gonna see that Stalker is in a little bit of trouble. So these units on the other side from Trigger do manage to get free of that surround, and this is where he can go big, right? Because he can get a lot of damage on here. This queen, for example, just goes down, doesn't even hit the inject. So gonna be missing out on that, unfortunately. 8 more lings in production. The hatchery is still there on the other side, funnily enough. As unfortunately now I think these stalkers really are a bit too stuck in the main base. And the two of them are going to be a little bit weaker at clearing up these lings. So just going to try and dance and avoid the surround as long as possible. But yeah, I think these units will fall. However, you have kept SHIN building Zerglings. Instead of, building drones, he's been building lings. There is something of a victory to be said there as well. But we've got a creep tumor in the natural right now, and that is a problem because we've got no way to deal with this, so Trigger has to expand elsewhere. He's going to expand out to the third base instead. This, as he cleans up the hatchery, will still be an opening that's going to have an impact throughout this game for a significant period at this point. As you see the warp in of another adept coming through. A couple of those broodlings going down. We'll get rid of the lava. Like I say, this would be over if it wasn't for the creep tumors, and that's why the creep tumor coming down here initially was so important. If the stalkers were able to step through and deny that creep tumor coming online, you don't have to deal with any of this. But now you're still out on a very open base location, and that makes things very awkward for you as Trigger defensively. And SHIN is building lings with ling speed finishing, so I imagine he might try and put some pressure onto that base, but I actually think SHIN might be too low of an economy to have an impact right now. I think I would have rather seen him drone, and then try and hit this base a little bit further down the line. Like, it's tempting. I mean, right now he just made these extra lings. Now he's going to drone, but I just don't see these lings doing enough because it does feel like Trigger has a good set of units there, despite the positioning maybe not being ideal. Depths will be there. Lings back up. The Oracle comes around. We'll just be seeing a few drones and the Overlord coming through too. Oracle gets into the main base, gets a couple of drones as well. Forge building, Oracle on the way. Excuse me. We got Stalker knocking down. A creep team is just going to open that up. Again, the Forge coming through, a couple probes coming in. And Lincoln +1 coming online. We will just have ourselves the Oracle stepping about as well. You guys want some semi barbecue noodles, by the way, guys? Delicious. Alright, Bane Nest in the back of the natural here. Third hatchery coming down from SHIN as well. We see a couple of oracles to the right-hand side. Yeah, for this base being taken, it's obviously not really coming into that much pressure, so we're not seeing the positioning really come into play at all. Trigger will take the base in his natural momentarily, I believe, and that's going to be his third. As +1 and Blink comes up for him. And it just seems like he's coming out of this in a very good position early on. Stalker coming through with a couple of oracles overhead on that right side. And a couple of oracles coming about. The +1 Blink coming over. Robo facility dropping down into the main base. So we get that started as well. Next is still about halfway done as we just see the Zerglings continuing to take some steps for now. They're going to meet a full wall off. I don't think there's anything they can really do here. Hit the Stalkers for a couple seconds. I don't know if the battery reaches the Stalkers there. It's obviously a bit of a weird position. But the reinforcements from the left side could have come across and probably handled this, so no real issue at any point right now. And that +1 and the Blink both very much so on the way through here. Those Zerglings all gathering up. That gateway is coming through, the Robo facility coming online. That Nexus will complete. And so we go straight to the gases on the third base. SHIN going to choose to go into the Hydra Den. With Blink finished, do we want to do anything as Trigger? It doesn't seem like it. He's playing very passively himself, just hanging back here for now. Not going to do anything for the moment. Only drop one Revelation down. Queen going to get caught, couple drones getting caught. And the Oracle's still heading down to the south. The Lings are going to go along with this down to the bottom side as well. So we're going to go wrap around on the Adept. Force field is going to come straight through here. We will see the Adepts and the Stalkers together will work to get rid of some Zerglings. See the rest of this army from SHIN just peeling back over to that right side again. The few Lings back onto the center. Still got the Oracles coming about. Again, melee upgrade, Groove Spines coming through for now. The Hydra's coming up. Overlord's on the way. Those Zerglings of SHIN continue to gather about. Just going to be seeing the Prism. +2 thermal lands all being added on as well. And there's a couple of Colossus coming up. We see the +2 and the thermal lands coming on. Genlings gather on that left-hand side. It's going to be seeing the Baneling Speed coming up. Groove Spines coming up as well. A couple of Queens will be there again to push the Oracles back over the right side. I mean, there's so many Lings on the map, and I've yet to see any of them really do anything as the army gathers. Things moving about. The Prism going to be nearby. Zerglings continue back to the center. Both those Colossus building up from Trigger. Add a couple Stalkers in. Add the +2 and thermal lands. Fast forward once more. Stalker Sentry, Colossus stepping up. And again, the +2 melee coming about. Infestation Pit and Zerglings continue to build up here. A couple more Lings going down as well. Again, that Stalker Force. It's back towards the center. This Colossus needs to get lifted. Good save. You'll see just a couple of these Crypt Humans still getting knocked away at here, so Trigger just on a big push. I mean, this army's looking good. This army of SHIN in comparison, like, if these Banelings don't connect massively, and Force Fields are going to say something about that, I mean, right now we just get free pickings. Stasis Ward even caught a bunch of the Hydras in the background. We're going to try and bring the Banes in from this direction. They're not going to get very far. Absolute destruction from Trigger. Man, Trigger playing great StarCraft 2 today. He was up a game against Cure earlier as well. Like, he's been competitive in every single series. Beating SHIN, beating Showtime, beating Yakov, game off of Cure. Excited to see Trigger in group stage 2 because he came in meaning business. And he delivered. With that win, he will finish second place in this group, so a little bit of better seeding for him heading into group stage 2. Showtime will finish third place, despite also a pretty great performance from him. Some great games today. Group C has delivered. The Spring Championship in general, I think, so far has just continued to deliver. It's been pretty fantastic so far. So, yeah, great stuff. Love it. Appreciate it, guys. Hope you guys enjoyed as well. Hope you guys enjoyed all the games. It was genuinely a lot of fun. Tomorrow, we'll be starting a little bit later than usual. So tomorrow we start about 3 hours later than usual, guys. We just got a bit of a later group. I've got something on around lunchtime, so we'll be starting later in the day. We're going to have Bunny, Percival, Solar, Jumi, and Skillus coming up tomorrow. So it's another fun group. Bunch of Koreans. Should be a lot of fun. Looking forward to it. And hopefully you guys are looking forward to it as well. So yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow for Group D of the competition. And yeah, thank you so much for watching, guys. If you enjoyed, again, final quick mention. Jump onto the likes, the follows, and the subscribe buttons. Check out if you've got a Prime sub available. Helps out a whole bunch. And helps us keep running these tournaments. Gonna run a set of ads on the outro. Stick around for the ads. Once the ads are done on Twitch, I'll host somebody up on YouTube. I just turn the stream off, but that's how things will go. If you want more content on YouTube, I'm literally gonna go make a thumbnail right now. And our new YouTube video will be up. It's a Clem Max Packs video today. So if you want to watch some Clem Max Packs, you can head on over to the YouTube. It'll be up there in about 5 minutes. So awesome! All right, you guys have a great rest of your day. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for more StarCraft 2. Thanks for watching, guys. Bye.